Morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of July the 30th of 2024. As we begin this morning, I want to make a couple of acknowledgments. First, I want to acknowledge Commissioner Wilson. Recently, her father passed, and so we do offer condolences to you on behalf of our board and our entire county. And so I know that that's tough for you to go through. Also, Commissioner Michael Scott will not be able to join us today due to illness. And so as we begin this morning, we're going to ask Commissioner Bonilla to introduce her guests who will be bringing the invocation. After the invocation, we'll ask Commissioner Bonilla to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And following the Pledge of Allegiance, our Communications Division Director, Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, will read a proclamation recognizing Purple Heart Day. So we do have members who have served in our armed forces who have joined us today with that recognition, followed by a presentation recognizing Corrections Health Services National Accreditation, and our Department Director, Dr. Raul Pino, is here today, and Dr. Pino will be leading that effort. And so with that, I'm going to call on Commissioner Bonilla at this time to introduce her guests.
Thank you, Mayor. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Reverend Dr. Tracy Barrett. She lives in Orlando, Florida with her husband, Richard, and their 3 cats, Thomas, Rainey, and Stormy. Reverend Tracy considers herself a Unitarian Universalist evangelist, sharing the good news of our liberal and liberating faith. She focuses on each person's journey to spiritual growth, truth, and meaning. While she grew up experiencing many different faith traditions, she says, "When I look back, I believe I was always a Universalist and a Unitarian. Coming home to Unitarian Universalism changed my life, and she works hard to give that opportunity to everyone." Reverend Tracy received her Master of Divinity in 2017 from Meadville Lombard Theological School in Chicago, Illinois. While in seminary, she completed 1 unit of chaplaincy internship at Advent Health Hospital and served for 2 years as the student ministry at Tri-County Unitarian Universalist in Summerfield, Florida. Tri-County UU ordained her in 2017. She served 3 years as the consulting minister at the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Lake County. She has also served the University Unitarian Universalist Fellowship in Orlando as contract minister for the last 3 years. She recently completed a Doctor of Ministry at United Theological School, focusing on revitalizing congregations through discipleship. Did I do okay? Thanks. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonilla, for inviting me and for the Commission for having me today. It's an honor to be with you. Will you join me in the spirit of prayer and meditation? God of many names and no name at all, we invite the presence of peace, of justice, of mercy, and of deep listening to our space today. May we remember to see the humanity in each other. May we strive to listen deeply to one another and the concerns we each bring to this meeting today. May we work for what is best for our county, our residents, and our future as topics are discussed, feelings are shared, and decisions are made. May we remember that we are all in this together to care for one another and this spot on our spinning blue marble. Amen. Blessed be, and may it be so. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. As the mayor said, there is one proclamation for today. It is for Purple Heart Day. Purple Heart Day. And the proclamation reads, whereas on August 7th, 1782, General George Washington, then the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, established the Purple Heart Award, originally designated as the badge of military merit as a sign of appreciation and gratitude towards those who served during wartime. And whereas Purple Heart recipients, men and women of extraordinary courage, have offered the highest form of devotion to our nation, having faced the harshest of battles, endured the most grueling conditions, and borne the scars of conflict, all in the name of liberty and justice. And whereas August 7th is a day for Americans to remember and honor men and women who bravely represented their country and were wounded or killed while serving, and were decorated with a Purple Heart in the name of the President. And whereas it is important not only to remember and thank the brave men and women who have been wounded in combat, but also to recognize how they are taken care of when they return home, including acknowledgement of their unique needs as veterans. And whereas for as long as U.S. service members place their lives on the line against the nation's enemies, the Purple Heart Medal offers their sacrifice and carries on the legacy of George Washington and the ideals in honoring the contributions of volunteers and putting their lives in danger, a hallmark of U.S. Armed Forces. And whereas it is the desire of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners to recognize the many members of the General Bob Betts Chapter 400 Military Order of the Purple Heart who reside in Orange County and Central Florida and have received the Purple Heart in recognition of wounds sustained in combat, including those who have made the ultimate sacrifice with their lives. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 7th, 2024, as Purple Heart Day in Orange County, Florida, and encourage residents to show their appreciation for the services Purple Heart recipients have made in defending and preserving our freedoms. Done in order this 30th day of July, 2024, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation and with a special presentation of his own is Sergeant Ernie Rivera, Purple Heart awardee and former national commander of the military of the Purple Heart. Sergeant Rivera.
It's an honor today to be here. 2 years ago, when we did the Purple Heart Day, I made a presentation to the commission. About bringing the national convention here. We were able to do that, and I want to give a big thanks to Orange County for the welcome they gave us. We had a few hundred patriots from all across the United States, as far away as Hawaii and Alaska, that came here. Some of them stayed extra time. It was an amazing event. The county stepped up and helped us get everything set up, and it was an amazing event, and I can tell you that all of the patriots that left here have already asked us when we're going to do it again. It was a lot of work. Currently, Lou Barnes here, he is the state of Florida commander. He was just moved up, the department commander for the entire state. We have our current chapter commander here, and we also have Rich, which you all know. Rich is a member of the Veterans Advisory Board. So the county, Seminole County, has really done amazing things for all veterans, and I can tell you as a Purple Heart recipient, they've done even more for us, and I really do appreciate that. So one of the things that we would like to do is we would like to recognize each one of the people who have stepped up, including each one of the commissioners, as well as the veteran service officer for the county, and Shali, who has been the one that's been communicating with us. So with further ado, I would like to go ahead and make the presentation to each one of them. Mayor, can you come forward, sir? So, Mayor, we're going to give you an eagle this time. We've given you a couple of plaques in the past, and we talked about it, and we feel that, you definitely have helped us soar. So this eagle is presented to you on behalf of our chapter, the state, and the National Purple Heart.
Commissioners, if you wouldn't mind coming down, they have a special presentation for each and every one of you, a plaque from the Military Order of the Purple Heart. So Sergeant Rivera and team, if you'd like to present these to the commissioners at this time.
I don't need a speaker. I can speak loud. So the Military Order of the Purple Heart Special Recognition Award is bestowed with prize to Commissioner Emily Bonilla for your dedication and support honoring America's combat wounded veterans, presented by the Patriot members of Chapter 400, the Department of Florida, the Military Order of the Purple Heart, USA.
This is my pleasure.
Okay, Commissioner Nicole H. Wilson. Commissioner Myra Uribe. Uribe. Sorry. Commissioner Maribel Gomez Cordero.
All right, and we're going to do a group photograph as well. So, Mayor, if you'd go back into the photograph, and if you would get in place. Oh, I'm sorry. We have one commissioner just rolled in.
Commissioner Christine Moore.
Take a picture, Commissioner Moore, if you don't mind.
Now, hold on one second. Charlie, can you come up here, please? So Shali is the one that does all the work behind the scenes, so we definitely wanted to recognize her. One last one. Anita Witt. She is the Orange County Veteran Service Officer.
All right, let's give our brave men and women another big round of applause. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your commitment and for your sacrifice. And finally, a very special presentation recognizing our corrections health services for a job well done. A job very well done. I'm going to call on Dr. Raul Pino, Director of Health Services for Orange County Government, to fill us in on the details. Dr. Pino.
Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator, on December 4th, the national accreditation body for correctional health came and conducted an inspection of our facility and the services that we provide, and recognize the quality of the services that we provide to our inmates. For that, our correctional health services have been nationally accredited for the next 3 years by the National Commission on Correctional Health Services. So with that, let me say that when I was hired for the job, our mayor, one of the tasks he said to me was, please hire and promote women. And this entire leadership team at Correctional Health that achieved this feat is composed by women. So I would like to introduce our nurse manager, Nurse King Smith, coming up to the front. Olga Kronova, it is our manager for accreditation services. Nurse Mullen is our risk management and quality improvement. Our medical director is Dr. Constant Peter. And our division manager is Nurse Mullins. Mayor, these individuals, their hard work on the ground, facilitate and make us achieve this goal. But I will be amiss if I don't recognize my deputy, John Goodrich. Come on, John.
Dr. Pino and the entire team, we're really, really proud of those of you who are working within corrections health, going back now about 2 decades. As a result of the Orange County Jail Oversight Commission, we changed the structure and how our correctional health employees report, and they are reporting now to professionals, physicians, and others who run the department. And so we want to recognize them formally today because they have received this national recognition from the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. This really is no small feat to be accredited. The rigorous standards set by the NCCHC demonstrates the staff's dedication to providing quality health care for individuals who happen to be in our custody. I want to thank Dr. Pino and Chief Quinones for their leadership, the staff's commitment, and the months of hard work required to achieve reaccreditation. It is now my pleasure to present the following certificate, and I'll read what it says. It says, National Commission of Correctional Health Care Certificate of Accreditation, Orange County Corrections, Orlando, Florida. The above named facility is hereby recognized by the National Commission on Correctional Health Care upon recommendation of its Accreditation and Standards Committee to have met all the requirements of accreditation under the NCCHC's Standards for Health Services, June 21st, 2024. It's signed by the Chair of the NCHC Board of Directors and the Chief Executive Officer. And so, Dr. Pino, would you join me now in this recognition?
Thank you. Thanks, ladies. Thank you.
Okay, to all those who were recognized this morning, thanks again for your service to our greater community. At this time, we are going to move forward on our agenda. We're going to move to the period of time for public comment. I do recognize State Representative Tom Keene, who's in the audience. And as we move into this period of time, we invite members of the public present to come forward regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during the public comment period. These matters typically include the procurement or land use issues or concerns, and later this afternoon, we will, of course, solicit public input during each public hearing schedule for the land use related issues. With that, I'm going to give Representative Keene the opportunity to come forward and address us. Representative will give you about 3 to 5 minutes, if you don't mind. And with that, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, good morning. I am Tom Keene, State Representative for House District 35, which includes the eastern part of Orange County. I'm also a Navy veteran of over 20 years, and this is my third time being here in support of the rural boundary. As State Representative, I have a duty to my constituents, a duty to listen to them and to advocate on their behalf and to act for them. So my constituents who reside in rural East Orange County have spoken up, and I'm here to urge you all on their behalf to listen to the Charter Review Commission and allow our citizens to vote on the rural boundary, having their voices heard this November. Please move this forward, and please make sure that we are engaging in smart growth for our constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Keene. With that, do we have other members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
Yes, Mayor, we have 15 folks registered to speak this morning.
All right, we're going to give each of those 15 a couple of minutes to come forward and say what you have to say at this time. And so we'll start in the order in which you have received them.
All right, everyone, I'm going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up along the side wall. When it is your turn to approach the podium, please start with your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes. First speaker is going to be Peter Murray, followed by Steve Leary, Christiana Oyenuga, Connie West, and we'll start with those.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Peter Murray. Some of you are probably familiar with my emails and our campaign, Bad Orange. I'm here today just to share with you what it's like trying to work with the mayor's office. It was quite an unpleasant experience. We had the issue of, can you turn this on? Okay, thank you. We had the issue of the personal texts that we've been trying to obtain for months. And unfortunately, even though we asked the county to preserve these texts, the texts disappeared. Okay? We got some, and they were altered. And then we came here and we objected, and the lawyer said there was no more. Suddenly, a whole bunch of texts appear, and the lawyer said, well, give us a list of what's missing. So we gave you a list of what's missing. And you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. So what's missing? Statements like this, that Orange County, by your chief innovation officer, that Orange County is negligent in their administration towards vendors and people won't do business with you because of it. What's missing? An admission that working for the mayor's office is damaging to the health of the people that work in that office. I told you, I see the signs about COVID and coronavirus. I showed you in writing that one of the senior members of the mayor's staff flew across the country on the 4th day of active COVID. I sent Dr. Pino the evidence. The person put it in writing. The 5th day, they boarded a cruise ship and said, it's okay, I'm wearing a mask. This was in December of 2023. I asked, is there a policy about employees coming to work in Orange County with active COVID? There is no policy. Orange County said it was okay that their senior person flew on a plane and went on a cruise ship with contagious COVID. That's your policy. Okay, but the type of people that I had to deal with, the things that they said and did, curses, I'm pissed. I effing resent it. I resent that person. I had to buy his coffee twice. This is senior people in the mayor's office that fired and broke a contract with my family, that put the sheriff's office on us twice. Sheriff's office. My mother, my wife's a grandmother and a nurse who worked through COVID with 2 masks. And the sheriff's office accused her of stalking. Okay, accused her of stalking.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Murray.
The response from the sheriff's office was unfounded.
You're out of order.
Oh,
and you're out of
apologize.
time.
I'm sorry. It's so hard to do this in 2 minutes. So I'm going to be back 45 times because I have about an hour and a half of information.
All right, you're out of time. Okay, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commission. My name is Steve Leary, 753 Comstock Avenue in Winter Park, Florida. Thank you for your service to the community, and thank you for allowing us to speak today. I stand before you to just urge you to take care of the folks in Wedgefield. For too long, they've had water issues out there. This is going to be something you'll be dealing with in the coming agenda. It is not a municipal supplier. We have a private supplier out there. But even though that is the case, the folks in Wedgefield, our constituents, our community neighbors, deserve to have this commission and this county make sure that they have access to clean, affordable water and to protect them from abuses that they've seen for far too long out there. So I'm here to be brief too, because I know you have a long day ahead of you. So thank you so much for your time, and please help our folks in the East.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leary. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
My name is Connie West. I live at 2266 Baker Avenue in Wedgefield. Since one of the volunteers, Tony Mameri, was unable to attend the meeting, he's requested that I read his letter. Mayor Demings and respected commissioners, I'm writing to express my deep concern regarding the recent actions of Pluris, the water company serving Wedgefield. As a resident in this community, I have encountered significant issues that have severely impacted my household. Firstly, I wish to address the exorbitant price increase imposed by Pluris Water. In a short span, they have implemented 32% increase, and now they're proposing yet another hike. As a result, my water bills have escalated from $140 to as high as $250 per billing cycle. This financial burden is unsustainable by my family, and to the extent that I've resorted to taking my children to the local gym for showers because that's more economical than using Pluris water. Moreover, the quality of the water provided by Pluris has deteriorated significantly. I have observed sludge and sediment buildup in my filter, necessitating replacement every 2 weeks at considerable expense. My concerns extend to the health implications of consuming water that my family and even my pets find unpalatable. These challenges have placed an undue strain on my household budget, affecting not only our financial stability but also our daily quality of life. Access to clean, affordable water is basic necessity, and the current situation with Pluris Water falls far short for meeting these standards.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, next to the speakers is going to start with Margaret Preston, followed by George Preston, Sue Grode, and Sheila Mayhew.
Good morning, Mayor
Good
Dennings
morning.
and fellow council members. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today. My name is Margaret Preston, and my address is 2651 Abbey Avenue, Wedgefield. My husband and I are second-generation Wedgefield residents. We inherited our home from my parents, who purchased property in Wedgefield in 1985 and built their dream home in 1990. We've been coming to Wedgefield since my parents moved here. We finally retired, my husband a firefighter, and me with a 40-year teaching career, and we became legal residents to Florida in 2018. Thinking back to when my parents moved to New Jersey, from New Jersey to Wedgefield, I can never remember a time that water was ever not an issue for them, from cost to quality. So much so that they became advocates for better quality and less costly water, with frequent gatherings at their homes and meetings that took them all the way to Tallahassee. And here we continue to be 34 years later with many of the same issues and worries. My husband and I recently served as block captains and visited many of our neighbors to gather signatures that are being presented to you today. Everyone that signed our sheets had many of the same experiences and the same stories to tell. One thing was very apparent. Our neighbors love their homes. They love Wedgefield. They love their community, but yet they are frustrated, fearful, and at times angry over the current situation with Pluris Water. When I read the report for Phase 3, one thing really stood out to me. I quote, "Wedgefield systems are in average to good condition. Nonetheless, they are inferior to Orange County facilities and substandard to Orange County standards. When you look at the rating scale that our system has been rated on, the ratings are as follows: new, very good, good, average, below average, and poor. The good rating was given to our wastewater system. An average rating was given to our water system, and yet both systems, as I quoted, are inferior to Orange County facilities and standards. Would you ever want anything described as inferior for you, for your family? And so I humbly implore you and make this formal request on behalf of all my Wedgefield neighbors and their families to please do the right thing and make the decision to
All
proceed
right, thank you.
with the next phase. Thank you.
Very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Okay, sure. My husband is legally visually impaired, and so he's presented with something to read as well. Okay, and I will read it for him.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Morning.
My name is George Preston. My wife of 43 years and I live at 2651 Abbey Avenue. We are second-generation residents of Wedgefield. My wonderful in-laws retired and built a home there in 1990. My wife and I retired in 2018 and have worked hard to upgrade and maintain our home. I'm a retired businessman and served as captain of our local fire department for many years. I bring up my many years of service in the fire department, one, because I'm very proud of my years of service, but two, because the fire department, like Pluris Water Utility, is a specialty utility, different but similar. We are both on call, 24/7, 365 days a year. We provide a service for the people and families in our jurisdiction in a safe and trusting way. I know in my fire department, experience, training, and maintenance were key. After hearing the Phase 3 assessment report, it leaves me wondering if we can really trust Pluris. I have my doubts. Does Pluris even know what maintenance is? So, Mr. Mayor and council members, I have answered the 911 call thousands of times in my career as a firefighter. Now the people of Wedgefield are dialing 911. We have a water emergency. Will you be our heroes and help save this community from Pluris? I know this situation is not easy, but being a hero never is. Thank you, and God bless.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
to the Prestons, and Mr. Preston, thank you for your service. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor Demings,
morning.
ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Susan Grody. I live at 20618 Netherland Street in Wedgefield. I have been the canvassing captain, and I'm here to give you an update on the canvassing efforts in support of Phase 4 negotiations with Pluris. I and my 30 block captains have collected 1,347 signatures since our canvassing has started in March 12th. We have supplied you with copies of these signatures. Nick, I had given him the signature book for you each to review, and hopefully he has given them to you. These yes signatures are in favor of moving forward with Phase 4 of Pluris Water buyout. We want to move forward and negotiate with Pluris and find out the price. We need to have a price for this buyout in order to look for grant money and appropriation monies. We need this sooner rather than later. We need the momentum to keep going and moving forward. Please do not delay Phase 4 any longer. We have waited 7 months for Phase 3 infrastructure results. We humbly ask you to please vote yes today on Phase 4 and help us resolve this matter. We are average people without the experience or exposure to these types of issues and these negotiations. This is a huge undertaking for this community. This situation has become extremely stressful for the residents, not knowing if or how they will be resolved. It's been going on for 30 years. Concerned if we will be able to afford the water bills or what the future maintenance costs will end up being. How will it impact our property values? For a number of us, our homes are our bank accounts. They are our nest eggs. These are the concerns that are at the top of residents' thoughts as I canvass. We have been fighting bad water and high prices for these 30 years. We need to resolve this and come to an end. Please, thank you for your time. And I just wanted you to show you that this is the book of signatures, front to back. Just
All right, thank you,
loads
ma'am.
of signatures.
We appreciate your presence.
Excuse me?
We appreciate your presence.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for hearing us.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Sheila J. Mayhew. I reside at 2828 Abney Avenue in Wedgefield. I last spoke to you 10 months ago regarding this project. At that time, Phase 3 was voted for. However, several commissioners expressed their concern about neighborhood support. Since then, a group of Wedgefield volunteers has organized and canvassed Pluris Water customers and other residents regarding Phase 4. To date, we have secured over 1,340 signatures in support of moving forward. We have worked many, many hours gathering these signatures. During that time, Pluris Water has asked and received 3 rate increases. Several residents traveled to Tallahassee in April 2024 and spoke to the Public Service Commission about the increases, and yet Pluris was still given them. Since December 2023, my water bill has increased from $93 a month to $120. As a retired educator and living on a fixed income, I cannot keep affording these rate increases. Now, after reviewing the Phase 3 report, I realize that none of these increases have been used to update and maintain their infrastructure. The pictures tell the story. Pluris Water has not maintained this facility for a long time. As a community, we are willing to help with purchasing the property, and that is why we need to move forward with Phase 4, so a contract can be negotiated and grant appropriations money can be sought after to assist with purchase. We need the board to vote today so that we are not waiting a long time to move forward. Time is of the essence. Our water quality is awful, even though Pluris claims it's okay. One picture caught my attention, and I'll skip that. Our school and golf course are also on this water. Supposedly, the school filters the water 3 times. However, I would want my children to drink this. Many customers are on fixed incomes, and families are struggling. I've seen bills as high as $680 a month, and there was nothing broken or leaking. The only thing they did was to water their lawn one day once a week. We are Orange County taxpayers and need your support to move forward with this project. I do have concerns about the infrastructure and what it will cost. Thank you. Vote today, please.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayhew. Next speaker, please.
I'm Philip Joseph Unser. My wife Helen and I occupy 2835 Ballard Avenue in Orlando, 32833, a 20-year residence. Mayor Deming, County Commissioners, I'll be brief. You've heard all the horror stories of our issues with Pluris, so let me introduce you to what it means to purchase a home serviced by Pluris. It's very similar to buying a timeshare. You don't know what the true cost is going to be. You don't know what the maintenance fee is going to be, and you have virtually no way out. You would think that the Public Service Commission might be a way out. a saving grace, if you will, but that doesn't exist. A Wedgefield contingent went up to Tallahassee and visited the commission, and we were able to see that august group in action. With little or no discussion, separately approved 5 separate utility company rate increases by a single vote. When it came to Wedgefield, they gave us a dog and pony show. The results of our effort up there got us a 35% decrease in the increased cost for wastewater with no change to the overall water cost. Please, we ask Orange County to continue to phase 4 and the final conclusion of the purchase of Wedgefield, Wedgefield Pluris, excuse me. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Unger. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, folks, next to the speaker is going to start with Martin Friedman, followed by Charlie Pioli, Paul Stewart, and Lisa from Lakeland. Lisa P? Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Marty Friedman. I'm here on behalf of Pluris. Pluris has heard what the customers' concerns are. We're willing to negotiate in good faith for the sale of the utility system. However, the staff has always been against it, and as a result, the staff report reports that the system is in dire need of work, and that's just not the case. It's not a perfect system, it's an old system. But the Public Service Commission did an analysis earlier this year in connection with the rate case these folks are talking about, and that order is in your paperwork, page 75, PDF page 75 has the language. But the Public Service Commission, after they did their thing, considered the quality of service as being satisfactory. The cost estimates of replacing the system in this report are just out of line with what reality is. For instance, if they replace the AC pipes, and I don't know if they need replacing now or not, the staff has got $4.5 million. Pluris got estimates between $2.5 and $3 million to do that same work. And something not to be overlooked is if you look at the revenues under county ownership, I would estimate that the system would produce about $1 million a year to the county, over and above expenses, over and above repairs and replacement. And that's just, to me, that's a substantial amount of money that could be used to reduce the rates or go into the county's coffers. Now, if the county's not willing to buy the system, I would recommend that you support the purchase, or at least the Florida Governmental Utility Authority looking at purchasing the system. And the Florida Government Utility Authority is a government, quasi-government agency. It would allow the customers to have the utility under county owners, under government ownership, and it would also allow the county at any time it decided it wanted the system in the future, wouldn't have to pay fair market value. It would just pay off the debt.
So Mr. Freeman, if I understood, you're a representative of Pluris, so we're glad to have you here today. If you'll stay, we do have a presentation later this morning. At that time, I'm sure I have some questions that perhaps you'll be able to answer during that designated period of time. The public comment period is designed just to give the public the opportunity to come and express any of their concerns. It's not a period of time where the board necessarily engages with the public. We're here to listen, not really speak during that period of time. So if you will stand by, we will, at an appropriate time this morning, we will come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wasn't sure that since the agenda doesn't necessarily say at that point in time that it's open for comments or questions. But I will be here for
we have many questions for you. So
right, thank you very much.
And I know some of the residents do as well. So thank you for your presence. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Charlie Pioli, 1330 Gulfview Street, Orlando, Florida. Mayor Demings, Commissioners, I'm the owner of O-Town Compost, Orange County's community composter. I'm back at the BCC asking for the county's collaboration with community composters like ourselves to incentivize more participation in composting programs among county businesses, residents, and at event venues. This is a subject that our Orlando Compost Advocacy Group cares deeply about, and we at O-Town Compost are simply motivated to do the work to keep this material from the landfill. Our organization is very familiar with the challenges that come with composting programs, contamination being the biggest, when people don't know how to properly separate their waste. We relish the opportunity to educate folks with gentle reminders and persistence. Zero waste is a journey more than a destination, and the educational component is an important part about it. Just this last year, we've started composting at 21 Orange County Public Schools and seen what an impact it's made. There are now thousands of kids who have access to composting at their school and will realize going forward that food scraps don't belong in the trash. The work we're doing is a scalable solution to address the county's organic waste problem, and we have plenty more capacity where that comes from. From the county government's perspective, we want to divert as much waste from the landfill as possible to avoid a future disposal crisis when the landfill runs out of capacity. Currently, the cost of trash disposal doesn't factor in negative externalities when every new cubic yard of material moves us closer to needing to permit more landfill space, produces potent methane emissions, and depletes topsoil. At the moment, Miami-Dade County is facing a trash disposal crisis after the incinerator they heavily relied on caught fire. Their solid waste director resigned, penning a letter to county commissioners that recommended a moratorium to stop all development in the county until they can expand landfill capacity and waste diversion programs.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pioli.
Yeah.
All right. All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Liza Manelli Pacheco. I'm going to add that so people don't get emotional. I don't sing and I don't dance. Anyway, I am here representing every homeless that is out there, especially the ones that were promised from Caleo. 6 months ago, they were taken out from this facility and they were promised help, which still they're out in the street 6 months later. So today I stand here because 2 minutes ain't enough for me to speak about this issue. As we all know, we can walk out that door and we can still see homeless people out. My nonprofit is called De Lo Mío Me Encargo Yo. I am not government funded. I fund on my own. I work all the way from Newport Richey all the way to Orlando. And it's sad to see we have vets, families out there with kids. We have a lot of people that are like, because of the rent issue, low income. We need to come together. And for somebody to tell me that that's not their issue, like Mayra Rivas has told me, it's not only her issue. It should be your issue, my issue, everybody's issue. We need to clean up the city by providing these people opportunity. I have a proposal. I would like to sit down with you and Mayor Demings and talk about it. I've called your office many times and I have not succeeded in an appointment. So I would like to have an appointment with you.
Okay, are you finished?
Yeah, I would like to have an appointment.
Okay, so we will follow up with you.
How do I know that you're going to follow up? I'm sorry that I'm being
Mayor,
rude,
Ms.
but
Heather,
it's been more than 6 months.
We have staff that's here, Heather Thomas and Vet Reyes, they're here. I'd be more than happy to talk with you.
All right.
They'll see you in the back.
All right. All right, thank you for your presence. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, last set of speakers. Going to start with Matthew Gorkolski, Desiree Johnson, and Kelly Simrad.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Matthew Gorholski, 1701 Lee Road, Winter Park, 32789. I'm here to speak about the Pluris issue. I not only serve as the campaign strategy lead for the Sunrise Movement Orlando, but I'm also in Orange County Associate Supervisor for Soil and Water Conservation. What is presented today regarding the Pluris issue is the definition of corporate greed. It is a company pretty much making sure that the residents of Wedgefield are not properly heard or represented. They've had an insane bill increase of up to 40% within 9 months. 9 months is a crazy duration in terms of people's private economic situations. What we see today is something that the county needs to get involved in and intervene in, and it needs to take its next steps to ensure that the people of Wedgefield have that affordability that is much needed in Central Florida. We see an issue constantly of issues like property insurance rates skyrocketing, especially here in Orlando, but yet a lot of governments do not take the necessary steps to ensure that affordability that was designated to the people of Florida, as the state apparently was the market state. As previously declared by our totally amazing governor. So I am asking you to please take the next steps, listen to the 1,000 residents of Wedgefield, which canvassing Wedgefield is difficult. I don't know if y'all have done it yet, but I've done it myself, and it is difficult to knock on doors there. The fact that they've gotten 1,000 residents to agree to sign a petition is astronomical. And it showcases the fact that the residents need their voice represented here on the County Commission today. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your presence. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Desiree Johnson. I live at 20726 Mallard Parkway. Been a Wedgefield resident for about 25 years. I feel like this is a major undertaking for both parties, and I feel that the rate increases have not been acceptable. A family of four is paying about $210 to $250 a month just for water, with everything else going up. Obviously, we need to figure out a way to prevent that from happening. It has not been prevented. Our water quality is poor to the point that hot water heaters don't last near what the recommended manufacturer states they will because the water quality is bad. Faucets, outdoor, indoor plumbing, all of that is affected. Thank goodness Moen has a program that if you buy from them, it's for life. I've just replaced bathroom and kitchen. And that will last maybe 5, 6, 7 years before you can't turn the faucets, they leak. So this is not only affecting our monthly payment for water, but we're having to replace things in our home that are everyday use. Most of the neighbors use their water with a filter system, which is costly to replace filters. We have one that's reverse osmosis to try to clean the water a little bit. I have to replace the filters about every 6 months. They're $100 each, and there's 3. So every 6 months, I'm spending an additional amount. Neighbors across the street have a water system where they have water delivered to their home, crystal water in a unit, so their kids can drink water out of that, and they can cook with it. So not only are we being affected by the rate increases and paying extra for water, but we're having to go outside of our water source to survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dr. Kelly Simrad. I reside at 3111 Amalfi Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32820. I am the Vice Chair of Save Orange County, and throughout the years, for about a decade, I have been the Vice Chair. We hear from Pluris, we don't hear from Pluris, we hear from the people of Wedgefield. And all of the stories, with the hot water tanks and the air conditioners and the faucets and the dishwashers and the laundry machines that have been corroded because of the poor water quality. In order to solve a problem, we got to finish the studies. We can't make any decision without it. So please, today, don't stall this on the people of Wedgefield. Please vote in support of extending and doing the final study to determine what is best for the people. This is we heard second generation Wedgefield people here. This is an example of a development built about 50 years ago that's failing because we built outside of the urban service area. So we're depending upon a private company to deliver the quality that Orange County can deliver. And the people that are in the line of fire are the Wedgefield residents who are struggling, who are not the original buyers of the homes most likely. So please today, hear the Wedgefield residents. Say Orange County, we've been listening to them for a decade. There's not been a lot we've been able to get done to try to help. And for this community to organize itself the way that they have, to come here today and to ask for help and how they have been for months, please hear them. Thank you so much for your service.
All right, thank you. And we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Emer Roy, and I live at 2337 Albion Avenue, Wedgefield. I want to tell you a story. A couple of years ago, we were getting weird bills with Pluris, and we escalated to the PSIC, the regulatory authority, and suddenly we started getting $120 was our bill, flat. Didn't matter what our usage of our water was. And the second that the PSIC had governor-appointed people, the second that that committee changed, suddenly our water bill went back up to $250 a month. So those are facts. And I want to say that I'm here as a rural East Orlando Wedgefield person. I want you to ask you to use your power for good to make it affordable to drink water and live and not be homeless. Homelessness is something that the state is driving its people into with the cost of living while simultaneously criminalising it. And we have a duty to stand up to unjust laws. In this time of deregulation and neoliberalism, working class people are suffering. I stand before you as a person who lives in the marginalised intersection of rural living, working class, LGBTQ plus intersex, disability and immigration. July is Disability Pride, which are strong words. In Florida, access doesn't follow. We have folks on a medical waiver, 17 plus years, and accommodations that make living accessible. I personally have been trying to get an answer from the Housing Assistance Fund, Florida Employee, the USDA, and I've got less than nowhere. And it's beyond frustrating, but it's also, I'm a citizen. You know, the state does not serve developers, corporations, or at least it shouldn't. Finally, I want to say we need to expand Medicaid. We need access to the remaining ARPA funds that were withheld. I'm in foreclosure as a result of medical debt and bank shenanigans, and also free Palestine.
If you can, ma'am, before you leave, I didn't quite catch your name. Can you give me your name one more time?
Emer Roy.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Mayor, that was our last registered speaker this morning.
All right, thank you to all of the speakers, since the majority of you were, you're kind of out of order at this point. Did you say, are you saying you want to speak? Is that what you're saying? Yes. Okay, so come forward. If he doesn't have your card, just fill it out afterwards.
Mayor, several speakers registered to speak on the rural boundary this morning.
The rural boundary is a public hearing this afternoon.
The rural boundary, we do have a public hearing scheduled for this afternoon. Yes, sir. That would be the appropriate time. All right. All right. And so with that, if there are no other speakers who have signed up, during the discussion where there'll be a presentation regarding the Pluris Wedgefield issue, the detailed report on that. Those of you who are interested in that, I would encourage you, if you can, to stay for that, because that will be where you'll get additional updates from the county about the processes that we're in. I really look forward to hearing from the Pluris representative who is here. I've not had the opportunity up to this point to actually talk with a representative, so I'm glad that that person is here. Hopefully he'll be able to stay around. So with that, we're going to move forward to the consent agenda at this time. And I'm going to go to the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. 2 items to pull from the consent agenda and 1 correction. The items to be pulled are H3, or 24-1035, under Planning Environmental Development Services. This item will be pulled to be considered with the matter that is the subject of public hearing B2 this afternoon. And the other item to be pulled this morning to be heard with the public hearing is I3 under Public Works. It's Hamlin 30 PD. This is item 24-1096. I3 will be pulled to be considered concurrently with the matter that is the subject of public hearing C3 this afternoon. Then the 1 correction is on item I1 under Public Works 24-1094, plat of Sandpiper Glen. That should be District 3. So I just want to correct the record. That's District 3, not District 4. And so with that, Mayor, submit the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right, and with that, if there are no other items to be pulled, is there a motion for approval?
Motion.
Second, Uribe.
Motion by Commissioner Gomez-Cadero, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. After approving the consent agenda item, I do want to make a couple of observations. There was a contract to purchase 32.82 acres of environmentally sensitive land in West Orange County, so we'll continue to preserve God's green earth here within our county. The preservation of this parcel will help close the gaps between other publicly owned lands in the area, as well as enhance existing wildlife corridors between the Johns Lake Conservation Area and Lake Apopka. Also, to date, we have purchased and preserved 1,729 acres since the board approved the $100 million budget line item to purchase environmentally sensitive lands. Also, as it relates to our crime reduction strategies, with the Citizen Safety Task Force funding, the Citizens Commission for Children Division will establish a credible messenger crisis response program utilizing a unique squad of youth mentors. This program provides trauma and recovery support to communities following a tragedy. Also, through the Children's Services Fund, the Citizen Commission for Children is launching a new $3 million contract with the Orange County School Readiness Coalition. The contract provides child care funding for residents with young children who are well below federal poverty guidelines. Also, through the Children's Services Fund, the division is adding additional funding to existing contracts with Red Verses Incorporated and Fresh Breath International Worship Center. This funding will support literacy, young mentoring, and group parenting programs. The Community Action Division is entering into a contract with Healthy Start Coalition of Orange County. The contract provides space in the division's community action centers for the nonprofit to offer its Teen Dad and Dad Youth courses to area fathers. The Mental Health and Homelessness Division, this morning we heard some public comment about homelessness, and I want everybody to know that sometimes when you hear things from people who are within the public, they don't give you an accurate depiction of all that the county is doing to address homelessness, but be reassured that we have leaned into dealing with the issues related to homelessness and those who suffer with mental illness. We will be amending an existing contract with the Coalition for the Homeless of Central Florida to expand funding for a homeless prevention and diversion program. And also, I'd like to recognize one of our recent hires, Jessica Rodriguez. Jessica, if you don't mind standing, where's Jeff? There she is, okay. Ms. Rodriguez is our new manager of the Orange County Medical Clinic. She comes to us with some private sector experience. She's worked for a number of the large healthcare providers here within our community, running emergency healthcare clinics, and she is a professional, and we're glad to have you as one of our team members here within Orange County. So thank you. Look forward to working with you. All right. All right, and with that, I'm going to move us forward on our agenda at this time. To those of you who must leave now, now would be a great time. I see Steve Hogan back there with the Florida Citrus Sports group, and thank you, Steve, for the work that you're doing. We were with Steve last night. There's a major soccer game that will be in town between Barcelona and Manchester, England, this evening. I don't know if I'll be able to get there since it is a Board of County Commission day. But Steve, soccer is growing across the globe, and here within our community, it seems to be, from surveys and polls that we've done, one of the premier sports that is of interest to our youth today. And Steve has been kind of working to get these world-class competition games here within our community. So thank you, Steve, for all the work that you're doing. All right, well, now we'll move to the discussion agenda. Our manager of the Procurement Division, Ms. Carrie Mathis, is going to come forward, and she's going to present the Procurement Committee recommendations regarding selection of a firm and 3 ranked alternates to provide design services for the Woodbury Road Utility Improvement Project. And with that, Ms. Mathis, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for design services for Woodbury Road utility improvements. I'm requesting board selection of 1 firm and 3 ranked alternates. Commissioner Bonilla was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, and so this was an item that Commissioner Bonilla served on. This one is yours? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So this is actually for the Woodbury Road utility improvements. This one was actually Commissioner Bonilla's.
This
Procurement. I'm happy to provide you with a motion since Commissioner Bonilla has
She did
left.
leave the motion.
She did,
so
okay.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero is going to read the motion. And with that, I'll recognize you, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. I move for the selection of CPH Consulting LLC with 475 points, with Barnes, Fairland, and Associate, Inc. with 423.33 points, Adura Group, Inc. with 370.83 points, and CHA Consulting, Inc. with 368.33 points as the ranked alternate.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Do we have a quorum? The motion passes, and it is unanimous. We had a quorum, for present. With that, we're going to move to the next item. Ms. Mathis, you're recognized for the next item that you will be presenting under the Procurement Committee.
Thank you. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for continuing professional transportation planning services. I'm requesting board selection of 3 firms and an alternate. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right. With that, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, thank you. I move for the selection of HDR Engineering, Inc. with 499 points, Traffic and Mobility Consultants, LLC with 472.50 points, and Vanessa Hangen Bruslin, Inc. with 459.50 points, with Carlson and Associates, Inc. with 378.33 points as the alternate.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. And And for that vote, let the record reflect that Commissioner Uribe did rejoin. Commissioner Bonilla and Commissioner Scott were not present for that vote. And we'll move to the next item on our agenda. Thank you, Ms. Mathis. Our Director of Risk Management, Mr. John Petrelli, is going to come forward to make a presentation regarding the formation of Orange County Captive Insurance Company. And with that, Mr. Petrelli, you are recognized.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, Administrator Brooks. Thank you for having me here this morning. What I wanted to discuss is an alternative risk transfer model, which is referred to as captive insurance. First, I will go ahead and cover the background of why I'm here discussing this concept this morning. Next, I will go ahead and cover what our current risk transfer model looks like, the history of the cost of our current risk transfer model, kind of get into the crux of what captive insurance is and what I'm here discussing this morning. Lastly, the benefits and risks of a captive insurer, and then finally, a requested board action to move forward. So from a background standpoint, I think we've all seen this as far as the insurance industry. We've experienced it with our own personal homeowners insurance, our auto insurance, et cetera. Insurance industry continues to see double-digit increases in pricing. In the past 5 years, the county itself has seen a 71% increase in our insurance costs. And then just looking at things from a global perspective, in just the last couple of weeks, we've seen Hurricane Beryl move through the Caribbean. Current damages associated with Hurricane Beryl are at $32 billion. Last week alone, we saw 2 typhoons hit through the South Pacific area. One hit Taiwan and China, the other one hit China. And then last week as well, we saw strong convective storms move through northern Europe, and currently the damages associated with those are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Insurance has truly become a global industry. It's no longer regional or even a national standpoint. And as a result, those costs associated with insurance are expected to continue. From our standpoint, our projected costs, when we talk to our broker, they're projected to go ahead and continue with that double-digit component over the next 5 years. And really what this does is this impacts our departments. A lot of folks don't understand, but in essence, the way that our risk program functions is on an annual basis as part of our budget process, we determine what the costs associated with the risk program are, and then those are allocated back to our individual departments. In essence, we send them their insurance bill every year. And so as our costs associated with the program continue to increase, that cost is ultimately passed along to our departments. So looking at what our current risk transfer model is, we use a combination of self-insurance and traditional commercial insurance. With workers' compensation, we have been self-insured completely for the last 10 years. We made that decision back in 2014 due to the costs that were associated with workers' comp and realistic what we were recovering back. When we look at our property insurance, we use multiple different layers of commercial insurance. We have a $500,000 deductible for non-named windstorm and a 5% of the value of the structure for named windstorms. To give you an indication of how complex the program is, there's actually 6 different layers and 16 different insurers that participate in it. And that buys us $1 billion of coverage, which sounds like a lot. The county actually owns $3.5 billion of coverage. Our excess liability, which is in essence our auto liability and general liability combined, we have a $1 million deductible and we buy $5 million of coverage. In addition to that, we also buy some other, more incidental coverages, but smaller coverages, which includes pollution for all our petroleum storage tanks, crime policy, aviation. A lot of folks ask me why we buy aviation. Well, fire rescue operates drones, utilities is in the process of obtaining a drone, and so we need to cover that. It also covers inland marine. Cyber liability has a huge component that gets a lot of media these days. 5 years ago, we were able to buy $20 million of coverage. We only are allowed to buy $10 million of coverage now because that's all that's available in the marketplace. And then lastly, boiler and machinery. So with that, we do an annual actuarial study. With that actuarial study, we send it out to a private firm. that determines that we are actually adequately funded within our own program. And when I say adequately funded, the theory being is if tomorrow, for some reason, the county shut down, which we know it's not going to, but we would actually have the assets available to pay out all of those claims. With that, we do it at a 75% confidence level. GAAP, which is the generally associated acceptable practices for accounting, actually demands us to be at 50% or higher, and we have always gone with a more conservative level of 75%. And we do that in combination with discussions with the comptroller's office. And so, as I indicated, we take what the loss fund looks like, combined with our commercial insurance costs and our overhead, and we charge those back to our actual county departments in the form of our annual charges. So what does the history of that cost look like? As I indicated previously, we've seen a 71% increase in our insurance premiums. 5 years ago, our insurance premiums were $4.5 million, which, by the way, we also bought more coverage with that at that point. Our coverage is actually reduced. And this year, we're at $7.7 million. We did ask our broker to go ahead and do a projection of where costs would be over the next 5 years. And just taking strictly our property piece and our excess liability, none of the other coverages, they're projected to be over $10 million within that next 5 years. The piece that really kind of generates, and everybody feels this with their homeowners insurance, most of our losses that we have fall within our deductibles. And so the county is bearing the cost of that, and we really kind of reinsure that or insure that catastrophic component. And so most of those premium dollars do go to the carriers in the form of profits. And so this is kind of a way to look at things of how can we kind of turn that on its ear a little bit, and so that we're not paying commercial industry for profits. If we look back in the last 5 years and we take out the money that we received back from our insurance carriers, the profit margin that went to the insurance carriers was $24 million, and in the next 5 years that projection is at $40 million. So this kind of gets to the crux of what captive insurance is and why I'm here to talk about this morning. So what a captive insurer is actually a wholly owned insurance company that the parent company owns. So kind of boiling it down, this would be Orange County creating its own insurance company. Currently, captives, there's over 6,200 worldwide. This has been something that's been used since the 70s. Up until about 2017, you primarily saw captives in the private industry, and the reason being there was a lot of tax incentives associated. In 2017, with some of the tax code changes, they really closed up those loopholes, and so you didn't see a lot of involvement from municipal agencies within captives. Most of the captives that are being actually domiciled and created now are being done so strictly because of the fact of the availability and cost associated with the insurance, since those tax loopholes have been closed. Looking at some of the surrounding areas as well as some municipalities, Orlando Health started their captive about 3 years ago. I spent quite a bit of time on the phone with their director of risk management. They're actually expanding their captive offerings this year and adding in stop loss for their group health policy as well as their workers' compensation this year. About a year ago, the state of Tennessee established their own captive for their risks. About a year and a half ago, Phoenix, Arizona did theirs. Lancaster, Pennsylvania Solid Waste started one about 10 years ago. And one of the largest of the governmental entities is actually U.S. Hockey, which has been operating their own captive back since the mid-1980s. Vermont is the leading worldwide domicile of captives. They have over 659, 17 of which are governmental. This past year, they became the #1 domicile in the world for captives. And I've gotten some questions as far as why Vermont. They kind of became the Delaware of corporations. You always see corporations, they're all incorporated in Delaware. Well, more and more companies have gone ahead and gone to Vermont, and it's based upon the regulatory environment as well as the statutes that they have put in place. It's kind of become a niche market for them. Specifically with us, last August of 23, the board went ahead and approved a captive insurer feasibility study. We went ahead and did this underneath our broker agreement. Our broker is Arthur J. Gallagher. They have a wholly owned subsidiary referred to as Artex. And Artex went ahead and did that feasibility study. We went ahead and stayed conservative with it, and we used the 75% confidence level that we use with our own internal actuarial study for our program, and we went with a very conservative approach of a 3% investment projection. At the end of things, the feasibility study came back very positive that we could realize significant savings. And so what are the benefits? And as with benefits, there's always a few risks associated with things. And so the benefits piece. So the feasibility study showed that we should realize a $39.7 million savings over the initial 5-year period. Those savings realistically would have been insurance company profits. After subtracting out our costs with administration and whatnot, those $39.7 million would actually show us roughly about a $36 million ultimate savings and retained earnings in the balance sheet of the captive. Now, what can we do with those dollars? So those can be used in several different ways. First of all, we could go ahead and use those retained earnings to go ahead and pay our premiums to the captive insurer, in essence paying our own insurance bill. And the way that helps our departments is, as I said, we go ahead and we send them an insurance bill. Well, that insurance bill is going to decrease because as a result of the fact that we're not including that premium component in there. Additionally, we can also return it back to the departments in the form of dividends. We've had some discussions from the standpoint if we opted to do that, we would want to reward those departments that are doing well and kind of give them an incentive to continue doing well from a safety perspective. Additionally, we could also go ahead and move additional lines of insurance into the captive. I mentioned earlier that we do aviation coverage. Realistically, do we expect to ever have an aviation loss? Probably not. So why not pay ourselves those premiums? Additionally, I happen to serve on the medical oversight committee as well, and we stopped buying stop-loss coverage under that program about 5 years ago due to the cost associated with it. And we have had some discussions during the oversight committee of within a few years looking at going ahead and adding stop-loss back into the program via the captive. And then lastly, one of the kind of, it's a small savings as far as it's kind of, I guess, an indirect piece, but since it's actually an insurance company that would exist, that allows us to go and access the wholesale reinsurance market. And reinsurance is when an insurance company buys insurance on their own losses. Now, normally, the rates themselves are relatively close together, but built into what they charge is an 8% ceding commission. And so we'd see an 8% savings just by moving to that model on the property coverage. Additionally, we can actually go ahead and, you know, we're always at the subject and the whim of an insurance company when they produce a policy for us. You know, and everybody looks at their homeowners and they say what's covered, what's not covered, what's excluded. Well, since we're the ones actually issuing the policies, we can go ahead and make determination as to what we want to go ahead and have covered. Partially underneath this as well, we go ahead and we meet the bonding requirements of our bonds that are issued by both utilities and the convention center. We also meet the Stafford Act requirements, which governs FEMA, which requires us to maintain insurance on our property. And then lastly is the fact that if after a few years we make the determination that the captive is not functioning as we want it to function, there's nothing that prevents us from ceasing operations and going back to the normal commercial insurance market again, and that company would just be responsible for those years that we actually had in an operation. And so it's not something that we are married to long-term if we are unhappy with the performance of it. As with anything, there are always risks. I've mentioned a few times a 75% confidence level. What that 75% confidence level means is that 1 out of 75 years we would have our maximum expected loss. And what does that maximum expected loss mean? That doesn't mean that everything in the county is destroyed. That's what we have actuaries for. They come back and they use our loss history combined with industry standards to come up with a number, and they say, in a particular year, this is the worst year that you're going to expect. With that, you have, it could be year 1 or it could be year 75. That's the only really risk factor associated with that. Now, to help mitigate that component, we specifically went ahead and with this proposal, which I'll get to with the board action request, we looked at property insurance and our excess liability. And the reason we looked at those two pieces is property insurance we refer to as a short tail claim, meaning that if there's damage to our county buildings, normally those are repaired within 12 months. They're paid for within 12 months. It's not something that we carry reserves for a long time. Excess liability, alternatively, is typically a much longer tail. An accident that takes place today, in order to get to a jury, is 5 to 6 years down the road. And in the meantime, you're continuing to accumulate assets in that. So they actually kind of balance each other well. And so with that, I'm going to request board action, which is the board action request would be that we would go ahead and create a captive insurance company that would be owned by Orange County. The effective date would be 4/1 of '25. The captive itself would be domiciled in Vermont. Initially, we would go ahead and take an additional $500,000 of property, which would mean that we would be responsible for the first $1 million, $500,000 in deductible, $500,000 to the captive. And then we would go ahead and move the $5 million of excess liability insurance that we currently purchase into the captive, which would mean that we would still have our $1 million deductible, but then the captive would take on that additional $5 million of liability. And then any of the future policies and risk strategies that are determined will come back annually to the board. Typically the end of March, because all of our insurance policies renew on 4/1, we send actually a board agenda item which covers our costs, and any changes or recommendations we would have would go ahead, it would come to the board at that end of March as the program continues to develop. And with that, I will answer any questions.
All right, John, excellent job. One of the first things I did after being sworn in as mayor and meeting with all of our department directors and deputy directors and appointed officials, I said to them that as government, the people depend on us to look for waste within government and to come up with alternatives to reduce our risk exposure and better manage our various department budgets and subunits within the county to ensure that we are spending the people's money in the most appropriate way. And so I challenged all of our department directors to look for those opportunities. And so I'm very thankful that our risk manager, John Petrelli, has kind of leaned into that. And what he's saying here is, yes, we do try to mitigate the risk exposures that we can control. There are certain risk exposures that are phenomena of natural disasters and weather phenomena that we cannot control. But what we can do is control how we respond to them, how we prepare and try to prevent the damage from occurring and other loss through our behaviors and how we work as employees. And so this is, in my humble opinion, this is the right thing at the right time. Whenever we ask the residents to pay more in taxes, or they always question, well, what are you doing with the funds that you already have? Are you using them in the most appropriate way? And so what John and a team of experts have done is looked at our risk exposures and said, okay, well, we're paying a lot of money out sometimes for coverage that rarely, if ever, is actually assessed. And as a result of that, we're paying more than what we should pay to manage the appropriate risk. And so this recommendation that he is bringing forward today, I fully support the recommendation. We have challenged him. The county administrator has done a yeoman's job of reviewing this, as well as the county attorney and those experts that we have elicited to assist us in this process. So I'm supportive. So with that, I'll go to members of the Board of County Commission for further comment. Commissioner Uribe, then Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Good morning. Thank you so much for such an intensive, briefing that we had. It was fantastic, and I think a lot of us in our own briefings have brought up points. There was just one thing I wanted to ask. When we talked about that risk, you said it could happen in year 1, year 75. Is it factual that the further on that it is, if it does come to fruition, will be in a much more financially stronger path? I mean, we can't predict when that risk year would be, but I just wanted to, it was just something that stood out when you were speaking.
Sure. So obviously, as the program continues to mature, those retained earnings, those savings I mentioned earlier, those are dollars that we don't necessarily have to spend on an annual basis. And my recommendation would be we don't spend all of them on an annual basis, because as you build towards that potential one bad year, you want to have additional reserves that you can go ahead and pay for that. And going back to my risk management days in school, the law of large numbers says the more you go, the more likely it's going to happen. And so as you kind of go along, year 75, you're probably going to have that by that point in time because the numbers just go ahead and support that.
Right.
But we would be in a much better financial position to go ahead and deal with that because of those savings, those retained earnings that would reside within the organization.
So one of the things that I brought up in our conversation was it only makes sense because all these policies that we're buying, we pay for them. Let's say we don't use them, they keep the money. There's no investment. We don't get a refund. It's not forwarded to the following year.
That's correct.
And essentially, by putting these funds in reserves, we would also have the opportunity to have those funds gain interest, so they would grow in value the more that we would submit to it. And would we be submitting yearly to this fund, or does it just carry on as opposed?
So that fund carries on a year-to-year basis, and that's why I kind of mentioned one of the benefits we have was we could use those funds to pay the premiums, in which case helps our departments. In essence, we're lowering our cost of the program, or for that matter, we could let them kind of, in essence, go ahead and stay at their level, continue to accumulate interest, and continue to charge the departments. And realistically, that's going to depend upon how much money is sitting there. You know, if we're sitting there and the projections are correct, and after 5 years we have $36 million in retained earnings sitting there, well, it makes sense to go ahead and use those appropriately to reduce our internal costs. Well, as I said, you wouldn't want to use all of them.
Right.
You know, maybe that number is we keep $10 million and we go ahead and take $26 million and either pay our premiums, return back in dividends, or whatever the case is. But we go ahead and we maintain that financial solvency piece associated moving forward.
And you would determine that number, I guess, with senior staff of where we felt comfortable with reserves to do that.
Yeah, actually, as part of Vermont's requirement, they require a board of directors. Within that board of directors, actually, the recommended piece that I discussed with the mayor and with Byron would be a staff member from the comptroller's office, a staff member from the Office of Management and Budget, risk management, an individual designated by the county administrator's office, as well as the last seat would lie with the captive manager.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, great job. Great job. I wish
you.
you could come to our personal ones.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, what an education this was for me to see the different types of entities that ended up having to go in this direction because of the insurance market and the way that we're absorbing essentially risks of disasters worldwide. So I did have a question about seeing that, you know, we're not the first, right, which is great because we've seen some great success in this being a cost savings measure, but knowing that this could change the landscape of the insurance market, do you foresee that this will continue to be, I mean, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but we're reacting to what was unsustainable, right?
Correct.
We
Yep.
looked at, what was it, 4.5 million up to the 10 million, if status quo was going to be up and beyond, right? So knowing that other entities may follow suit when they see the success of this and the cost savings to a jurisdiction this size, do you think it will have an impact on the market, and will we benefit from that?
I think that it'll definitely have an impact, especially on other entities, especially in Florida. I know that in speaking with the RTEX representatives, they told me that Broward County Public Schools is in their feasibility study. They're probably about 4 months behind us. I know I've talked to my counterpart over at the City of Orlando, whose name is Ray Scullion. He's very interested in the outcome of the meeting this morning because he's had some thoughts about looking at similar issues with the city. I know that I've had various conversations with some of the commissioners. I've had conversations with some internal staff about potential opportunities for maybe some smaller municipalities, which there are concepts that allow you to do that. I've always said, let's walk a little bit before we run and make sure we're working.
I was going to say, so that would be under the umbrella, the Orange County umbrella.
Yeah, it changes the concept. It's
Okay.
referred, like this is referred to as a single parent captive. We own it. We only insure ourselves. There's another concept that's called a protected cell captive, which in essence you can kind of build individual cells into it. It changes the model of it, but it is capable of doing. And so my big thing is I would want to go ahead and get a couple years underneath our belt first, make sure that it's operating well with ourselves before we looked at doing anything outside of that.
Well, thank you so much. It was our briefing to me opened my eyes to so many different pieces of this puzzle, which we know is just these escalating costs. So thank you very much. I'm very supportive of.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Condero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Petrelli, for the information, the briefing yesterday and all the information today and the presentation. I had some question, but it was already answered by the other commissioners. So I wanted only to ask you if this action passed today, is this a contract or you can come out from it or, get back to commercial if that's the case? If it doesn't go, the way it's supposed to?
No, absolutely. So from the standpoint of there'd be kind of two pieces with this. We would amend our contract with Gallagher, who's our broker, to include Artex as the captive management company, and that's just the management piece of it. The actual company itself, the captive, we're only bound to that as long as we want to be bound for it. If after 3 years we decide we're just not happy with the returns, we're not happy with the way it's functioning, we can always go ahead, shut it down, go back to the commercial insurance market and just continue with that model. And so there's nothing that really ties us to this in a long-term basis.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for all the years of your hard work and answering all my questions and being really diligent whenever we have anything going on and making sure that we're, meeting all of our risks, with the proper insurance and everything. So I just wanted to publicly say thank you for all your work and all the years working with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
And Comptroller Diamond, would you like to offer any comments?
I would, and I remember, I think it's probably been 6 months or so since John came in and talked to us, and I know my staff had been talking to him about this concept, and I was a little unclear on how it worked, and of course, we had a lot of questions about it, but the more we talked and the more I learned about it, the more I liked it. And I think it makes a lot of sense, especially when you see just how much money we pay in insurance and how that compares to really comparatively how little we've gotten back. And it's good that we haven't had a lot of problems and a lot of disasters and a lot of catastrophes. But I think it also shows you when it's tens of millions of dollars going out the door that instead could be used on all the different things John said and all the different things, all the county priorities. It makes a lot of sense. And, the insurance companies are in business to make money. They make a lot of money. We all can talk about whether it's all the people we know from the insurance world, such as Jake from State Farm or the gecko, the lizard or the emu or everybody else. And we know them because a lot of money goes into advertising. And in my mind, I feel like, well, why shouldn't the profits from insurance come back to the taxpayers of Orange County?
All right. And John, in terms of the constitutional offices, there may be an opportunity there also. We do have some of the constitutionals that fall under our umbrella, but some of the largest, in particular, the sheriff is not. They're part of the Florida Sheriff's Risk Management Insurance Fund, different fund. But I know as a former sheriff, we re-engineered our processes inside the sheriff's office to reduce our risk expenses, and consequently, as a result of doing that, we were able to save some dollars within the budget to be able to use to other means. And so I know that it can work when you are intentional about reducing risk by the way you do business every day. So any potential there for expansion to the constitutional offices?
Sure. So currently under the risk program includes all of the constitutional officers with the exception of the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office withdrew from the program in 1996. I know that over the years there has been some discussions. I think the last one that I remember was back in 2008 when the recession hit, about potentially reincorporating it back into the program. At that time, I believe Sheriff Berry was still the sheriff, and there was some decisions made that was not going to take place. But there would be nothing that would prevent the sheriff's office from rolling back underneath the umbrella associated with this.
Okay. So as we get more experience there, we'll continue to have the dialogue with the sheriff to see if there's a business case for them to reduce their risk costs as well, because ultimately we're funding the sheriff's office, and so that's part of the conversation that I think we need to have. With all of that, I move approval.
Second,
for
Uribe.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda. This is a discussion agenda item. We're going to have Mr. Tim Armstrong come forward from our Utilities Department. He's the Deputy Director and will be presenting an update on the Pluris Wedgefield wastewater and water system. Many of you have come for this. And is Mr. Friedman still here? Okay, there he is in the back. So, Mr. Friedman, we'll be calling on you in just a few moments. If you want to come closer, you certainly can come closer. We'll be calling on you to ask you some questions. With that, Mr. Armstrong, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, and Comptroller Diamond. As the Mayor said, my name is Tim Armstrong. I work with Utilities, and I'm here today to give you an update on the Pluris Wedgefield water and wastewater system update. The presentation overview is we're going to go over purpose, background, timeline, and analysis. What we've been spending the last 5 to 6 months on is the Phase 3 findings. I have the consultant that did those findings here today with a plethora of staff that worked on the assessment, which is the next bullet. We're going to go over options, next steps, summary, and then we're going to finalize with board direction. So the purpose is to provide the background, timelines and analysis, the Phase 3 evaluation findings, and also our assessment. We want to support policy discussion on public benefits and the costs of Orange County and also to potentially Orange County utilities ratepayers. We want to discuss funding options, discuss next steps, a summary, and then, as I mentioned, board direction. The background has been the same. I think the last time I presented here was in the fall of last year. We all know that Pluris was billed as a 20,000-acre development that was going to house Kennedy Space Center staff. The key takeaway here is the utilities has been privately owned since its inception in the 1960s. It has changed owners and names a few times. It was purchased by Pluris in 2009. Pluris Wedgefield is a private, for-profit utility company. They're corporately located in Dallas, Texas, and they have 6 utilities in 3 states, 2 in Florida, 1 in Alabama, and then 3 in North Carolina. Obviously, Wedgefield, Sarasota, Killen, Alabama, Hempstead, North Carolina. Sneads Ferry and Hubert, North Carolina, just transacted some business since we last spoke. That happened in November of 2023, where the local water authority, Onslow Water and Sewer Authority, in November of 2023, issued a $50 million bond issue for the purchase of those 8,000 wastewater connections. And it's noteworthy to say, how did they pay for that? Well, Onslow Water and Sewer Authority increased the rates to their existing customers, and the order of magnitude was 31.5% on water and 41.25% on wastewater over a 4-year term. All these acquisitions have a little nuance to them. The one in North Carolina, they were up against an $80 million capital expense to build a new wastewater system, and they opted to buy an existing for $50, saving $30 million. So that's how that transpired. Pluris Wedgefield provides water, wastewater services to 1,766 parcels. As I've mentioned before, Orange County has no regulatory oversight. The rates are governed by the Florida Public Service Commission, and the Public Service Commission approves a return on equity to Pluris of over 8%. And the operations and the water quality are administered by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The historic concerns from the Wedgefield residents have been very consistent over the years. You've heard a bunch of eloquent discussion this morning. Lack of responsive customer service, water quality, water aesthetics, and most notably, high rates. This is a polygon of the Wedgefield location. About 1,750 parcels are residential, so the lion's share are residential. 16 parcels are commercial for the total of the 1,766. And the parcel to the south is the new Wedgefield School. When I say new, I think 2015. We went over our retrofit policy briefly last time we met, but I kept it in here because I want to keep it front and center of how water customers pay for their utility through the development process. Our retrofit policy is applicable to new utilities who connect to our system, and new customers bear the cost by connecting to the Orange County utility systems. We are an enterprise fund. We're funded by ratepayers for the fees, ratepayers by rates and the fees for the services we provide. And the policy ensures equity with customers who paid for construction and connection to the new infrastructure through the development process. And property owners ultimately would be polled by the Comptroller's Office through an MSBU, and that approval threshold is 67% of all ballots. So if you look at the 1,766 parcels, they would need to get 1,183 folks say yes to a potential MSBU. There was a policy revision in May of 2022 that came about as a result of significant public funding for the Wekiva Springs septic to sewer conversion program that's been very successful. It's probably the most successful one in the state. But that says when we have 50% or more public funding, we can consider the return ballots, so 67% of the return ballots from property owners in favor. And what that does, it makes the threshold for approval lower because there's significant public funding. I want to give you a snapshot of the multiple phases. The way we had this set up with procurement, that we would have multiple phases and we would return to the board for subsequent phases for approval. We are in phase 3. We have the complete appraisal report, portion of phase 3. We've expended almost $300,000 so far on the process. Phase 4 would be the community balloting and significant community presentations, followed by the acquisition implementation if this board was to determine that would be their choice. Here's a snapshot of the timeline and analysis. As you've heard from the residents out there, this is not a 7-year thing. This is not a 5-year, 10-year, 15-year thing. There are residents that have been dealing with this since they've lived there. I don't want it to be lost on me when I say I've been involved since 2016 in earnest. People have been dealing with this for decades, so I don't want to minimize what they're feeling, but I've been involved in earnest since 2016. And that comes in the form of our phase 1 report, phase 2 report. We did some straw polling. There was a class action lawsuit that Pluris settled and paid $3.2 million in 2022. We did straw polling in 2023, and that straw polling wasn't favorable. We had about 19% in favor, and about 1,185 folks didn't return the ballot. So what that means is unreturned ballot is a no. And then today, where we are in 2024, we're going to talk about the phase 3 appraisal and also the utilities assessment that staff and our consultants spent considerable time and effort to accomplish. We've always thought that the acquisition costs would be subject to the MSBU balloting and that it would be borne by the affected property owners through an MSBU. The 20-year repayment schedule, what you've seen in the past is we had a 5% placeholder for interest, but the hot off the press in July 1st of this year was 6.75 from the comptroller. The comptroller is the entity that does the MSBU process, and that's directly from them. And just for your own knowledge, that interest is looked at every 6 months. The usage costs are very alarming. Orange County rate assumption is that we would charge the Wedgefield customers, if it were to come to us, we would charge them our rates plus 15% because our plan is, and it continues to be our plan, that we would run it as a standalone system. The current rates for Pluris Wedgefield are 171% higher than the Orange County rate assumption. And the rate assumption we use is 5,000 combined water and wastewater usage, because that's what the average is in Wedgefield. That's not the average in Orange County. The average is 7,000. But the Pluris bill is $184.55 for 5,000 gallons of combined water and wastewater. And the escalated bill, plus 15% for the county bill, is $68. Actually, the bill for Orange County residents without the escalator is $59, just under $60. So you can see the big difference. So when you think about that, just think about that for a second. Residents in Avalon Park are paying Orange County rates. As the crow flies 6 miles to the east, they're paying 171% higher. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So the Pluris Wedgefield LLC has been engaged by our contractor, and they are a willing seller for the right price. The regulatory outlook, and the Pluris representative mentioned this. I took the quote directly from the PSC rate case because I want to be crystal clear that if you ask the DEP, they meet all the water quality standards currently. Pluris is meeting all the Department of Environmental Protection's primary and secondary standards and has been responsive to customer complaints. Therefore, the quality of service provided by Pluris should be considered satisfactory. That's exactly what Mr. Friedman spoke about. I want to take a step back before I take a step forward just to refamiliarize the board with where we've come from. So in the Phase 1 preliminary report that was done by Hartman & Associates was done in 2019. And he came up with a purchase price through his experience that it was $18,500,000. And when you add in the buckets of funding that are required to fund this type of acquisition, with CIP dollars estimated at $3.3 million, we come up with an all-in of $25,700,000. I want to be clear that there was no full assessment completed. When I say windshield analysis, they were in cars, they drove through facilities, took pictures from vehicles, and then that was it. So the consultant and one of the homeowners who took the time to read the 675-page document was very astute because they looked at the condition, the best to worst condition. And in 2019, it was deemed to be in good condition, from new being the best and poor being the worst. How we got to $30 million where we did the straw polling, the lowest price to date that we've heard through our consultants for the Pluris Wedgefield system is $21 million. And that was in 2021. And when you plug in all the buckets of funding, increasing the 5-year capital to 4.3% as an estimate, you get to the $30 million. And that's the number that we presented in the straw poll to the residents of Pluris. Again, there was no full assessment completed. The consultant rating was still good. And we wanted to show you what that $30 million looked like. We're going to also show you what $32 million and what another number looks like as well. But after some discussion with Pluris residents, when I visited there was always some understanding challenges about the MSBU and about the county bill. I'm too close to it. I know what an MSBU is. I've been doing this 20 years. But a normal resident, just not in their bailiwick. They don't know it. So I wanted to be very crystal clear and walk through the netting effect of the increased MSBU, the reduction in the bill, and the overall cost to each Pluris resident out there. So if you look at a $30 million purchase, the first line is the red arrow up. That's the MSBU. That's going to go up for each resident by $1,550 a year. That's called the tax bill. That's also called a trim notice. And it's paid annually, usually. And I broke it down by monthly so to make crystal clear toward the end so you'll understand. $129.17 for 12 months. That's what that $1,550 is. So conversely to the increase in MSBU, the Orange County bill, if it were to be purchased, would go down. We transitioned from the Pluris bill to the Orange County utility bill, and they would get a bill for 5,000 gallons, $68.07. And again, if a customer uses more, that bill's not going to be $68.07. It's going to be more, right? But it's the average resident uses 5,000 gallons. And instead of the $184.55 for the current bill, so that saves them almost $117 a month. So the MSBU goes up, the water bill goes down, so the net financial impact is about $13 a month. over the life of that MSBU, that 20-year MSBU, the all-in cost for each property owner of 1,766 property owners at $30 million is just over $3,000. Now let's get to the Phase 3 findings. So the Phase 3 findings showed a significant increase in value of the Pluris system, and the Phase 3, I have it with and without the capital improvement, because in 2024, the Phase 3 consultant report said the value was $25,900,000. There was also no full assessment completed by the consultant. They did another drive-by windshield analysis, and they actually dropped the condition rating from good to average, from good to average. And when you plug in all the findings, all the buckets of funding without capital, because the consultant knew in concert with us that we were going to do our own assessment, so he thought, I believe he could speak to it, but that was probably the most accurate version of what was occurring out there after we spent significant time, and we left that blank. So to look at the $32 million, what that looks like, across the same exercise that I just gave you, $32 million without the 5-year capital, the MSBU goes up by $1,654. Up, goes down, the bill continues to go down the same rate because it's not changing, $117 roughly down. And then the overall monthly impact to each resident that's on the Pluris system currently would just be over $21. For all-in 20-year MSBU cost, so 20 years is 240 months, that would be $5,140 across the life of the MSBU. Now, where I'm going to get into the assessment findings next, I want to be pretty clear of the reality of what we saw out at the Pluris location. We did significant work. We looked at the water plant. We looked at the wastewater treatment plant, and some of the staff that are out here in the audience today were staff that were there. I actually put eyes on it myself. I didn't try to, get a report and try to ascertain what was going on. I actually went out and looked at them and saw the stuff. We looked at 10 pump stations. We looked at gravity and force main systems. We actually opened up manholes, and we ran cameras down lines to TV lines. There's a significant rear lot wastewater collection system that affects about 230 parcels. That's not a county standard. You might ask, well, how do we know that? Because we had one in our system that we converted from a rear lot collection system, bringing it to the county standard, which is in the right-of-way. So we know that if we were to buy it, that's what we would do. And again, I want to be very clear. If we were to purchase it, we would bring this to our standard. There's no other standard that we know. We're going to stand by our standard. You could hear that it's not the appropriate standard. There's a better way of doing it, but our county standard we feel pretty confident about. And that's why you'll see some of these pictures and what our estimates come about. There's about 300 fire hydrants out there, and we looked at 40, and we recommended replacement of over half of those. So 21 fire hydrants needed, in our opinion, to be replaced. That would be half of 300, 150 if it went across the fire hydrant system. When we talked to you late fall of last year, it was clear that we didn't have all the numbers. It was brought up by this board several times that we only had what our consultant was saying the value of it was. We didn't have the due diligence. We have that now. And we decided we didn't want to spend 13 months. We didn't want to spend $1 million. We decided to do what I call just a down and dirty, and we spent 700 hours of staff, consultant, and equipment time and spent about $104,000, which was included in the previous slide about all the phases. There's evidence of significant and prolonged deferred maintenance and no capital improvement program. And that's not me saying there's no capital improvement program. That's our consultant. The sub for Mr. Hartman is a gentleman, and it comes right on a page in the report. It says there's no capital improvement program, and there's no utility master plan whatsoever. I'm going to share 9 photos on the Pluris side and 8 photos on the county side. There's over 230 photos in this document. I didn't want to add insult to injury and try to cherry pick things. The whole report speaks for itself. There's 230 photos there. What I'm going to share with you is start light and work toward what I think is more egregious further in the presentation. But the Pluris system has one ground storage tank, 350,000 gallons. And what is telling is it was last inspected, and we saw those documents when we went out there. Some of the findings that we found in 2024 were documented as findings 3 years prior in 2021. So it's not me saying deferred maintenance. Actually, those things were found, and they weren't repaired. There's also inner and outer coatings degraded and compromised. There's access hazards and safety hazards with access. There's inadequate redundancy and very limited storage capacity. That one tank is 1 day of usage, roughly. And you'll see, I'll have Orange County photos of our systems just as a check and balance, so you can kind of see what we're referring to when we refer to the county standard, just for that purpose alone. This is from the water treatment plant. This is a potable water well. They have 2 wells that are 1980 era wells. There's the one thing that's noteworthy is almost all of the Pluris systems are open to the elements. They're out in the Florida heat, the humidity, rain, you name it. It's a very rough environment. There's a lot of deferred maintenance, significant corrosion, and visible leaks. Conversely, you can see one of our high service pumps. It's under cover. We look at assets as in perpetuity. We try to get the most out of them, and then when they don't do that anymore, we replace them. That's what we do. We have a very robust capital improvement program. We reinvest in our system, in essence. We looked at the consumptive use permit. They have a consumptive use permit for just over 1 million gallons a day that expires in about 9 years. We have permit professionals on our staff, and they let me know that they're very close to exceeding their allocation. They have, if we were to get it, we're unlikely to get the full capacity. And when you open up a permit, you open it up to new conditions. There's some disinfection byproducts here, chlorite and chlorate. The chlorite is approaching its regulatory limit as we speak today. And chlorate is not currently regulated as a contaminant, but we see it on the horizon as a contaminant in the future that will need to be regulated. And you can see on the right, the Orange County, that's one of our split block wells that you see running all over the county, but pretty much down 417 and other places. The water treatment plant going further, the high service pumps deteriorated by the elements, deferred maintenance, some pumps in poor condition, significant corrosion, visible leaks, again, on the county side, under lock and key, out of the elements, hopefully will last much longer as a result. This is a telling photo of the wastewater side. So I'm transitioning from the water side to the wastewater side now. This is a chlorine contact chamber. This is water that's been treated that's getting ready to go out into the reclaimed water system. And in the instance of Pluris, it's going to serve the golf course and some other spray fields. The wastewater treatment facility, our staff believe that the wastewater facility is in dire shape. It's actually worse than the water side. But it has outdated equipment, again, deferred maintenance. You can see the poor effluent quality and clarity. Conservatively, on the other side, you can see the clarity in our chlorine contact chambers. We believe it's beyond its useful life and requires a full replacement. I think the order of magnitude is about $14 million, and we'll get to that in a moment. And it's just not what we saw and what we took pictures of. We spoke to the golf course operator, who currently has an agreement with the Pluris folks. They're not happy with the effluent quality. They never have been. They've actually had to replace their golf course sod because the constituents in the reclaimed water have killed the grass. So in essence, not to get too far into the weeds, but they use a sod now that is tolerant to salt, something that you would see on coastal communities, not inland like where Wedgefield is. This is a steel tank, significant corrosion, outdated equipment, deferred maintenance, again, some of the same things. Full replacement, we believe, is required, again, to bring it to the county standard. This is pictures of the reclaimed water system. I was telling some of the commissioners I served in the Navy from 87 to 91 as an electrician. And you don't need to be an electrician to realize that that picture on the bottom left is not satisfactory. That's a safety hazard. There's exposed wires. I would not put one staff member in that plant. Would not do it. You can see that. That's a problem. The middle picture is some of their pumps, significant corrosion, and then some reclaimed water pumps at one of our facilities. This last picture I'll share with you is, I call this It's actually one of my favorite pictures because it says about 5 different things. It says there's safety and security issues. Number one, you can see a similarly situated pump station. On the right is a county facility where you have clean right-of-way access from the road. You can go to a nice driveway, pull up. You can bring a 350 F-150. You can bring a pump truck. You can bring whatever you need to do to service that facility. It's under lock and key. Could you get access to it? Of course, but it's you'd be trespassing at that point. When I went to the facilities out there, there's 10 pump stations. This pump station happens to be pump station 2, and you can see on the right-hand side of that photo, that left-hand photo, is the property line and the fence line for the adjacent property owner. And then the tan home is the adjacent property owner, and the pump station is actually on private property. So Mr. Hartman's analysis, part of that was to do all the real estate analysis and all the easements that exist. And this is his effort, and we confirmed it, that 6 of the 10 pump stations are on private property. They're going to require significant easement work. It's going to require significant real estate costs. We would probably end up buying some parcels that are vacant. I think there's 67 parcels that are vacant in Wedgefield that we would have to probably put a pump station on there and take some of these systems down. And very little odor control as well. Now to get into the numbers, and the numbers are pretty heady. I want to go through it kind of slowly so folks can understand. Our facility assessment looked at about $43.5 million in capital. When you include engineering contingencies and general contingencies, it approaches $59 million in capital over 5 years. This is the money that if it was purchased, we would invest in the utility and try to bring it up to standards. And I want to be clear here today, that's not going to be something that's going to happen overnight. We've actually met with FDEP and actually asked them about potentially having a memo of understanding, just letting them know, hey, if we do purchase this, it's going to take us significant time and effort. And their heads were nodding about their appreciation for that, and they would give us some leeway. We're afraid that we take it over and all of a sudden we'd be under consent order. And then you have that implied risk of taking that facility over to us. That has to come with some type of cost savings. So when you look at the Pluris water system, is under the heading of plants, you'll see the wastewater treatment facility and the water treatment facility. So about $7.5 million for the water, $14.5, like I mentioned, for the wastewater, some fire hydrant work, pump stations, gravity mains, force mains, and relocating the rear lot collection systems that I mentioned about. That's how we get to the total. And when you look at our 5-year CIP of $58 million, the true cost of this utility is just south of $91 million. We also looked at not just running it as a standalone system, we looked at it, extending water lines and extending wastewater lines. What would it take to run 4.5 miles of pipe from the closest facility on East Colonial? Actually, we also looked at running it through Halscott Preserve, but that doesn't seem to be a viable option. Halscott Preserve is between the blue lines there and directly to Wedgefield. I don't think that's an option, but so we did 4.5 miles to the Wedgefield facility, about $18.6 million for that. And while running that water line only addresses the water treatment facility, it would only take out the 7.5. So you don't spend 18.6 to save 7.5. So because it's the most expensive option to run the water lines, that wouldn't be our choice. Similarly with the wastewater is approximately 6 miles away, $22.5 million, and these are based on current estimates in the market. These are pipe costs and labor costs that we're seeing as a utility today. I was just talking to Andrea Salcedo a couple days ago about a project in our eastern water reclamation facility. We had an engineering estimate for $60 million, and it came back at 120. So those are things we're seeing in the market. So they're not fallacy. They're not fiction or fantasy. They're actually reality. So when you plug in what the extensions are, the 18.6 and the 22.5, that $58 million becomes $78 million, and then the overall cost is about $110 million that would have to be paid for somehow. And that's why, for the reasons of line extensions, we're not recommending line extension. We're actually recommending, if it were to be purchased, to run it as a standalone system. So going through the same exercise, when you look at the phase 3 with the 5-year CIP, the Mr. Hartman's number of 25.9, we plug in our $58 million in capital over 5 years. We actually used Mr. Hartman's condition rating, and we rate the utility in poor condition based on our assessment and our expert knowledge as a subject matter expert in a municipal utility. And just to take the board through the same process of the 30 million and the 32 million, we wanted to take you through the 91 million, what that looks like. We don't believe this is a viable option. It's just too cost prohibitive. But the MSBU would be $4,600, almost $4,700, $390 a month additional to each property owner out there. They'd get the savings on the county bill, but their average cost would go up by $275 a month. That's just not sustainable. I think it's dead on arrival. And the 20-year MSBU would approximately $66,000 over the 20-year term. So now I'm going to shift to options. We looked at a bunch of options. We workshopped this internally with pretty good vigor. So we have a do not purchase option and we have a purchase option. And the purchase option comes with sub options A, B, C, and D. And then I'll share with you another option that Mr. Freeman talked about briefly during his public comment. So the options for purchasing, just to give an idea, it could be paid for through an MSBU or a combination of MSBU and rates. To put it into perspective, the MSBU falls with property owners. There are also tenants that rent. They are usually the ones that are impacted by the rates of the water bill. So you could pull the rates up a little bit more. You could do something with the MSBU, but you have both at your purview, rates and MSBU. Existing Orange County Utilities customers could subsidize the system through rate increases. The county could subsidize through its general fund, or the county could subsidize acquisition only if significant grants or other public funds become available. So let's start with do not purchase a system. There's pros and cons. In the pro category and also in the con is Pluris Wedgefield remains responsible to own, operate, and upgrade the aging systems. I have a belief, it's kind of core to me, that if you want to understand future behavior, you need to look at past behavior. I think that the system is aging and it's going to continue to age if it's run by Pluris, and it's not going to be a pretty picture long term. No financial subsidies would be required by the general fund or existing county customers if we didn't buy it. We could focus our CIP dollars, which are substantial, and our rates on existing and growing capital improvements that we have. We also would be better positioned to fund and implement changing mandatory requirements. We have mandatory regulatory requirements that we're in the process of doing right now. The cons, again, I mentioned it's also a double-edged sword. Pluris will still own and operate and have to upgrade their aging systems. Without appropriate capital investment, the system will continue to deteriorate. Wedgefield property owners will likely continue to experience escalated rates for the long-term future. And current complaints from property owners, many of which you've heard today so eloquently spoken, will continue as their rates go up and the service level continues to diminish. And our concern is the system could experience catastrophic failure, leaving Wedgefield property owners, residents, and businesses without basic water and wastewater services. Now to look at A, if it were to be funded through an MSBU and rates, you're going to see consistency on the pros pretty much through most of these B, C, and D, but no financial subsidies would be required from the general fund or through our Orange County utility customers. The benefit for the Wedgefield residents would occur over time with significant investment. I can't state that enough. It's going to take time. I know sometimes collectively people get amnesia. They forget about what happened last year or maybe 5 years ago. But what could happen is we buy the utility and then we get a plethora of complaints because I don't think things are going to change. And we just need a little bit of grace. If it is purchased, we're going to need a little bit of time to do a bunch of work to get that into a position where it would be the same quality as what our other Orange County customers receive. The good pro is that Pluris rate increases will be avoided, future ones, and that rate decisions would shift from Tallahassee to Orange County, to you, to the board. The cons, the Wedgefield property owner tenants will most likely not support, given the high cost. I mean, if it's going to be too costly, it's going to be a financial burden and it won't pass muster. The MSBU for 67% of all ballots would probably fail. And the Wedgefield residents probably have the question, they believe they've been paying their rates for so long, that money should have been reinvested into the utility and it wouldn't be in the position it is today. B, I'm not going to go over the pros. They're similar to A. The cons of Orange County customers subsidizing this purchase. Current and future Orange County utility capital, our needs are already causing upward rate pressure. Just a few weeks ago, you saw my boss, Ed Torres, up here presenting the budget. There's significant rate pressure that we're feeling, and we're going through in-house things right now to try to figure out ways to bring in more revenue, but ultimately it's going to impact our rates. We have some of the lowest rates in the country. Conversely, Pluris's rates are some of the highest rates in Florida. If existing customers subsidize this acquisition, this will compound our problem. There's no current identifiable public benefit for current Orange County Utilities customers. Somebody in Avalon Park or somebody in Hunters Creek may not see a value of buying a utility that's 6 to 10 miles outside the urban service area. They'd say, what is it? What's in it for me? I can't with a straight face tell them what the benefit is, but they are Orange County residents. There's 6,000 of them, and they're just like the other residents that we have in our county. Additional debt without corresponding rate increases could potentially impact our AAA bond ratings. We checked with our business services. We also checked with our rate consultant and also with bonding counsel just to look. And they say without corresponding rates and debt issues, we're going to impact our AAA bond ratings. Just to familiarize the board again, we had a bond issue in 2016 and another one in 2020. We would need to identify which prioritized and budgeted capital improvement projects in our current system would need to be potentially delayed to allow for this significant unfunded capital improvement. And I wanted to take the board through back of the napkin analysis, so to speak, of what it would look like to potentially have Orange County Utilities customers subsidize an acquisition through rate increases. So if it was paid by approximately 220,000 parcels that we serve wastewater services to, that 5,000 gallon bill, as I mentioned before, is about $59. That would become $93, almost $94. That's a 58% rate increase over a 1 year period. And we know that we normally phase in rates when we have multiple year phase in. We do that. We're in the middle of one now with our equity rates. We're in year one, approaching year two. The next to last one is if it's subsidized by the general fund. So the pros are the same. As Wedgefield property owners are more likely to vote for an MSBU as their costs decrease. There's significant financial impact to the general fund. If you envision that, just say the residents would pay for the purchase price and the remaining capital would be paid by the general fund. That's going to give a significant impact to competing priorities. We were all in budget sessions and we heard the competing priorities that you all had to listen to over that 2 day period. And it will require financial demands will need to be considered. And funding priorities may need to shift to accommodate the significant unfunded cost. And lastly, the Orange County subsidizes the acquisition only if we get significant public funding through grants and other subsidies. The pros here are slightly different because, as I mentioned before, when we get at least 50% public money, that the threshold for the MSBU goes down to 67% of return ballots, and that makes the threshold of an approval with the Wedgefield residents to be a shorter bar. The cons are we haven't identified any grants or public funding for acquisition to date. And just about 4 weeks ago, we met with Congressman Frost at our water facility over on Curry Ford Road. And Ed presented many funding opportunities for the congressman, and this was one of those. He hadn't, I don't think, had the level of detail about Pluris before, but he had some insightful questions. It is his district, and he asked how many customers were affected, and we told him about 6,000. So it's on his radar. We'll continue to work with him and see if there's any money that can be at the federal and state level to help subsidize the capital improvement needs and the purchase of this utility. So next steps. We're here to get board direction. We believe we need to meet with Pluris specifically. We also need to do multiple meetings with the community to share this information. I got an email from the mayor's office just a couple days ago about a concerned citizen that said, hey, I have to work. I can't be at the board, but here's what I think. And I looked at that, and it was very consistent with what we've heard today. We'll continue to look at grant funding opportunities, and our hope is that we could secure some grant funding and we could come back to the board with a specific funding proposal for community and board consideration. And then once we had funding, we would do an MSBU. We come back to have you approve phase 4, and we would do the MSBU balloting through the comptroller. And then hopefully the Pluris residents, with the public funding and with the findings of these 2 reports, they would be open to have skin in the game and help pay for the system. So the summary, I know it's been a long presentation, and I do apologize for that, but acquisition efforts have been historic over a long period of time, and water quality, aesthetics, customer service, and high rates. The system condition is indicative of prolonged deferred maintenance with little redundancy. We talked about phase 3 findings, $32 million for the purchase price and about $59 million in unfunded CIP for approximately $91 million. Almost all the options require significant outside funding to garner the required community support. And from a business perspective, for Orange County business perspective, acquisition is not recommended without significant funding from others outside, so public money. So the board direction, we want to just ask the question, is they interested in moving forward with the Pluris acquisition? This issue isn't likely to improve or go away. I think I've been pretty concise with that. It's going to get worse before it gets better without any investment. And is the board interested in paying Pluris an estimated $32 million for the system? If so, the total acquisition of $91 million needs to be addressed. We looked at the $32 million for the purchase is about $21 a month. $91 million fully weighted for the owners is about $275. And how should the $91 million get funded? I think we need to go back to Pluris. There needs to be skin in the game with Pluris. There needs to be a reality check. The mayor had mentioned last time we met, maybe the system value is worth 0. And I think he was probably the most accurate based on our findings. It's something that needs to be looked at. And if they do want to sell the system, they need to come back with reality. The Wedgefield property owners and tenants, we think they should have skin in the game. We could talk about county customers, the general fund, and other subsidies, but we think it's probably a combination of all of them that's going to actually take to get the job done. And I want to talk briefly about the Florida Government Utilities Authority that was mentioned during public comment. There is a Florida Governmental Utility Authority that purchases, if they were to purchase the system. They do have a pretty good footprint in Florida. They were founded in 1999, and they run 80 utilities in 14 counties. And they do run one utility in Tangerine, in the northwest corner of Mount Dora, where they serve 321 customers. We actually had to do a resolution, and an interlocal agreement came to the board in 2012 for that purchase. At the time, Aqua Utilities was purchased by FGUA. The FGUA board is made up of 8 utility professionals. Some of my peers know the executive director, who is the utilities director of Polk County. We have contacted her to discuss the current situation, and we haven't been able to get on our calendar as of yet, but we plan on meeting with her to get a little bit of a better understanding about what this would entail and what it would look like. And it would require interest and subsequent due diligence by FGUA. They would have to do negotiations with Pluris, just like we would have to do, and they would also have the same purchase or no purchase decision. But rest assured, it would require the county to approve that purchase, and it would be similar to the Tangerine purchase. We would have to do an interlocal agreement and a resolution that would have to come back to the board for FGUA to purchase that. So I'm going to go back and leave up the board direction and just open it up for any questions. We do have various consulting firms. We have Mr. Hartman. We also have Dale Helms, who is our continuing consultant with Carollo, and we have various county subject matter experts in the audience. So I open it up to questions. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Armstrong, you've done a fantastic job of summarizing the issue before us. I think there are multiple questions here, and to me, the number one question is, what is fair? Okay. what is fair for the residents, the property owners, what is fair to the other Orange County customers and residents, what is fair to Pluris. And if you delve into all of that, I think given the assessments that you and the other experts have done, I think we're facing a catastrophic event for the future. I believe that when I asked you the question, has there been any analysis done regarding the safety of the drinking water and what has the state regulatory agencies said? You informed me that generally they've said the drinking water was safe.
That's
today.
correct.
But you've pointed out some significant deficiencies in the system that indicate that that system is very fragile, and that likely without significant capital investment, the prospects of the water quality continuing to be good are not good. The water quality is likely going to diminish without some type of significant capital investment. Yes, I know Mr. Friedman is here. I'm going to ask him to come up in just a moment. This is costly. The fix really is a costly fix, and the question is, who's going to pay the cost? And Mr. Friedman, why don't I ask you to come forward just for a moment, just a few questions for you. Listen, I appreciate the fact that you're here. In the 22 years, I guess, I've been on the county side of the equation. This Pluris Wedgefield issue has been at the forefront. I've been to community meetings. I've talked to residents over time. I've talked to our staff over time, and the different titles that I've held in this 22-year period of time. And I can tell you that in terms of the concern by the residents, nothing really has changed in terms of their concern. But from your perspective, 62 years, I guess this situation has existed. So if somebody was born in 1962, they'd be 62 years old now. I don't know, that's older than most of our board members. Not older than Comptroller Diamond, but
speak for yourself.
But in all seriousness, this is a major problem that we have. How does Pluris respond to the situation? I heard you say earlier that you kind of disputed maybe some of the staff estimates for the replacement costs. What do you think are the costs to solve this issue?
Well, I'm a lawyer. I haven't done the cost to solve it. What I will point out, and I represented the other two utilities going way back to Econ, when Econ was there, so I'm very familiar with the Wedgefield system. When Pluris got the system, they brought it into 100% compliance. When they bought it, it had some TTHM problems, which is very common in this part of the state. They brought it into compliance, and it's never been out of compliance with those standards since they took over. and they continue to run the system. It's in compliance with all DEP requirements. The water is in compliance. It's safe to drink, safe for your dog to drink, safe to take a shower in. You can wash your clothes in it. It's safe water. People have different ideas of what they want water maybe to taste and look like, but from a pure safety standpoint, the water being provided by Pluris and has been provided by Pluris since they owned it has been in compliance with all regulatory requirements. They do what is necessary to keep the water and wastewater facilities in compliance and permitted. The regulatory agencies are satisfied. Do things need to be done? There's always something that needs to be done. But the utility does what it needs to do to keep the utilities running well and in compliance. That's all I can tell you.
Would Pluris be amenable to somehow discounting the purchase price, given there's going to need to be some investments? I think that's kind of obvious, capital investments, in order to maintain that quality or safety standards, okay, regulatory standards. There's going to have to be significant investments. You're a lawyer. I'm just a county mayor, but I'm concerned for these people who live in Wedgefield, those now and those in the future. I'm concerned about our county taxpayers and the county dollars and the implications on the rest of the county as well if the county acquires this. That displaces the long-term burden from Pluris to the taxpayers of Orange County. And it just seems that in that conversation about if you were going to sell it, you would have to look at some kind of discount for what the future holds for maintaining the safety of the water quality, et cetera, et cetera.
Mayor James, I've been doing this type of thing for 40 years maybe, buying and selling companies. I've known Mr. Hartman. He and I were on opposite sides many, many times. So I know he's probably has at least the same experience. And all part of the negotiation process is what you mentioned. It's a give and take. Well, we need to do this, or here's what it's going to cost to run under county ownership. So that's just a natural part of the negotiation process. So I'm not saying that. I think Mr. Armstrong said we were going to get $32.5 million. I'd love to get $32.5 million, but I can tell you that there's another number lower than that will certainly work.
Okay.
Substantially lower than that would work.
I'm glad to
But
hear
it's just
that.
all part of the negotiation process.
Is there a current buyer other than Orange County? Is there some entity looking to acquire Pluris?
No, and we have not been out there marketing.
It's not for sale right now.
Well, it wasn't for sale when this process started, and then obviously it became clear that the customers were not satisfied, and so in mid-2020, I think we agreed to negotiate with the county, and we got into discussions with Mr. Hartman and Mr. Sundstrom about buying it. So I don't think it would be good faith to negotiate with one party and then in the back trying to be getting somebody else. So we're working out. If things can work out with the county, good. If they don't, and you don't want to punt to the FGUA to buy it, then certainly there's another buyer out there that'll buy it.
So it's not actively listed for sale?
Absolutely not.
At this
No,
point.
that would be bad faith, I think, negotiating.
Okay. Since you're here, I got to applaud you for at least being here. How many of these residents, just by show of hands, have you all had the opportunity to have a direct conversation with a representative from Pluris prior to today? Okay, none of them. So you see what I mean? This is really important.
We have customer meetings in connection with the Public Service Commission proceeding. The Public Service Commission comes in and has those meetings, and we have representatives there. And after the meeting, our representatives are there to talk to anybody that wants to ask us about anything. And there's often, I hear those, I mean, most of them are not legal type questions, but I'm with the technical folks, and I hear them talk about that.
And it could be, it just may be just the people who are in the audience today have never had the opportunity to engage directly with a representative from Pluris.
Yeah, we'd be glad to come down for a meeting. And I think we've even had the local director offer to come to an HOA meeting and make a presentation or be available. And so we're not trying to hide from anybody. We understand the concerns. We understand the complaints of the customers. Contrary to what the customers say, we believe the water, and DEP believes the water to be safe to drink, for your dog to drink, to bathe in. But that said, we're always willing to meet with the customer group and talk to them. That's just good communication.
So one of the things that happened since I've been kind of involved in this over time, that residents have asked me, they said, well, they've gone in, they've turned on the tap water, and they brought it to me and said, would you like to have a drink of water? Okay, when I've been knocking on doors, campaigning and various things. And respectfully, I said, no, thank you. They probably would want to know, quite frankly, Mr. Friedman, would you buy a home in Wedgefield and under the current conditions, and would you put your family there?
Too far from the ocean. I can't live that far away from the ocean.
Okay.
I live in New Smyrna Beach. I can't live that far away.
Okay, so
but
the answer would be no, but
I
for a
drink the
different
water
reason.
In the clubhouse. The clubhouse has a water fountain, and I drink the water in the water fountain, and maybe it's different than the water that everybody has, and I think probably house to house is different, because the water quality can change sometimes depending upon your pipes.
Okay.
So I drank the water. I didn't, but I got New Smyrna Beach water. Some days I don't particularly like it, but it's, it's water.
Okay, so
but we're open to
since you're
negotiating.
here, Mr. Freeman, while you're there, let me just check. The different commissioners pressed the button to speak, but since I have Mr. Freeman at the podium, does anyone else have any questions of him? Otherwise, we're going to go back to staff. Okay, I don't see any. So thank you, Mr. Freeman.
No, thanks for the opportunity.
I appreciate you being here. All right, so Tim, we're going to go back to you, and there are questions from members of the board, and so far Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Bonilla, and Commissioner Wilson in that order have expressed interest to speak, and we'll start with Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually don't have any questions. I have some comments, so whether you'd like me to start or wait till other questions are asked is up to you.
I don't know what your comments might be, but if there are no questions for staff, then I just want to go to see if there are any questions for staff first, and then we'll come back to any comments. Commissioner Bonilla, any questions for staff?
I do not have any questions for staff.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson, any questions for staff?
Well, I don't have any questions for staff.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Armstrong, that means that you've been very thorough and clear in your presentation. So thank you very much. All right.
Thank
you. I'll go back to Commissioner Moore.
Yes, thank you. I had a very short conversation with the county attorney, and he assured me that there's probably no legal avenue here in this situation. And this is just really a really tough situation because 60 years ago, what we've all been fighting, urban sprawl, we had a neighborhood put way out here. And it's clear with the location, there's really not the opportunity to have additional customers on the system because no one's going to want to see any buildings. So this standalone system has to we have to figure out how to make this work. And so I hope the residents realize that you've been fighting poor water quality and high prices, and I hope today, after the wonderful presentation, you realize it's a deeper problem than just that, because the system hasn't been maintained properly. And I have a little bit of experience in dealing with costs like this, with the septic to sewer up in the Wekiva area, and we were in this range of because I just did some math, we're in about a $50,000 a house problem here, which is just shocking, and it's very disconcerting. So I can tell you, I want to help you, but at the same time, it's very difficult for us to pass this off onto our other customers. That's not something we can do. So maybe I'm going to go back on saying I didn't have a question, because what we did in the Wekiva was we looked for every grant opportunity we could, and we raised money, and then we went back to the community. And I want to prepare you. I mean, you're going to have some skin in the game here to make this work, and obviously I'm on the piece that has to happen. You can't ask all the other rate customers to bail you out. I mean, I couldn't ask the rate customers to bail my problem out in my own neighborhood. I'm dealing with it too. My neighborhood's still all torn up for going from septic to sewer, and I'd like to be mad at the developer in the county for permitting all of this back in the 80s. But at a certain point, my neighbors, we all stepped up. Now, I don't know what that looks like here. None of us know what that looks like. So maybe that's my question to you, Tim. And maybe it's for Kelly Teague. What amount of money? It sounds like we're going to have to raise significant money in grant funding. And maybe you or Ed could talk about what you know is available in terms of St. John. Well, they're not in St. John's over here, are they? It doesn't matter, whatever the water is. And FDP, state, we can ask for appropriations and pray the governor doesn't veto. And then we can ask the federal government. Now, my people open up their wallets to quite a bit of money, $6,000 a house, $7,500 a house over 10 years. I know you're looking at me. They did, because we raised 90% of it. We really worked hard, and they understood what the state was going to do to them. You're facing your homes being very devalued if you don't have a water system. And so if you have to have a little bit of an investment to keep and improve the value of your house, I hope your neighbors will listen. But I'm personally, I can't speak for the rest of them, but I want to help you, but I want you to really understand how challenging this is. So Tim, back to my question is, have you done any research? And if you hadn't, I understand, do you have any hope of how much we can raise from all these other sources?
Well, I can tell you that we're hopeful. We're not aware of any public funds available for the purchase of a private for-profit water utility, number one. If that was the skin in the game by the residents, was to purchase that utility for whatever the negotiated amount is, the capital is more ripe for the types of public funding that you're referring to. And nobody knows more than you with regards to the Wekiva Springs, the conversions that you're going through. You guys did a yeoman's effort. And I know Andreas and staff have done a crazy amount of work and a lot of late nights in your neighborhoods to get that going and get it going. But it's almost like, I call it the flywheel effect. Once you get inertia, the flywheel has a tendency to start turning faster. And once you get some public funds, and then you say, okay, I have enough, now I can do some matching, I can do this, do that, and you cobble together, some funds to make it more possible. So that's kind of where we're at now. But I said we haven't identified anything, but we did have the conversation with Congressman Frost, very energetic, young guy that was like, tell me about it. And we just sat there and we talked to him about it. And it was a breath of fresh air, and he was interested. So we'll have some future discussions with him to see if there's any federal money that could be a direct appropriation for this. And if you get something like that, then maybe the other agencies that are involved at the state level may want to be part of the solution as well. And then we'll have Wedgefield folks pony up as well what ends up being fair, to the mayor's point. We believe there needs to be equity and fairness, that everybody needs to pay their fair share through the combination of these 4 or 5 options that I've put in front of you today.
So I would love to help, because I have a little bit of experience with it. I will tell you, the first grant I got was the hardest, and I was on a pontoon boat on Lake Apopka. And so I'm happy to help you to work through how we raise all this additional money. And I'm sure the rest of the board is, maybe we're going to have to go to Tallahassee and walk the floors. But at this point, I think we need to really find out how much other money we can find, because it's too much for them. It's too much for us. We've got to find some other money. Thank you.
You know, Commissioner Moore, to your point, even if Pluris gave us, I'll use that word loosely, if they gave us this water utility company, it still would be costly to fix it. And probably for us to have any success in getting the public sector dollars, federal, state, or combination of local dollars, that would probably be the only scenario where we would be successful in getting public sector dollars. Just a thought. Commissioner Bonilla.
Do we want Wilson to go first, and I'll just kind of close this out? Or
Pardon me?
do we want Commissioner Wilson going first, and then I'll close out?
Well, no, you're next in the queue.
Okay. All right, so definitely, I want to say thank you, Commissioner Moore, because, you know, for offering to help, because I know I also helped in Tallahassee with you when you were raising funds and also lobbying for that as well to help you out, so I really appreciate that. And I'll say, I believe I had probably drank the water at the water fountain at the club too, but I wasn't thinking about it, but, you know, I wouldn't do that again, knowing what I know now. Definitely would not drink the water. There's several options. I know an option for the FGUA had come up. Didn't learn about this option until last week or two, and did some research into that. There's concerns about that because their BBB is full of complaints and bad reviews, and there's a Facebook page out there also with some just made, you know, against FGUA and complaints against them as well. So I think more research needs to be done on that. Also, there's no if it went in that direction, there's no representation that they have, because there's no one from Orange County sitting on that board. The counties that do have their representatives sitting on that board, they have no responsibility for our residents. So there's no representation there, and that concerns me. With Orange County, they have us, you know, as the oversight, and they could come straight to us and they have representation. So that's definitely something to look more into and think more about. You know, we just got this report, really. We haven't had it for a long time to be able to even digest all of it within the last week or two. There's lots of new information in it that still needs to be reviewed. I believe there are possibly some inconsistencies as well that we just want to make sure, and staff wants to make sure, you know, is really correct, which, you know, may help us actually in the negotiations. So that information needs to be digested a bit more. And one of the biggest things is that we need to make sure that the residents fully understand their options and the new information as well. I had done a community meeting before we had this report, and I was confused because he had sent me an email saying, oh, we got pushed back the dates, but he wasn't specific that included the community meeting. So I still held the community. I was there. Staff didn't show up because, you know, they had thought that I understood that it was canceled. And so I tried to explain as much to them as possible the information I did have at that time. And we said that when we got the report, we would come back to them with an update, with another community meeting when we had more information. So we haven't had that community meeting yet. So also the Wedgefield residents will be paying for this, so they need to have that community meeting to make sure that they understand their options, they understand what the impact will be financially, you know, the constructions, whatever. They need to understand everything. And we talked about fair. You know, definitely, I'm always about being fair. And I also do not believe that the rest of the taxpayers should pay for this. And I tried to, at the past community meeting, like there's there's a couple of people, a small majority, who are like, well, we've been paying taxes all this time. Why can't, the county just pay for it because we've been paying all these taxes? And I explained to them that that's not how this works. I, as a taxpayer, do not pay for anyone else's water, and no other taxpayer pays for my water. I'm on a well and septic tank, and I pay for my own water. No one else pays for it. But also anyone who's building a house, they're paying for the construction of their house. They're paying for the connections to that system. They're paying for then their water bill. They're paying for everything. They're paying for their own water. No other taxpayer is paying for it. So I try to explain that to them. So I think, I want to be able to put together a presentation that explains it even more and explains how their different options are. When Tim talks, we understand what he's saying, but a lot of these residents don't. And there was one sentence that he said, and he thought he was saying it in a very clear way, and I was like, that sentence right there, anyone outside of this building would not understand what you're saying. So we need to really look at this and present it in a very, very simple, clear way that any resident will understand. And it's going to take a little bit of time to prepare for that community meeting, to be able to have that information in that way. I will say that, I talked to Pluris. They had already negotiated down at least a base price. So the $29 million here is higher than what they already agreed to, at starting point before we got all of the due diligence done. So, I really feel that there's definitely room for more negotiation. I am concerned about, already mentioned the discrepancies. And because I know at the last meeting that we had here, you all asked me what, I've been doing and stuff. So I did do more after that too, because, there's almost 2 years, right, that it was just stalled. Nothing really was happening. And so a lot of people moved out of the community. So we had to re-engage again. Some of the advocates that we had working for the residents had moved out of Wedgefield. So we had to get new advocates. So we have Sue, we have Sheila, who's been helping. They've really done a lot of work getting block captains, canvassing. We worked with graphics and utilities to put together a flyer that would explain everything in a simple way and try to condense it as much as possible. I had my youth advisory council go out and do some canvassing too and volunteer work, give them volunteer hours for that too. So we've definitely done a lot to be able to get out into the community, try to educate them more. Went to their, I think it's Tuesday nights, they have their food truck events. We went out to that as well. So definitely a lot of work has been done to get out into the community and make sure that they're getting the information. My goal was to make sure that every single house was knocked on and was one-on-one talked to about this information, so no one had any excuse saying that they didn't hear about it. That was my goal. There's definitely, the grants is one idea, and there's probably some I would love to have, maybe even a sunshine meeting with the rest of you to brainstorm some other ideas that we could come up with, because I just thought just now, what about a CRA and TIF of the area where that additional to that TIF could help pay for some of these things too. But I just ran the numbers. It's really not that much that would provide. But I don't know if you all have some other ideas that we could probably look at. So I think it's worthwhile to have a sunshine meeting where I could brainstorm with the rest of you, see if we could come up with any other solution and ideas. Because I think the more ideas we have for finding funding, we could help bring down this burden on the residents. I've talked to elected officials too. They seem to be willing to give some grants, but we have to figure out, they can't pay for the purchase, it's for the capital improvements later on. So at this point, I'm not asking for any decision today. I would like to come back in about a month or two. I don't want to wait too long. I know, I don't want to wait too long, but I really want to get this community meeting together, really present all of this information to them. I want that community meeting to be more engaging, where it's a back and forth with them as well, so they can ask many questions. And I want to really make sure that they understand their options. and what all the numbers are going to look like for them, and that they truly understand all of the terms. And they have to tell me what they want. They're paying for it. So I really think they need to tell us what they want to do. So that's where I am right now with this.
All right.
I know they want to go
you
to
kinda-
phase 4, but
You all are kind of out of order at this point.
I just feel that before we,
All right.
I feel like we just need to know where, I think we got a lot of information even without phase 4 to really keep moving this forward, but we need to know how we're going to move forward in what direction.
Okay.
I think is where we are.
All right. Commissioner Bonilla, probably in your 7.5 years you've been on this board or so, would you say you've been working on this the entire time?
I was working on this before I got elected.
Okay. And you see,
Yeah.
this is a difficult situation.
Yeah.
But what the residents are saying is they want some kind of resolution. They
Oh, definitely.
They are frustrated. They've been dealing with it for a long time, and they want to understand what's the next steps. I don't know that we're there yet, but that's what they're saying to us. What's the next steps for us?
No, they want to make sure that we're moving forward, and I can hear it. They're like, we
understand.
want this moving. They don't want it stalled or
Yes,
stopped.
but there are some other things that we have to consider. All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor. I will tell you that I think there's some big picture takeaways for those of us who don't have this in their district. And my heart goes to your residents that are dealing with this and understanding. I've had the opportunity to talk to some of y'all, and I feel like it is very important that we're discussing this today because we're talking about the rural boundary. And we're talking about the effects of trying to make sure we're servicing outside that urban service area and what the impacts can be on the entire county from something into the future. That being said, the other part of this that I think is a critical takeaway for all of us is that private industry does some things well, and we want to privatize some things. Public utilities seem to be an inherent conflict with privatization. And if you look at this and you think about the types of rate increases that they've taken over these years with zero capital improvements, and then I feel like today there's a used car salesman like kicking the tires and going, look, it's okay. And there's like a missing engine. And, and then they start to push it. So it's rolling, are we going to buy it now? It's rolling. And, quite frankly, you all deserve better. Our entire county deserves better. And I think the frustration was saying, that we're not going to make some type of at least have a consensus for something today. The problem with that is that these people every day wake up and they suffer with the same thing day in, day out. And so, I want to say that I believe that, it is a piece of junk car that's being offered up, but there's, a potential, and I mean that as the analogy of the actual, facility, but understanding that the negotiations are ongoing and that we have what I believe are some opportunities to prove that it's a piece of junk car and that we should be able to get the best possible deal for our entire county. I think it's important to also make sure that, going forward, because I know that was very recent about that additional opportunity through the state agency to purchase. There's a lot of consumer concern over that one, and I do think that's an important thing to potentially continue to dialogue with the rest of us. I have very little understanding of the private purchase or the public purchase that happens after a private utility sells out. I do want to ask, after telling you I didn't have a question for you, what happens if there is a failure? What happens if a total failure happens? You said there's a lack of redundancies, and what that tells me is, in our amazing treatment plants and wells, that we have things that happen should something go down. What happens for these individuals?
Well, Mr. Torres likes to say, Tim, you need plan B, C, D, E, and F. And he's accurate. We try to have redundancies built in so when we have a failure, we have a station go down, we can divert things to a different station and not have no transparent breakdown to our customers. And it's not that we're perfect. We do have issues from time to time. I was trying to speak to engineers that are my peers about what it would look like if a wastewater treatment facility went down. I think it would involve a lot of tanker trucks coming in to try to pump down the system. You could potentially have a sanitary sewer overflow that would be a DEP violation, and public health would be a concern. I don't want to go too much further into that, but if you had a well that went down, you have some concerns about being able to provide potable water. Then residents, they would tell you, I've been out there at least 10 times. Some of the folks that are out in the audience today I've spoken to numerous times, and we didn't really touch on it today, but they're already not drinking the water. They're going to Publix and buying 5-gallon jugs of whatever because they've already lost confidence. So I would tell you that some of that stuff's already happening now. They're not drinking what's there. But if something happened to the well and they couldn't provide water, there would have to be some type on the Pluris dollar to try to get some potable water option, whether it's a truck or whatever that looks like. We've never had to have that happen, but I could probably work through with a little bit of time what it would take have a contingency for that.
Well, I just think it's important once, if we're continuing to look at sort of these negotiations and what the value is, and, I know you factored in so many pieces that we didn't talk about today, but it just was sort of a light bulb moment when you said there was no redundancies. And then the other one is, of course, that effluent that's being pumped out of there. And, is the golf course the only client of their wastewater? Has Florida DEP has there been any violations there? Because that is terrifying to think about some of the diseases that are potential from that type of wastewater and exposure to residents.
Yeah, we haven't seen any concern with any of the water quality on both sides.
And, and I just want to say that's put an asterisk next to all that, because even when FDEP says that the water is safe to drink, that is the floor, right? They will give you no, there's nothing in here that might immediately kill you. It's certainly not something that I would say is an endorsement of the drinking water quality. And I think potentially what you're raising is some oversight issues even in the worst type of human pollution, which is that type of wastewater that's coming directly out of sewage and into people's front yards.
We actually called FDEP. Mark Canada and I sat down and called FDEP just to give them a professional courtesy of what we were going to talk about when we came to the board in July. I think that may have been early June, to give them an opportunity to maybe take a second look at it. Because we would love to have that phone call. Conversely, if something was going on with us, somebody said, hey, you might want to look at this. And we gave them the opportunity to do that. They came out and looked at things, but again, it was very cursory. It was relative to the water quality, and it was no engineering whatsoever. There was none of that. So
yeah. So and this is just me talking to you as a resident talking to another resident. I would contact your state representative. Anybody that would listen, because if you think about that oversight and sort of how it's been defunded at the state on that type of pollution, right? You're talking about human waste. The diseases that come with that are deadly, and so it just feels to me like a real risk. Sadly, the way that our legal system is structured, you would get sick and then you'd have a good reason to sue because now you have somebody injured. But we have a bad actor potentially who should be held responsible if they are dumping human waste onto surfaces in your communities. So, all right, thank you.
So here's where I think we are. All right. I was provided with a book, a binder with, I believe, persons who have signed the petition in favor of some type of acquisition, and I think it was a date in March of this year, and it says there's about 1,000. What Mr. Armstrong indicated was that in order to even move forward at MSBU, you need to have about 1,183 residents. So and that since March, that number may have changed. So I think there's no consensus of the board at this point to move forward with acquisition. We don't have enough information today to make that decision. because of conversations that would continue to need to be had with Pluris about what the potential purchase price really could be. What we heard Mr. Fairfield say today was that he believes that the number is lower than what has been discussed. So that is indicative that we don't know what the purchase price would be. There's still some work to be done there. But what we can control today with the residents, I think that it would be instructive for the residents to continue understanding what the purchase price could be with some options and what their costs would be. We need the residents to move forward with the things that they can control, and that is whether or not the property owners, the persons who own the property, are willing to pay for a solution, and for how much. And there's a way that I think that they could structure that kind of conversation within their community. We need to understand their tolerance to calculate what the gap may be. I think we should continue as electeds to advocate with our federal elected officials and state elected officials on behalf of these residents to see if there is any opportunity to get public sector assistance for the acquisition. Once we know all of those things, and I'm willing to explore that with our congressional delegation, we'll just have to see. I'm willing to certainly in the upcoming legislative session to work with our local delegation to see if they can get any momentum in Tallahassee to support it. I don't know until we go down that path. It is the election season. I don't have to tell you all, a lot of politics going on right now, and politicians may promise you a lot, but we need to understand who's going to be on base, who are going to be the politicians who are going to see it through and work with you. We don't know that right now. This is very complicated, what we're talking about here today, and so I think in good faith, we cannot ask the board to make a decision to move forward with acquisition without having the facts before us today. So we're going to have to continue. My recommendation to the board is that post haste, we continue to delve into it. We allow Commissioner Bonilla, if she wants to have community meetings with these residents to try to understand where they are, how much, what is their tolerance for the MSBU. I think there's no scenario where an MSBU would not be proper in terms of the final solution. But unless someone else is in disagreement that you all want to try to take a vote on acquisition today, we'll see how that falls out. But I don't hear it. I don't see it. That is really not in our best interest as a Board of County Commissioners to do business in that manner with fuzzy math. We have to have the facts before us by which to make a decision, because unlike other divisions of government, we cannot run deficits. Our budget must balance. And when we say take from the general fund, we're saying take from a fund that already has more pressure on it to solve the myriad of issues like we heard today, homelessness and other things that people want us to solve. Well, we can only solve those things with the amount of money that we have. So the question is, what's the priority? Where do we cannot create money out of air. And I can tell you that there's not a lot of tolerance in our community for tax increases, asking our residents to increase taxes And everybody says, well, how is that going to benefit me directly? It's not a good answer right now to say increase the taxes on everybody else and they don't see a direct benefit. That's the reality. That's the sad reality of what we're talking about today. And so it is more complex than what we can resolve today. Tough answer for you all, but we had empowered our staff to work with a team of experts to bring back factual information that as best as they could today. And it's startling to see what the numbers truly may look like if we go into the scenario. And so we're balancing out all of those things, and I still don't think we know where that is. So again, Mr. Friedman, we will continue to have conversations and dialogue with you over this matter, but unfortunately, we're at a crossroads today. We cannot make a decision beyond. So I'm saying to you all, we're putting the ball somewhat in your court to have your conversations amongst yourselves and try to come back with us with what's your tolerance for how much you all are willing to put in from an MSBU. And that's a tough question. That's a tough question for you all to answer. All right, so with that, I think this conversation is we've exhausted what we can. We do have another item on the board agenda this morning.
Yeah, I just want to get on the calendar for it to come back to the board with this discussion.
Well, I don't know. We will, only commitment that I'm willing to make at this point is that we need to hear back from them. They need to do some work, and then I'll work with the county administrator to put this back at some point. I don't know when that can be at this point, because if they don't have the votes amongst themselves to move forward, then that's going to be problematic. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll be scheduling a sunshine meeting with the commissioners to get some ideas, brainstorm, and I'll get on with the community for some community meetings. And then I'll get with Byron to try to get a date when all that is kind of settled and we got something going. Because I just don't want this to be delayed too much. So.
We understand that, but none of us want to see it delayed for long. But Commissioner, as you said, you've been working on it for over 7.5 years. It's no easy solution there, and that's why you've been working on it that long. Commissioner Moore,
I just had a
just want
suggestion.
to move us forward if we can.
I just had a suggestion for Commissioner Bonilla. I would suggest that, and I'm happy to look at it, that you do a series of meetings, because this is not easy things to look at. So don't do one community, maybe do 2, 3, or 4. And make sure you bring the right people with you, and the PowerPoint is something that they can digest.
Okay. All right, so thank you to the staff. Thank you for the experts that are standing by here. We're going to move forward on our agenda this morning, and we're going to ask Mr. Tim Hall to come forward, our Environmental Programs Administrator. He's going to be presenting regarding the Lakeshore Protection Program. There's no action requested today, but he wants to inform the board and get any feedback regarding this issue. And with that, we're going to A1. Mr. Hall, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm going to walk you through our Lakeshore Protection Program, a compliance and enforcement analysis that staff was asked to bring forward. Here's the agenda for this discussion. I'm going to go over our purpose today, followed by background, an overview of the Lakeshore Protection Program, some enforcement options, program initiatives, summary, and recommendations. Our purpose today is to provide some context relating to enforcement of the county's Lakeshore Protection Program regulations and respond to some board questions concerning contractor liability and responsibility for code violations. Just to go over some background on why we're talking about that today. On January 27th of 23, there was a letter from District 1, letter to District 1, from the Butler Chain of Lakes Advisory Board. And the advisory board expressed some concerns regarding lakeshore violations And also decisions and makeup of the Environmental Protection Commission, and that aspect of it is not part of my presentation today. That was handled at your last meeting by Renee Parker, the EPD manager. But following that, District 1, Commissioner Wilson sent a memo June 27th last year to Mayor Demings requesting a commissioner's report on those topics for BCC discussion. In the memo, it stated that unlicensed lakeshore vegetation contractors are performing unauthorized destruction of aquatic habitat, but they're not subject to fines or penalties by the county. They tell customers they've obtained the required permits when in fact they haven't, and they perform clearing activities knowing they'll not be subject to any of the consequences. So that was what was in the memo. And then October 24th, we had the commissioner's report to the BCC, and Commissioner Wilson presented her concerns. Following, the staff did give a brief presentation, and following board discussion, we were asked to review the issues and come back and provide an update at a future work session. So what I've done here is I summarized and tried to boil down into some simple, basic language, the main concerns of the BC Lab letter and Commissioner Wilson's memo. So number one, there's illegal lakeshore habitat clearing being conducted by contractors was the first concern. Number two, unenforced violations of lakeshore regulations, so the rules aren't being enforced. And then number three that was alleged was contractors are not held responsible for violations, and then the resulting fees, fines, and restoration required for their activities. So I'm going to cover an overview of our Lakeshore program now to provide you some context on these issues, and I'll cover it in two sections. First, we'll talk about our permitting program, and then I'll go into compliance and enforcement. So our Lakeshore Protection Code is found in Chapter 15, Article 7, Lakeshore Protection Ordinance. The county charter allows EPD to assert permitting authority in municipalities without an equally restrictive code. That's related to the water pollution aspect of the charter. And so there's 5 of the 11 municipalities that either have no code or a code that's less stringent. So we issue lakeshore protection permits in Belle Isle, Edgewood, Oakland, Ocoee, and Windermere, along with the rest of unincorporated Orange County, of course. And so when you look at all the lakes and lakefront lots under our jurisdiction, it's about 12,500 lots out of about 17,500 lakefront lots countywide. So in this section, I'm going to walk you through the regulations, but I'm going to do so walking through a typical application for the Lakeshore Protection Permit that we're talking about today. So this is a typical plan that we would receive with an application to modify the lakefront vegetation. The permit's called the LSP, or Lakeshore Protection Permit. It's required to change any of this vegetation with just a few exceptions. So they can clear an access corridor of 30 feet or 20% of their total shoreline length, whichever is greater, without a permit. That normally has to be co-located with the dock. And it doesn't include any shoreline wetlands above the normal high. So if you have a wetland above the normal high water elevation, you can't get a permit, or this permit isn't the one you get to be able to modify any vegetation there. So in this example, they have proposed to clear out their access corridor. They don't need a permit to do that, but what the other thing they want to do is there's some invasive torpedo grass that I've marked in the red X's here. They want to remove that, and the code requires they replace it. So here's their revegetation plan. Replanting up to 80% aerial coverage is required. And so in this case, they're planting some pickerel weed. It's got weed in the name, but it's actually a beneficial native, as well as Sagittaria. That's all identified in the purple circles here. And then along with the existing submerged vallisneria or eelgrass that's noted there, and the native maiden cane, it's expected that they'd be able to meet the 80% coverage that's required. And of course, they keep their dock corridor clear. Just so you know, on outstanding Florida waterways, like the Butler Chain, and also on impaired water bodies, we have more stringent replanting standards. So on those kinds of lakes, they have to plant at least 5 different species. So here in this scenario, we're just planting 2. And then also, we require more dense plantings on OFWs and impaired water bodies. So instead of 3-foot spacing of plants, they would have to plant at a 1-foot spacing density. So here's some examples of what happens when the permit is successful. In this example, they've planted some sand cordgrass up high, up above the wetland line probably. And then golden canna is in that middle zone, that's within the wetland area. And then pickerel weed is planted down closer in the water, right at the water line. And then here's just a few other examples. Another great sand cordgrass example grown in here, nice and tall. And then another one, the sand cordgrass. This happens to be the same planting plan as the first photo, canna in the middle, and then pickerel weed down lower. And then this is just a lakefront shot of that same site, and you can see all the water lilies that are abundant on their property. So next we'll walk through some more details of the permitting program. So this is a graph of the number of LSP permit applications we've received from 2019 to 2023. As you can see, they've trended downward since 2020, but they can go up and down any year. The trend fluctuates. One thing to note is that these permits only have a success rate out the gate of 60%, meaning that 40% of the time they have trouble. They either fail to replant for some reason, or just as often plantings can just not succeed. And so we have to work with them, often several compliance inspections and several letters and email correspondence to try and get them back to the 80% coverage that's required. The application fee is $126 for this service. That will cover approximately 1.25 hours of staff time, but as you might imagine, that's far less than the actual cost of labor to review the application, conduct the site visit, draft up the permit, and potentially conduct several compliance inspections. We are doing a fee and staffing study right now to look at this fee and possibly come back to you with a proposed update to the fee schedule on what these LSP permit fees should be to reflect cost recovery of service. So now we'll move into more directly addressing some of the concerns that I outlined. First, the illegal lakeshore habitat clearing by contractors. So back at the Commissioner's report in October, the advertising issue of services that we wouldn't allow, both online, print, and even signs like you see on the side of the road in the top photo. The one on the bottom is an ad to create beaches here in Orange County on our lakes, and that was taken off a website. So staff does reach out to these companies when we become aware of them. We tell them what the rules are. We provide them with materials on that I'll actually go over some of those later in the presentation. And then we document in the records that we reached out to the company. Here's another aspect of the issue of people seeing illegal clearing going on. This property had a permit to remove this overgrown vegetation shown in this before photo, but as you'll see, they didn't execute very well. There is this dense invasive vegetation, which we do encourage people to replace with native vegetation. But what happened was, here's the after photo. Now keep in mind, two things could be going on a site like this. It could be that they are in between their removal and their planting. And sometimes there's several days that go by, and I understand why people might report that as illegal clearing. The actual case here, they failed to replant, and it was identified during their one-year compliance inspection that they had never replanted. And so this one actually did turn into an enforcement case. And just to give you some background about that inspection process, due to resource challenges, we did bring on a term contractor in May of 22 to conduct these types of inspections for us, because we had a large backlog of getting these inspections done. The vendor reviews permit conditions, the site plans. They go out to the site and take photos. They'll talk to the homeowner if they're there, and obviously if there's a problem. And then if it fails the inspection, the vendor drafts a letter that is sent to EPD, and then EPD distributes it so that it's coming from the agency instead of a third-party vendor. If the property owner doesn't respond, we'll follow up. We'll take over from there with formal enforcement proceedings. And just to give you an idea of the cost of that service, it's about $200,000 to $250,000 a year for them to do those inspections at a cost of $685 per inspection, and they do about 300 of them per year for us. Here's another example that came in as a complaint of unenforced rules. This was actually herbicide application and spraying that was done. So we went through the process of visiting the site, contacting the owner, working with them, and eventually they did replant, and we were able to resolve this without going to formal enforcement proceedings. We did some rough calculations on the effectiveness of our enforcement program and how much Lakeshore do we see restored, and that is impacted each year. And it's roughly about 7 acres of shoreline we are able to work with landowners and get restored from unauthorized activities each year. Here's some other real-life examples. These are more egregious, where they actually work the shoreline with heavy equipment. These are real cases we've worked. You could see the damage that occurs from using heavy equipment on shorelines. These activities also typically cause a water quality violation where they have a turbid discharge into the lake, and that multiplies the penalty. So I'm going to show you our penalty matrix and our range of penalties in just a second, and keep in mind that the higher level penalty is for work that involves heavy machinery like this. So we wanted to give you a frame of reference for the scale of the issue reported by the Butler Chain of Lakes Advisory Board. And since the origin of the investigation began with the Butler Chain, we just decided to use it as a surrogate to get a scale of the sense of the problem. So what we did was we did just a cursory analysis of aerial photos looking for beach-like properties like the ones circled in yellow on the right. This is 1984. Keep in mind the ordinance went into effect in 83. So this is a snapshot in time of who had a beach in 84. And the reason that matters is grandfathering provisions. If you had a beach prior to there being a rule and you've kept that and maintained that all this time, then you're allowed to keep it. And so then when we fast forward, keeping in mind the property on the right has a beach, the one on the left doesn't, and we look at today's photo, the property on the right still has their beach that they've maintained, but the property on the left has either cleared all their vegetation and they have white sand soils, or perhaps they brought in some sand. We don't know the details of it. But we repeated this analysis on every lot, on every shoreline on the entire Butler Chain of Lakes, and here's what we found. So over the 40 years, there's been a 4% increase in beach-like shorelines since the time the ordinance was implemented. So it's a relatively small number, and I think it's interesting to also note that at the same time, there was a 117% increase, so more than double in the number of developments on lakefront lots. So we've doubled the population on the Butler Chain of Lakes in 40 years, but we've seen just an uptick of 4% in beach-like shorelines over the same period. So to summarize the materials I've covered on the first concern and give you an analysis from staff, illegal clearing certainly does occur, but there are various pathways for staff to be made aware of those violations and work on them. And then a cursory review of aerial photos suggests only a minor increase in occurrence of the illegal clearing over 4 decades. Next, we'll cover concern number 2, which was that there are unenforced violations of lakeshore regulations. So this is a graph of our lakeshore enforcement caseload with all of our other caseloads. So this is Lakeshore's in blue, and then all cases, including Lakeshore's, in red from 2018 to 2023. And all the other cases are things like wetland cases, seawalls, boat ramps, boat docks, all those other issues. On average, Lakeshore cases comprise about 1/3 of the workload. It does range, though, anywhere from 25 to 50% total, but on average, It's about a third of the workload for Lakeshores. This is a graph of just the Lakeshore cases now, which is the light blue line, the wavy line there, from 2018 to 2023. The number of cases is generally trending upward at an annual average of 22% per year. The trend line, which is the dashed green line, indicates that for the end of this year, we're likely to see a total of 136 cases. The trend is probably due to a few different factors. One is the Horizon West area has a lot of lakes, and it's experiencing a lot of new development now. So new people moving into an area that's hot for development with a lot of lakes. The second is we always have people that want to move to Orange County, and so they come from different parts of the world where they have perhaps less restrictive regulations for lakes or no regulations. And then probably the third factor is the vendor we're using has really helped us get current on compliance inspections. And so with working that backlog of cases, we know that we are working more cases and become aware of more cases than we had before when we were not able to keep up with the compliance inspections. And then later in the presentation, I'll go over how we're trying to change the trend here. But one last thing to cover for you, just to give you some perspective. So last year's cases totaled 112. Well, I mentioned earlier, if you recall, there's about 12,500 lakefront lots under our jurisdiction. So of the cases that we are working, that we know about, it only represents a total of 0.8% of the lots under our jurisdiction. That's not to say there aren't more cases out there that we don't know about, of course, but I thought the data point might be helpful for you. So next we'll walk through this flow chart, which is depicting the components of our enforcement process. So first, DPD, we're complaint driven regarding this issue. We don't go out and patrol the lakes looking for violations. We don't have the resources for that. So we rely on a complaint-based system. We also, as I've told you, will start a case based on a failed compliance inspection that is unresolved. The case is opened and an initial site inspection is scheduled. That person typically will go out and take some photos and some notes, and they'll leave a notice to contact EPD. And then it's followed up by a specialist who confirms it's in our jurisdiction. They look at aerial photos, wetland maps, any permitting history, and then they decide one of two pathways here. Either the harm is so minimal, maybe it's just a little bit of clearing, not an entire shoreline, but something less than that. And so we'll send a warning letter, which typically isn't something that we're going to follow up on. It's minimal. We send them the warning letter saying, hey, you need to let this regrow if that's what the issue was, and we close the case. If it's more than just something minimal, we'll send either a notice of noncompliance, which we call the NONC, or a notice of violation. The NONC is a little kinder, gentler, doesn't include a penalty, and then the NOV includes a penalty and the corrective actions. In the ideal scenario, the property owner receives that letter and they complete the outline corrective actions to bring it into compliance, and then we're able to close the case. But obviously not everybody is able or willing to do that, and so for those owners that fail to complete those actions and bring it into compliance, they will get scheduled for the special magistrate. It's a code enforcement hearing, and they'll be given a time frame to complete the corrective actions that were previously given to them. If they don't meet that time frame, the stick that we wave is a lien can be put on the property, and that will run until compliance is achieved. Here is the penalty matrix I'm going to talk to you about, and this was approved by the board in 2004. It was originally derived from the state's matrix, and for penalties that are less than $20,000, staff can assign those and even adjust them, and it doesn't need to come to the board for approval, but anything over $20,000 would. The typical range on our penalty, the median penalty that EPD commonly sees is $4,000, and then the range could be anywhere from $200,000 to $20,000. The $20,000 is on the matrix. The highest number is $10,000, but Those water quality violations, when they occur, it acts as a multiplier and can bump them up to 20,000. There's even outliers of even higher penalties out there, but this is our typical range. And then I'm not going to go into any example of this, how this matrix works, but just a basic understanding is the extent of deviation from code across the top. That's just a major means that EPD would not recommend approval of it in any case. And then the moderate is it's permittable, but you'd have to modify the activity on site. And then minor is something that we would issue a permit for without any changes from what they've done. The potential for harm, that's basically how egregious is the violation. And we have examples in our guide, our enforcement guide, of what's a major, what constitutes a moderate, and what is a minor. So that's basically how it works. And then we assign the top of the box penalty. Like for a major, the top of the box would be 10,000. We do reduce these penalties as a way to incentivize compliance if requested. So if someone works with us expediently to resolve the violation, does whatever the corrective actions are, and they ask for an adjustment, we are open to that, but we want to use it to entice them to bring it into compliance quickly. Here's the penalty revenue over the previous 7 years and the year to date. As you can see, it goes up and down dramatically from one year to the next. But overall, the trend is just slightly ticking upwards. This money all goes into the Conservation Trust Fund, which I'll talk about on the next slide. And keep in mind, as I said, Lakeshore's violations are about a third of our workload, so you can extrapolate that it's about a third of the revenue here as well. And so the Conservation Trust Fund, or CTF, is used to do land management activities, including enhancement and restoration on green place properties. So those activities could include invasive species control, controlled birding, trail maintenance, and habitat management. So to summarize concern number 2, the staff analysis on this one is the county has strong compliance and enforcement programming to incentivize compliance with the Lakeshore regulations. And so violations are enforced. Next, we're going to talk about some enforcement options. So this is really the meat of the issue, if you will, how to hold contractors responsible for violations, fees, fines, and restoration. So one of the board questions we heard at the commissioner's report was, can we pursue enforcement action on contractors for unauthorized clearance of vegetation? So at this time, I want to ask Deputy County Attorney Georgiana Holmes is going to come up, and she's going to walk through the next few slides about the legal aspects of holding contractors accountable.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I'm here to walk you through what the framework for enforcement looks like. When we discussed this last time, there were questions about whether or not we could pursue enforcement against contractors and whether or not we need to evaluate potential changes in procedure. So to give you the layout for what that framework looks like, I'm going to go through a couple of slides here with you. So let's look at what currently is in code to answer the question about who we can hold responsible when non-compliant conditions are observed by staff. So you can see inside Chapter 15, inside Article 7, we are allowed to hold all those persons that require, seek to perform shoreline alterations responsible for having a permit. Listed are the most relevant sections from Chapter 15 and Chapter 13 that, when read together, provide EPD's ability for the Environmental Protection Manager, which is referred to as the EPO, Environmental Protection Officer in code, to issue a notice of violation to the offending person. Together, when you read Chapter 15, the definition for person comes from Chapter 33. The internal reference you can see is it does define person to include firm, partnership, and corporation. So to answer the question of whether or not there's code authority for us to hold a contractor liable for violations under Chapter 15, there is sufficient authority inside code, but what does that actually look like? Tim talked a little bit about the difference between a notice of compliance
notice of non-compliance letter versus a notice of violation. So let's look at that in more detail about how that, if you have a non-compliant respondent who receives a notice of violation, what does that NOV look like, and how does it work through the formal enforcement process? So a notice of violation does just what its name implies. It puts the offender on notice that there's been a non-compliant condition that's observed, in this case, an unauthorized clearing. You could have a situation where there's no permit at all, or you could have a situation where the clearing was done beyond what was approved in their permit. So the NOV must detail the observations that were made of site conditions that are problematic, list the code provisions that are relevant, detail what remedial action is necessary or how would a respondent fix it, a time frame for returning to compliance, and again, in the situation where you have no permit, they would have to walk through the process of getting a permit, or if they cleared beyond what was approved, they may have to revisit either a non-compliant replanting plan, or they would need to replant if it was not successful. Unsatisfactory response means that it's escalated to formal enforcement, and that goes through the special magistrate process. There's authority in our code for both the special magistrate process and to pursue a complaint in circuit court, so let's talk about those two options. You can see on the slide that if we're going to pursue an NOV through the special magistrate process, there are very specific noticing requirements for any respondent who receives that. You liken it to you get an NOV, you're not compliant with it, and so that's going to go before the special magistrate. We need to make sure that those persons are aware and that they're given an opportunity to be heard in that process, their due process. So the code requires, and Chapter 163 requires, the notice be accomplished by posting the property, hand delivering the NOV to the respondent, or the agent of any business. A hearing is held before the special magistrate in which the inspector presents the case. They detail their observations, present photos. If you've ever tuned in to code enforcement, you see how those hearings are conducted in this room monthly. It goes over the conversations that are had with homeowners, and then there's an opportunity by those folks to rebut any evidence and present any additional facts. The special magistrate then issues an order in which she makes a finding that a violation has occurred. She details corrective actions necessary, a time frame, and the penalty that's appropriate given what she's heard. And as Tim alluded before, non-compliance with that special magistrate order is then filed as a lien against the property owned by the homeowner in Orange County. The reason I walk through those steps is because hopefully it's become evident that you see the procedural rules are rooted in property. And so the notice is given to a homeowner, the posting of the property is required. I can imagine that if you come home and there's a stake in your front yard with some paper on it, you're probably going to investigate what that is, at least hopefully. But it's because there's a requirement for that notice to occur. And so a homeowner would be interested in making sure that there's no negative consequence there. They're incentivized to participate in the process. Similarly, homeowners typically don't like liens filed against their property. So again, that negative consequence incentivizes their participation in the process. That being said, you can see that a contractor has a very different experience in that process. To accomplish that notice and incentivize their participation is a little bit different calculation for EPD. So as much as we can try and accomplish notice, kind of mandating their participation in that process side by side with the homeowner becomes a little bit more difficult. And then different than corporations that are in code enforcement for other reasons, if there is an offending code violation at the business, posting the brick and mortar of a corporation is a little bit easier than posting the brick and mortar of a contractor who does lakeshore clearing. They may not even have a brick and mortar. Similarly, we are allowed to pursue violations in circuit court. Doesn't happen very often, but it has happened in which EPD works with the county attorney's office to file a complaint in circuit court to seek and compel compliance with our code. So again, Chapter 15 allows us to file that in a court. And similar to an NOV, there are requirements. It's a little bit more formal in the sense that we file a complaint. It must detail the allegations of the observations that were made by our staff that were problematic and in violation of code. We seek relief by detailing corrective actions and pursuing penalty and costs. Similarly, a homeowner is incentivized to participate in this process, but we also need to have them in this process to work side by side with any contractor that we allege has violated with our code, because any corrective actions that are going to be ordered, either a special magistrate or a judge, as a homeowner, you would want a say in that process. If somebody was invited in your home, you signed a contract with them to do work, and the work was faulty and we're going to order them to do certain things, obviously a homeowner would want to be participating in that process to make sure that their interests are represented. So the contractor can be a co-defendant in this process. They're served a summons. They get served that there's a complaint, and then we move through that process. We've put some considerations up here. Many of you are familiar, if nothing just from the movies, about how lawsuits work. You get served your complaint, you move through motions, you move through discovery, you try and get to a hearing. It's not a process that is quick. And meanwhile, we have the environmental violation of the clearing that remains. So as much as we take it very seriously when we move forward with formal enforcement, we have to consider things like the discovery process, depositions, all of that, moving through a theory of the case in which now the homeowner and the contractor are not only adversaries amongst each other, but adversaries with the county in that process. And in order for us to prove our case, we need to gather the information necessary to prove not only that the homeowner is liable, but the contractor is liable as well. The timing is difficult. If you've ever tried to get a hearing these days, it's not something that happens very quickly. And until the resolution, including any delay that's created by appeals, we're left with a non-compliant shoreline that we're trying to address. There's also significant staff time that can be involved in this. And at the end of that process, similar to the lien process that we see through special magistrate against the homeowner, there isn't an ability for us to file against a business. In this situation, it's a little bit different. So finally, it is the conclusion of EPD with the support of the County Attorney's Office that we do have code support in this process. We typically prefer to use the special magistrate process. It seems to be a little bit more swifter in getting the attention of those parties involved and achieving a return to compliance. And so with that, I'll give it back to Tim.
Thank you, Georgiana. I'm going to cover next a couple other questions that were raised by the board at the work session back in October. So we were asked, can the county require licensure for removing lakeshore vegetation? So can we create a program to license these types of contractors and revoke their permit, if you will, if they misbehave? So we looked into that, and we found that Section 163.211 of the Florida statutes covers the licensing of occupations preempted to the state. You can see in paragraph 2 there that it states the licensing of occupations is expressly preempted to the state, and this section supersedes any local government licensing requirement of occupations, with the exception, paragraph A there states that basically if the local government was doing it before January 1st, 21, they could continue doing that for the next 3 years, but that also expired July 1st of this year. And then lastly, paragraph B, any local government licensing of occupations authorized by general law. So our analysis of that question is no, there's a state preemption preventing the county from doing that kind of licensing. Next, we were asked, can the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation, or DBPR, assist us with prosecution of contractors and or revocation of their licensure? So DBPR does have a complaint program and a licensing program, and we did an analysis on that. They regulate 29 businesses and professions per Section 2165 in the statutes. Those professions are in the statute, and they include, I've just listed 3 here, construction, so a general contractor, cosmetology, your beautician has to have a license, and then electrical and practicing electricians. They do process complaints regarding these types of licensed professionals, but they define contractor, which we've been using that word, but they have a very specific definition of it as someone who demolishes, subtracts from, builds, or improves any building or structure for compensation. So it's really specifically related to building, construction, and not landscape planting. And they actually explicitly exclude on their webpage that lawn maintenance and landscaping design, including design of planting plans and installing plants, does not require a license from DBPR. So in fact, if you filed a complaint about a Lakeshore plant contractor with DBPR, it would be dismissed. They wouldn't follow up on it at all, is what the staff there told me. So our conclusion on that one is that no, licensure not required by the state for Lakeshore vegetation service providers isn't an avenue for us to pursue. Well, we were getting a little frustrated trying to figure out an answer to the reported problems, and so we turned to our other jurisdiction partners and asked them what are they doing. So we surveyed 29 state and local agencies about their compliance and enforcement on contractors for these kinds of violations. We asked them about their enforcement process, including their legal notices, special magistrate, civil action, their compliance tools, including their penalties, liens, and permit holds, putting holds on a permit. And so I've summarized their responses here. Notices and monetary penalties are issued commonly to both the property owner and the contractor. However, compliance responsibility, including the penalty, is ultimately on the property owner. Civil court actions for shoreline violations are not typically utilized, although there were some. They focus on compliance via warnings and non-compliance letters, so they can defer formal enforcement for only those situations that are egregious and unresolvable. I do want to identify that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, or FWC, we had a meeting with them and their staff that does this kind of enforcement, and they have a 2-letter approach that's been successful for them. And what they do is they send the contractor, when they are aware that there was one, a letter that says, we understand you did work on this shoreline. It's not compliant with state rules. Contact us to discuss corrective actions. Concurrently, they send the property owner a different letter that says, you had work done on your shoreline. Know that there is actually a violation. We are working with your contractor to attempt to resolve it. However, be advised that if those negotiations fail, that you'll ultimately be responsible. So they said that has worked out really well for them. And so we think that is something that we could consider changing in our administrative process. So to wrap up, concern number 3 here about contractors not held responsible for violations, fees, fines, and restoration. Georgiana talked about that EPD does have the codified authority to pursue contractors. Non-compliance notices and formal administrative process in the form of the special magistrate are the most common, efficient, and effective methods to incentivize compliance, and not only here in Orange County, but the other jurisdictions we sampled. The local licensure or assistance from DBPR just isn't practicable. And then lastly, civil court for shoreline violations is not widely utilized by other agencies. So I'd like to pivot here because that is all a little bit sad about how we can't very effectively in an efficient way go after contractors. But I want to tell you about how we think we are getting at the problem in some innovative ways. One of the questions we heard from the board at the commissioner's report session was, could we require a form be signed by the property owner that attests to them being educated on lakeshore protection requirements? And in fact, we have updated an application, so I'm going to go over some administrative changes that we've made for the better and I'm going to cover some completed efforts, and then I'm going to move into some ongoing efforts under our program initiatives. So here is the LSP permit application from 2021. The property owner had to sign an acknowledgement of the requirements and limitations of the permit, but it wasn't very detailed. It basically just says here that I understand I'm applying for this permit. I understand it doesn't relieve me of applying for any required federal state permits. But it wasn't specific about what this permit is authorizing them to have done and what it doesn't allow. So we changed this page, and you'll see here as we zoom into the bold part, we added that the applicant understands that this is for the removal of non-native nuisance vegetation only, and that replanting with native species is required, and that my property will ultimately be required to achieve 80% coverage of appropriate wetland or aquatic species. So that is right above there where they signed the permit application. We think that's an improvement, but we took it a step further and we added a whole entire new page to the application with a list of what the permit allows and what it doesn't allow. And it's required that the property owner initial next to all of these lines that you see there in the middle of the page. And it includes things like acknowledging they understand that replanting the shoreline with native plants is required to a minimum aerial coverage of 80%. They acknowledge that they understand no heavy equipment shall be used during the project. And lastly, that if staff determines their shoreline replanting is insufficient, they will be held responsible for corrective actions, including multiple replantings. So that new page requires that the homeowner initial all those. We think was a tremendous improvement to make them aware of what is allowed and what isn't allowed. We also updated our enforcement notices in 2023. So prior to February last year, we just sent our notice of noncompliance and NOVs to the property owner. That's it. The contractor didn't get anything. We began copying the contractor. So here's just an example. This one went to the homeowner or property owner, and then we also copied their contractor Joe in this case. This is all made up, as you might imagine, to protect the innocent. Then in the fall last year, we began to address not just copy the contractor, but now we are addressing the contractor and the property owner as co-respondents on our notices. You can see that at the top of the page there. So it's bringing the contractor into the picture so that they can help be part of the solution. So next I'll talk about another question we heard from the board. What are we doing on outreach on lakeshore protection regulations? Because some of you identify that that's an important component here. So regarding education and efforts that we've already completed here, August last year, we sent an educational letter to all contractors. So all the contractors in our database that have ever pulled a permit, we sent them this letter, and it walked through different things like it provided a link here to the regulations where they're found on Muni Code. It also talked about the access corridor that's allowed being 30 feet wide or 20% of the shoreline and no greater. It talks about you can pull the LSP permit for selective removal of invasives, but that replanting the shoreline is required. And so we thought that was a good step, and we took it further and decided that we need to send something similar out to the lakefront homeowners. So we crafted this postcard, and the postcard walks them through the importance of why having a healthy, adequate shoreline vegetation is important for water quality and preventing erosion, habitat for fish and wildlife, and so on and so forth. And then we bulletize just the bottom line, what they need to know in some helpful tips about how big the access corridor can be. The LSP permit is required to remove vegetation, and so on and so forth. We are currently developing a new marketing campaign called Living Lakeshores, and so this is a flyer for that. We're also developing a webpage, and again, it just walks through the main 3-4 points that they need to know regarding how big an access corridor could be, when you need an LSP permit, and if you do get one, what it authorizes you to do and what it doesn't allow you to do. Here's the companion webpage that we're developing for the Living Lake Shores effort, and you can see the left side has all kinds of resource buttons for them to click on. They can go read the code on MuniCode. They can see our application for the LSP permit there, some various forms. Replanting examples is there for them. Other guides on BMPs and living on a lakefront, all those things are going to be covered under the Living Lake Shores webpage. In addition, we do a quarterly mailing of this fantastic 14-page guide called the Lakefront, a Stewardship Guide for Orange County Lakefront Homeowners. I'll just flip through a couple of the pages here, but it talks about how to go about doing your aquascaping in a way that's beneficial to the environment. In addition to the quarterly mailing that goes to all the new lakefront homeowners, we also provide it with every permit. That's all permit types like boat ramps, boat docks, not just lake shores. And every NOV or NONC also gets a link provided in the email that we send to them. Here's just another page of that, talking about stormwater runoff and ways that they can help capture stormwater runoff. And then we're currently working on an educational letter for the HOAs because we realize they're important partners as well. And it'll be similar to that contractor letter that I showed you where it walks them through various things they need to know about homeowners within their subdivision that live on lake shores. Just to continue here, more education outreach that we do. We're planning in October to participate in the Orange County Community Conference put on by Neighborhood Services. The theme's Bridging Technology, Community, and You. And so you might wonder, how are you tying that technology into lake shores? So the Water Atlas has this terrific water quality dashboard that if you live on a lake, you can go to that. Depending on what is being monitored on your lake, you could see the temperature of the water, the pH, the relative health of the lake, any impairments that your lake might have. That's just not even scratching the surface of the information that's available to them on the Water Atlas. So by having a booth at the conference, we think it'll be helpful to go over that with people. Also, there's an app called Flip that we developed through a grant years ago where they can download that to their phone and go out to their lake and punch in some descriptors of the particular type of vegetation they're looking at, and the app will actually tell them what invasive species that is. In this case, it's a photo of a bunch of torpedo grass. So they can use that as a resource. And then we're also excited, we have a partnership that's just developing with Orlando Regional Realtors Association on Lakeshore outreach. Data indicates that approximately 4,600 lakefront property sales occurred in Orange County from 2019 to 2023. And they realize that healthy lakes and good water quality leads to increased property values. I mean, people like to live on a clean, beautiful lake instead of a dark, muddy, smelly lake, right? So they're excited to partner with us. We're going to be doing a lunch and learn with them, and that'll include all their brokers and realtors that come, and we can talk to them about the importance of lakeshore vegetation remaining in place or being managed in an appropriate way according to the regulations. We also have an extensive training program for our customers. Now, this was developed for contractors, but residents can also attend. We do it online via a WebEx or Zoom, and we go over various topics with them, including what the code says, what state code is, because there are some differences, and that can be confusing sometimes. We talk about the LSP permit, the application process. We go through some example plans, compliance inspection process, what they can expect, restoration success examples, and then we even go over plant ID overview for them. They can actually, a vendor can ask to be put on our general vendor list, which we provide to customers. It doesn't recommend any vendor over another, but if they have completed this course with us that we put on annually, they get a little asterisk next to their name indicating that they've completed EPD's Lakeshore Permit Training course. And then The Marine Patrol on Lake Butler, Conway, and Jessamine, we also train those officers periodically on identifying potential environmental violations on the lake shores while they're out out patrolling, sorry. So just to wrap up with a summary here, we believe county has a robust lakeshore permitting and enforcement program. Illegal clearing, of course, it does occur, but our cursory data suggests that it might just be at a small scale. We do have the authority to process the violations of regulations. Compliance is our overarching goal. Administrative and civil enforcement processes are available to prosecute contractors, but of course, as Georgiana covered, that's not without some challenges, including efficacy and resources. Pursuing lakeshore contractors through licensure is preempted or not applicable. Both property owners and contractors can be held responsible for violations, but ultimately, property owner is responsible for code compliance. And then lastly, EPD invests heavily in training, strategic partnerships, and education to increase awareness of lakeshore regulations for contractors and property owners. So what do we recommend we do today? We think we should continue to implement some additional administrative process changes. Like I went over that FWC 2-letter strategies seem to work well for them to include contractors as partners on resolving violations. Continue to strengthen our partnerships with HOAs, other regulatory bodies, and other stakeholders. Continue our outreach programming to increase public awareness of lakeshore regulations to support our program goals. And then lastly, consider a future fee schedule update, as I talked a little bit about. Potentially increase the application fee for the LSP permit to reflect cost recovery of service. Incorporate an after-the-fact permit application fee, because that was something that we heard from the board on docks and wetlands. If people are doing these activities without getting a permit first, then there should be a higher fee for after-the-fact effort. And then some other divisions have a reinspection fee if they have to continue to go back out to a site to reinspect, and so we think that that might be a good idea too. But all of that would be wrapped up in the study on the fees that the vendor is doing for us. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll be on standby for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to try to get this done in the next 5 to 7 minutes. Commissioner Moore.
Great job, Tim. My only question was, I think you covered it very well. Love the pictures, love the brochures, working with the realtors, all the things we suggested, I think you incorporated. Do you have, for the complete novice, any kind of you could use some of those brochures or a presentation to go out to other groups that we could potentially invite you or a member of the EPD staff to come present? I have to tell you, I don't know how personal I want to get here. I dated a guy who had a boat. He told me to be quick. And I didn't know a dang thing about lakes. I didn't tell him. And then I realized, wow, there's a lot to this. I mean, beaches to plants. I had to learn. Good thing he was the plumber, too. He's the one who taught me about septic systems. That was providential, too. Can you delete that all from the video today? But anyway, as engaged as I was, there's a lot of us who love lakes that we just don't know. And so I'd love to see your quick elevator speech presentation, and we'll try to get you in front of some other groups because, it's their property values. It's our county at stake here, and it's an important issue that all of us learn to love our lakes and what that entails. But again, thank you for a great presentation.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I know I started this conversation because of things that we were hearing from the Butler chain of lakes, but obviously this is something across the county, big topic that I think we continue to learn more. We're continuing to educate more. I love those efforts. I will say I am beyond supportive and can't wait to hear more about the updated fee schedule. I believe it should be reflective of the actual costs that are being incurred. I know that you all are, spread thin. You're, pulling from here to resource this, and so anytime that we see in a presentation like this that something isn't either available or practical because of the resources, that tells me that we're not getting what we probably should in the places that we need to get that pay in, right? Which if either the fee or penalty is the place to do that, once again, it's fair, right? We're not asking people who didn't violate or who aren't asking to do something altering. We're asking the people that are. It's good to know that throughout this process, the individuals who came to me and said, no, we could go after the contractors, it's in the code, they were right in 15, and I understand the need for posting on the property. I would say that relying on the two-letter approach from FWC, there's a lot of mixed feedback on that about whether or not FWC, depending on who I've spoken with, they say they rely on EPD for that notification. So the other thing that I would say was a concern for some residents I spoke to was the use of the white sand sort of aerial test. A lot of damage can happen without anybody coming in and bringing in the white sand. And, you know, that's sort of I know with limited resources, being able to get, you know, ground level is more difficult. So I think it's better than nothing. But any available technology that provides better, I'd say, view of what's actually happening on that shoreline would be optimal. And then I know we're really hungry, so everybody wants to get out of here. But if, hang on one second. If the process goes forward and the homeowner either sells, not there, what have you, but we have an identified contractor, does it just go away? Because now if it's been associated with the property, or does the next, so we have an identified contractor, we have a piece of property, but the homeowner switches. Does it travel? And this might be a Georgiana question.
If the property switches, what we often do is we continue to pursue the problem, a resolution of the problem, but we would typically drop the fine because the new owner didn't do this unauthorized activity, and so we would not penalize monetarily the new owner, but they would still be responsible. They would inherit the problem and have to fix it.
And I was going to say, just like any other code violation, I think this is something I would talk to your realtors about, right? Because if that current owner knows, has their house listed, then they need to be communicating that, or else, you know, they're technically breaking the law. So I think that's something that you could add to that when you meet with the realtors. And then continuing to do, I think that, I love that interactive website, but making sure that 311 knows to send people back around, right? So that all those things are connected so that people aren't just doing the reporting, but then don't have any follow-up information to potentially share, put on their newsletters, add to Nextdoor. You know, I say we have to say things 30 times to be heard once, but maybe closer to 35 times. And so I mean, I so appreciate all the efforts that have gone into this since the first time we spoke about it. And, you know, we'll continue to work through it. Do you know when the fee schedule might be coming back to us?
I've asked the vendor to try and have that study completed by end of year.
Okay.
So sometime in 25.
Okay, well, if there's anything I can do in the meantime, because I know that we just got through budget hearings, and I said back then, I'm concerned there aren't enough resources to do what we know we're putting into place. We have a much more, I believe, engaged population about these protections. So if we, you know, if there's opportunities to help support, I think there's a lot of people who really believe in making sure that you all have the resources for that.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to go into recess until 2 o'clock, and we'll start the afternoon portion of the meeting at that time. Thank you. Everyone, and let me welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of July the 30th, 2024. We are now in the afternoon session of our meeting. We're going to begin with Ms. Brandy Driggers, Assistant Manager from our Zoning Division, who will be presenting our Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations from July the 3rd. And with that, Ms. Driggers, you're recognized at this time.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On July 3rd, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 10 cases. 6 cases were recommended for approval. 1 case, VA 2406036 Bobby Morales, was withdrawn. 3 cases were continued to the August 1st Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing. VA 24-07-060 Omar Ramos, VA 2406042 Orlando Racket Sports, and VA 2406047 Megan Anderson. Orlando Racket Sports has since withdrawn their application. It is my understanding that Commissioner Wilson would like to pull Sorensen Construction Incorporated, case number VA-24-07059, for a board called public hearing. The Zoning Division will be requesting that this case be scheduled for a public hearing, and the Board of Zoning Adjustment appeal deadline was Thursday, July 18th, and no appeals had been received. With the exception of case VA 2407059 that has been pulled for a public hearing, we request that the Board of County Commissioners accept the Board of Zoning Adjustment recommended action and findings.
All right, with that, if there are no other items to
Motion
be
for
pulled,
approval.
we have a motion
Second,
by
Gomez.
Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cadero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Driggers. We're going to move forward on our agenda now. We're going to move to item A1 on this afternoon's agenda. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and we're going to ask Mr. Tim Hull from our Environmental Programs Administration to come forward, and he'll be framing this item. With that, Mr. Hull, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'll be presenting a Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit application, number SADF 2303007 for the applicant Structure Development LLC. This is a location map of the property. It's at 9646 Kilgore Road in Orlando. It is on the eastern shoreline of Lake Sheen, identified in red on this slide. And then here is an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in yellow. And here are some photos of the existing shoreline. And you can see, particularly the photo on the right, they have a little bit of erosion occurring. And so the proposed project is a riprap revetment, which is shown on this slide in the yellow shading area. They will have approximately 82 feet of riprap extending across the shoreline. They'll have a 30-foot access corridor in the middle of the property to allow access to the water. Based on prior board direction, plantings are normally required for shoreline hardening projects. So to address this requirement, they'll be doing plantings, which are shown as the shaded areas in green on this exhibit for you. And here's a cross-section of the plan showing the proposed riprap rocks. And some considerations. This project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 15129, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. The public hearing was notified. We sent notice to property owners within 500 feet of the project site, and EPD received no objections to the request. Additionally, Orange County Stormwater Management has reviewed and approved the plans. Our findings are pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 15129. Our action requested acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit SADF 2303007 for Structure Development LLC, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hull. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? Okay. Okay, he's indicating that he has no comments. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have one speaker card, Emily Stewart.
Ms. Stewart? Okay, let's just check to make sure she's not out in the lobby since everyone, okay, there she is. All right, Ms. Stewart, you're up. If you can just go to the podium, if you can give us your name and your address for the record, we would appreciate it.
My name is Emily Stewart. My address is confidential through the Safe at Home program, through the the Attorney General's office here in Florida.
If you have any comments, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Animals, birds, fish cannot deal with what we are asking them to do over and over again when we are trying to develop. We cannot keep filling in our waterways. We cannot keep putting concrete on the banks. We have to do better by the environment. This is affecting the poorest in our communities. It's affecting those with health issues. It's affecting those who need to be outside. We cannot keep putting alterations, dredging, and fills in our community waterways, because when we do, we disrupt the nature's ecosystem that has been here long before us. We should be stewards of our land. This action is not stewarding our land. It is taking advantage of greed and taking advantage of people being able to grab land. We need to steward our land, we need to steward our water, and that means that we do not fill, we do not dredge, and we do not alter the banks. This is not a project that serves our community. It is a project that continues to hurt the environment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stewart. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard?
I have no other speaker cards, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. To staff, if you'll just come back to the mic, Tim, just for a moment, just in terms of what has been recommended by staff and others, is there anything that would be detrimental to the wildlife if this is approved, as indicated by Ms. Stewart?
Well, there's typically two different kinds of shoreline hardening that this board routinely approves. One is a vertical seawall, and one is riprap on the bank. And of the two, EPD's position is that riprap is the less impactful to the shoreline. It's not a vertical construction type project. It's not a vertical barrier in the same sense that a seawall would be. So in our professional opinion, this is the preferred way to stop and prevent further erosion on any property.
And you don't find it detrimental to the wildlife?
No, with riprap, it still provides wildlife a way that spend part of their life out of the water to go lay their eggs or to warm up if they're cold-blooded. It still provides them a way to crawl up out of the water and be able to utilize the uplands for their needs, as opposed to a vertical seawall, which obviously is more of a barrier.
All right, and then I'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor, actually, for getting some clarification. And if I don't remember in the presentation if there was a picture of the shoreline. If we could take a look at that again. Her concerns are absolutely valid, and I think looking at on any agenda when you see alteration, dredge, and fill, that if you are somebody who is concerned about the environment, it feels like a flag for you to be able to come in and articulate those concerns. So I'm so grateful for the time to make sure that we can walk through and explain what this means. And I think in this area, we're talking about, this is one private parcel that has some shoreline erosion. Tell me about the evaluation that staff makes before you recommend an approval for something like the riprap in this area.
It has 8 criteria that we walk through, whether it's a seawall or riprap. I can't cite all 8 of those to you, but they require staff to consider what is the effect of this shoreline project on wildlife, what is the effect on the flow of the waters, does it create or will it create any stagnant waters, What is the effect on other users of the water body? So that's just 4 of them. Like I said, I apologize, I can't cite
No,
them
that's
from
okay.
memory
I just
for
wanted to
you.
make sure, I think the bigger piece is just to make sure that people understand that there is criteria that's walked through in the analysis before a recommendation is made by staff. The other piece of that is making sure that giving instructions for how to do this in a way that is ecologically beneficial or friendly. How do we know that it was done that way once something comes through here?
Do you mean how do we know they implemented it
Yeah,
in the way that was
exactly.
approved?
Yes.
There's a compliance inspection that's done after the work is completed.
Okay.
And we review, did they do what the plans that were approved show?
Great. Okay, thank you. With that, I make a motion for approval.
Second, you repeat.
Yes, all right. There's a motion and a second. I was a second on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you, sir. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda this afternoon. We're going to move to item B2 this afternoon, coupled with H3. And with that, I'm going to open the public hearing. We're going to call on our Public Works Director, Mr. Joe Conkle, who will frame this item. With that, Mr. Conkle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing B2 is the Hancock Lone Palm North PSP. The subject property is located east of Hancock Lone Palm Road, west of Avalon Park Boulevard, and south of East Colonial Drive. This request is to subdivide 18.05 gross acre property and construct 100 single-family attached residential dwelling units. As you mentioned, this item is associated with the consent agenda item H3 from this morning, which is the conservation area impact permit for the associated wetland impacts. The property is designated on the future land use map as low, medium density residential and zoned restricted R2. The area, we can go restricted R2. And then the aerial shows the surrounding area is developed with residential units south, northeast, and west. It's all around. Here is the proposed preliminary subdivision plan with the access to Lone Hancock Palm Road and development heading to the east. This is also includes a conservation area impact permit, and I'll go through those few slides as well. This slide shows a visual representation of the impact area requested today, including the reduction to the wetland buffer. The wetland buffer is the blue line adjacent to the green area to the right of the screen. And then here are some of the criteria under Article 10, Wetland Conservation Area, and Article 11, Econ Lockahachie River Protection, that EPD uses to review the application. I'll go through those real quickly. Section 15-362.5, minimization or elimination of impacts required. The applicant have required relocated parking areas, eliminated a small park, and utilized the retaining wall along the proposed stormwater pond rather than wider back slopes in order to reduce impacts to the wetland buffer areas. And in section 15-4191C, Class 3 conservation areas. Mitigation shall be allowed for Class 3 conservation areas in all cases, and it's Class 3 impacts with this project. Section 15-422, imperiled species survey required. The applicant conducted a survey of the property for the presence of species designated as endangered, threatened, or species of special concern. No imperiled species were identified within the project area. The project is not expected to result in adverse effects to imperiled species. And 15-422F, upland buffer required. This section requires upland buffers an average of 50 feet in width with a minimum of 25 feet in width for all Class 1 conservation areas. The on-site Class 1 wetland requires a 1.25 acre upland buffer. Applicants are providing a 0.82 acre upland buffer. The mitigation plan provided for the conservation area impact permit The applicants will purchase 0.53 mitigation credits from the TM Econ Mitigation Bank to offset the 0.783 Class 3 surface water impacts and the reduction of the Class 1 buffer by 0.43 acres. Note, applicant have also agreed to place the remaining on-site portion of W1, Wetland 1, approximately 3.87 acres, and remainder of the upland buffer into a conservation easement, and then the conservation area signage and permanent fencing will be placed along the remaining upland buffer. So our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of the Conservation Area Impact Permit, CAI 2306030, for Suzanne M. Linton, Charles Pham, and Kenneth and Chris S. Viles in relationship to the consent item from this morning, and also make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve Hancock Lone Pond North Preliminary Subdivision Plan, PSP 2211-351, dated, received May 28, 2024, subject to the conditions listed under this DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor, that finishes my presentation. I'm here for questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? All right, he's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Hewells, 215 North Yola Drive, Orlando 32804. And myself, along with members of our project team, are here. We concur with staff's recommendations for approval of both items before you. We're happy to answer any questions you may have, and I would just ask for an opportunity to address any comments, if there are any from the public, during the public hearing portion.
All right, Mr. Jules, if you'll stand by. Are the members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I have one speaker card, Alejandro Ferrer. Mr. Ferrer, you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandro Ferrer, 14203 Tham Hallway, Orlando 32828. This address falls right within the boundary of the Hancock Lone Pond. We're a small road that runs directly to the east of Hancock Lone Pond. Excuse me. We're against this project for the simple sense of the amount of traffic that's going to be caused by this large project. If you haven't been down Hancock Lone Pond, it is a small dead-end road with no exit except for 50, or Bridgewater, which I'm sure you might have someone here from Bridgewater subdivision. In the meantime, there has been 2 subdivisions added, so you're looking at over 150 homes have been added already. There's a third one that's being built right now. That's without this one being approved. On top of that, we have a community center, Muslim center that was added, another church down the road. The traffic has increased by probably another 150 to 200 cars, easily. Our exit is either Colonial, which there's no light, and also Bridgewater, which are the only area to get out by a light. By adding another subdivision of this size, of 100 plus units, you're looking at least 150 to 200 vehicles on that road. This is a small 2-lane highway with the only exits, again, Colonial or Bridgewater, which is a subdivision. The other thing to look at is this road has never been improved except for when it was paved probably 15, 20 years ago. The drainage issues that are there now have been caused by the subdivisions that have been built. So we have drainage issues from the back end of the properties all the way to the front of Colonial. These things are not addressed. I know there is a road study that's coming up, but that is already too late. By the time that road study is done and you approve this project, you have another, like I said, 150, 200 vehicles on that road. And along the environmental issues with it, but as long as the traffic, you can't have people, these families, I'm sure, that bought into these subdivisions wanting to have their kids ride up and down the street. My kids can no longer ride up and down the street because of all the traffic.
All right, thank you, Mr. Farrer. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to be heard on this item?
No other speakers, Mayor.
All right, Mr. Jules, any rebuttal comments?
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate it. Just by way of background for the board, this project came before the board in September of 2022. It was a straight rezoning. It already had the future land use designation of low, medium density residential, which according to the comp plan allows up to 10 dwelling units an acre. As part of that process, a very similar plan that was ultimately presented here before you was shared at the community meeting. It was shared with staff as part of that. And in part of the rezoning process, there was restrictions placed on the project. It was to allow no more than 100 townhomes and to not have a gated community. This PSP is absolutely consistent with that rezoning. It limits the number of homes that can be constructed here, less than what could otherwise be realized under an R2 zoning, straight zoning, and that was part of the discussion points and part of the action that was taken by the board. In terms of the development process, this project is not done, but what I will tell you as part of this PSP, and it wasn't highlighted before you, is that this project is providing an off-site road improvement on Hancock Lone Palm. It's providing a left turn lane into the project. And then as if this were to be approved here today, this project doesn't stop here. It then goes through construction plan reviews, and as part of that, it has to meet concurrency that the county has a process for, including transportation concurrency. That will require a transportation study to be prepared based on the final plan set of 100 homes, and then it will evaluate where there needs to be, what the transportation is on the existing road network, the addition of the vehicles from this project, and then comes up with a formula that's very advanced and beyond my understanding, being an attorney, that a calculation is made, and there's oftentimes mitigation that needs to be paid before this project even gets a plat approved. So there is going to be a continuing analysis of that issue that was mentioned by the gentleman that spoke during the public hearing, and there's a process that will evaluate it and also provide for mitigation if it's required through that evaluation.
All right, Mr. Jules, we're going to close the public hearing at this time. I'm going to go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, for a potential motion.
Oh, I had a question.
That went away.
Oh.
All right. Question?
I did. I had a question. I just was first of all, I want to say I appreciate the on-site conservation area, right? So I think we should mitigate on-site whenever possible. So
Sure.
I try to really hold those up. Thank you for doing that. What does the maintenance of that entail?
Every conservation easement is different, and it depends if there's the need for some type of planting requirement or some type of mitigation that's required as part of it. Here, that is that's not the case. The wetlands, in my understanding, are in pretty good shape. So it gets blanketed by that conservation easement, and then there's just a duty in perpetuity to make sure that that wetland area maintains its current high ecological value. And so they're required to inspect to make sure that there's no encroachments, that there's no changes in it. And of course, that easement is being given in favor of the county, and the county is able to enforce those terms if they were ever to be at issue.
Great. Thank you so much.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you for my resident that he came, Mr. Ferrara. I wanted to say also that the study is looking into a potential vote to put a traffic light in Colonial Drive and also to open the road to connect with Waterford Chase Parkway down to Waterford. So depends on the study that will also come and alleviate the traffic. So saying so, I'm going to motion for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The seconder is Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item C3, and it will include item pulled from this morning, I3. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Conkle, we'll go to you for framing the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing C3 is the Hamlin 30 PD Land Use Plan. This item was continued from the June 18 board meeting. A quick note and cleanup that the agenda should have noted this item as a public hearing that is quasi-judicial in nature. The check mark should have been checked. This project, though, is located north of Schofield Road and west of Avalon Road in the Horizon West Town Center Village. The request is to rezone the 30-acre property to planned development with a development program consisting of 100 multifamily residential dwelling units, 169,705 square feet of non-residential uses, and 26 hotel rooms. The item is associated with the consent agenda item from this morning, I3. It's an adequate public facilities and road network agreement. The property is designated traditional town center and retail wholesale district on the Horizon West Special Planning Area Land Use Map, as shown. The property is currently zoned A1, and the request is to zone to PD as required by the Horizon West policies. The aerial shows the surrounding area and the process of development with a mixture of residential and commercial uses surrounding the property to the north. Here is the land use plan with future accesses indicated off Schofield Road to the south, Valencia Parkway to the west, and the Silver Leaf PD to the north. Our requested action is make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Hamlin 30 Plan Development PD Land Use Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the PZC recommendation in the staff report, and approve and execute the Hamlin 30 PD Adequate Public Facilities and Road Network Agreement. All the commissioners and mayor have been briefed. This is in District 1. Mayor, I'm here if you have any questions.
All right, the applicant or representative coming forward.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Scott Gentry with Kelly Collins and Gentry, the civil engineers and planners for the project, 1700 North Orange Avenue in Orlando. I'd like to thank staff, Joe and his staff, for working with us through the last several months to what I think is a nice PD with some nice access all around. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
All right, stand by, Mr. Gentry. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Thank you, and I want to thank you for coming out and meeting with me and spending some time kind of talking through this. And I want to, if it's okay, to put you on the spot so that we can make sure that my residents understand. Can you speak to the entitlements in this particular program?
Sure. So I'm not really prepared for a speech, but
Sorry.
just kind of back in a big picture, I think some people don't totally understand the whole Horizons West, but a lot of you do. So let me just start and assume that nobody knows. But so Horizons West, as you know, is made up of many villages, and each one of those villages has different uses allowed in that, multiple uses because it's mostly mixed use. Each village has a little bit of commercial node in there, but Town Center itself, this village, is like the mega
commercial.
It's a really commercial. It's the really intense village, and so that's what we're in. So we have, theater, we have multifamily, we have single family, we have duplexes, we have, big box stores. We just have, medical. We have a lot of different things, and as Orange County Planning would tell you, it's real important to have a mixture of uses where everybody, they have interconnectivity. We have little back streets and everywhere, and we have a lot of little pedestrian accesses, like we have a special pedestrian access to the north of this, to the single family up to the north. And it's all kind of interconnected, and that's the way it's meant to be. So for this project, originally, there's, as part of the SAP or the village, there's entitlements that are put forth in the town center and on this property in particular. This PD is actually mimicking that. We're not asking for any more, any less. We're asking for all that. So at this point in the PD, we got to kind of keep all that and not knowing exactly what's going to happen.
Perfect, and I appreciate that. I know it's complex, and I think we're trying really hard to educate our residents, and I continue to get educated also. I think you've been involved in that area so much longer than I have, as far as looking at some of the existing entitlements and development plans. But I think the other part that I wanted to address here, and we had a moment to talk about it yesterday, but I think it's important to talk through publicly, is our concern with Schofield Road and the safety out there, and how the timing of potentially another project may affect people's safety and what that looks like with the contributions from private development.
Right, yeah, so that's, we have, as most of you know, we have roadway agreements. So as we move forward with these projects and these entitlements, we have certain roads we have to contribute to and build as part of this, and we're doing that. We're following that perfectly. There's as you know, there's a big expressway that's coming in, the extension all the way into Lake County, and that's big, and that's coming in. They're going to do a bunch of improvements on Schofield Road. We'll do some as well on our entrance, and actually we're now into some conversations with working on some signals in the area as well. I don't want to get into the details.
I know. I was going to say, I don't know if I'm pushing things too far here by putting you on the spot again and again, but it really is helpful.
Yeah.
So, the last thing I'm going to put you on the spot about while I've got John Weiss sitting next to me is I would love to go out to Horizon West and do a community engagement that walks through, and we can get other stakeholders, but that walks through, I would like to do the history sort of those village plans. I know for a lot of people, it feels like we talk about it a lot, but the residents out there are mostly very new to the area and are unfamiliar with those entitlements and with the Horizon West Village Plan. And I think it would be really helpful to walk through all of that and to have our development community as a partner in those presentations. I'm getting a nod. Thank you. All right, with that, I'll make a motion for approval.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presence. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda at this time, and this is item D4 for this afternoon. We'll open up this item for a public hearing, and we'll call on Ms. Jane Gregory, our Environmental Programs Administrator, to frame this item. And with that, Ms. Gregory, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So today I'd like to bring to you, we have an application for a brownfield in District 3, and it's the Durham Place Green Reuse Area Rock. In Orange County, we call brownfields rocks, and that's for redeveloping Orange County communities. And as I said, the applicant is Durham Place Limited. So I'll give you a brief history of the project. I'm going to go into what brownfields do for our area, because we haven't really had a brownfield be presented in Orange County in a while. Talk about what it takes to be designated as a brownfield, and show you the area we're talking about and request an action. So this particular project, it's at 5215 South Orange Blossom Trail. It's indicated there in red. It's right between Lake Jessamine and Lake Bumby on about 20.81 acres. The application is being presented to us because they would like to seek some liability protections and also seek some sales tax credits for building an affordable housing project on that property. So as a just brief history of this site, several of you may remember it. A few years ago, the BCC approved development for 102 affordable housing units. There was a conservation area determination completed, a conservation area impact permit that was sought and approved. The development is now complete. People are living in the affordable housing units, and the current operation does provide some amenities and services for the residents. And the Brownfields program itself, the whole purpose of it is to provide economic benefit and invigorate communities. It began with EPA looking at some old sites that were contaminated back, from older manufacturing operations, and maybe these sites would have sat vacant or undeveloped. They're typically in areas where there's a lot of growth taking place, but the sites themselves would not be getting developed. So this whole program is to incentivize redevelopment in economically challenged areas, kind of remove some liability for someone who's willing to purchase a property and redevelop it into a beneficial use for the community. And Florida thought it was a great idea and decided to adopt some legislation under Florida Statute 376 to bring brownfields here. Specifically, Florida Statute 376.80, it directs any local government who receives an application to review that application, and if the applicant meets all the criteria, then we're directed to pass a resolution that they can present to the state for seeking whatever incentives they're looking for. EPD administers the Brownfield program for Orange County, and as I said, you're allowed to name, the local government can name a brownfield the way they would like, and we chose a long time ago to call them ROCs for redeveloping Orange County communities. So we have brownfield sites and brownfield areas. A brownfield site is usually owned by one person, one entity or person. You can have actual contamination on the site, or it can just be perceived because of the activities that took place on the property, but no contamination has been found, or it's been found at low levels, not at levels that cause concern under state laws at the time. A brownfield area can be more than one site within an area. And this is what we do with a brownfield area, is we seek a resolution to designate it as such. This is a image that yesterday looked blue and green and pink. Today it looks kind of black and a little bit of green in it. But the darker areas with the lines through it, those are brownfield areas. And you can see how many we have throughout the county. The smaller blips that look kind of dark black in this image, those are brownfield sites that are also a brownfield area. And if you look kind of toward the center of that, you'll see a larger kind of dark black area, and there's some green parts in there. That shows you where we've got a few brownfield sites within a larger brownfield area. So, all right, benefits of brownfield. Like I said, it's the whole idea is to help clean up contaminated sites and incentivize redevelopment. We like brownfields because it really does drive infill redevelopment. It helps in some cases to curb urban sprawl. It gives incentives for people to build affordable housing and provide permanent jobs in an area. If a local government seeks brownfield designation, they can even go forward as long as they're turning it into a park or they're making conservation land. Local governments can also seek incentives. So one reason people like to go for brownfields is because of the liability, that they can get some relief from that if either regulations change in the future that maybe lower cleanup standards, or if they find contamination at a later date. It also opens economic incentives in the form of tax credits. So the images that are up there, if you look to the right, the one on the top, these are from Brixton Landing, and that was in Orange Grove that was developed as affordable housing. And that one's called Brixton Landing Green Reuse Area. So, and it's a similar situation to the one we're looking at today. So to become a brownfield, there's 5 criteria that you have to meet, and these are outlined in Florida Statute 376.80. A person has to agree to rehabilitate and redevelop the property. The redevelopment has to provide economic benefit and at least 5 permanent full-time jobs, or it can provide affordable housing, or if it's a local government, it can create recreational areas, conservation areas, or parks. The redevelopment has to be consistent with the local comp plan, and it has to be a permittable use. And the neighbors and nearby residents are noticed under the Florida statute requirements and provided opportunities to comment. The applicant also has to show that they've got the money to complete the project. So for this particular brownfield, it's at the address I showed you before, and if you look at the image up there, the area that's outlined in red, at the very northeast part of that image, you can see there was an orange grove there. And this was from the 1950s through the 1990s, that parcel had the orange grove on it. We know that citrus farms have historically used pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers, and the property after it stopped being an orange grove in the 90s, remained undeveloped until 2022. There was a limited soil assessment conducted there. They soil samples, the results were compared to the Florida Administrative Code, Chapter 62777, to see, if there was any need to do a remediation. There was not, because the levels were so low. But the historic activities of operating in Orange Grove and using pesticides and herbicides make the site eligible for brownfields under the perceived contamination part. On this slide, you can see on the left, this is an aerial image from our property appraiser's website from 2021, and you can see that it was very treed and forested, not any development there. The site, or the image on the right from 2024, shows what the property has been developed into now. There's a road that goes into the development, and the affordable housing units are there, the parking lots, the stormwater ponds. These are some pictures from their website, and we did send staff out to visit the facility to make sure that it is what they said they had built, and it does look a lot like this. So in summary, just to let you know, we reviewed the application, we met with the applicant to ask specific questions, we've talked to our county attorney's office, and we've conducted some public hearings in the neighborhood. But the applicant, they have redeveloped the property. The redevelopment does provide affordable housing. The development does meet Orange County Comp Plan and is a permittable use. We did properly notice the project in accordance with Florida Statute 376 and 125.66, and we conducted public hearings in the area of the project. This project was a little bit different because our first public hearing was conducted in the area of the project on May 18th of 2022. And at that time, that was our first public hearing. We had the intention of coming to BCC after that, but there were a lot of questions asked by the residents. So the applicant agreed to respond to those questions. And unfortunately, it took 2 years to get the response back. And so when the response did come back, we noticed again and held another first public hearing on June 6th of 2024 to have the applicant and the residents have an opportunity to discuss some of the project. So, and then today is our second public hearing. And the fifth piece to this is that the applicant has demonstrated financial resources to complete the redevelopment. So the action that we would request today, in that they've met all of the criteria under Florida statute with their application, is for the board to approve a resolution of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners regarding designating certain land within unincorporated Orange County, parcel ID 15-23-29-0000-00-020, as Durham Place Green Reuse Area Rock for redeveloping Orange County communities, and as a brownfield area for the purpose of environmental remediation, rehabilitation, and economic development. This project, again, is in District 3, and we have staff from various departments and divisions to answer any questions, and the applicant is here as well. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Due to process today, this public hearing is primarily staff initiated as part of the administrative process. However, we will be opening this up for public comment, and we'll see how that turns out. And we may give the applicant an opportunity to come up and speak as well. So with that, I'm on to ask, are there members of the public present who wish to be heard?
I have 2 speaker cards, Mayor. One is for Nancy Campiglia and Jackie Davenport. And Ms. Davenport, I had information that you were going to dedicate your time?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So you'll have Ms. Campiglia, you'll have a total of 3 minutes.
Thank you.
State your name and address for the record, please, and then you can proceed.
Nancy Campilia, 5465 Lake Jessamine Drive. We're located in District 3. First, we'd like to underscore the fact that this application is from May of 22. There was communication between your staff and the applicant in November and December. We did have a public hearing where the residents didn't find out because of the publications. It was word of mouth through our district. And we had numerous questions. We finally got the answers to those questions in June of 24, just last month, excuse me. And the answers simply do not make sense. One of the questions, which is the third bullet point in the response, related to property values. Do brownfields adversely affect property values? The answer is no, it increases it. And that was the answer that we received at last month's meeting. Just very simple research from the EPA specifically states that there is indeed a decrease in property value to the adjacent properties to brownfields. Thank you. I specifically want to bring your attention down here. This is the result of a study done by the EPA, and it was done at lower values than what our property values actually are, because we're all within 450 to 500. And in that adjacent area, and then it goes into the millions. So it reads the total decreased property values associated with these brownfields that were tested resulted in 2.2 million reduction in tax to the county or to the cities. In addition, we have studies done by the EPA that specify that crime increases in brownfields. We have specific issues, specific studies. As you can see, this one is again with the EPA, and it relates to issues going on in Tampa because of brownfields. However, what happened there is that the police department, the applicant, the residents got together and worked out a means to where the community received rescue. It wasn't just a rescue to the land, especially in this particular case in Durham. The only rescue would be to the applicant. We need you to either continue or decline because we need further work on this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have other members of the public?
I have no other speakers, Mayor.
Okay, so let's have the applicant come up at this time. And if in your commentary, if you can address any of the issues that you've heard at this point, but also address what amount of acreage remains to be developed, because at this point, the project has been constructed. There are people living here in these housing units, and so in terms of the affordable housing piece, that has already happened. It's in the neighborhood. This isn't like this is an advance. This is kind of an after the fact application that you intend to make to the state to get some type of rebates, et cetera, on the construction. But so address all those issues, if you will, that I just brought up.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, members of the commission and county staff. My name is Brett Brummond with the Goldstein Environmental Law Firm, and we represent the applicant, Durham Place Limited, offices at 2100 Ponce de Leon Boulevard in Coral Gables, Florida. I will not reiterate staff's presentation earlier. However, I would like to state for the record that the applicant does satisfy the 5 criteria for designation.
enumerated at section 376.802C Florida statutes. And looking specifically at the issues that were brought up already, starting first with the timing aspect. This application was originally brought back in 2022 pre-development when the applicant identified the historical citrus grove use and elected to conduct soil assessment to determine if there were any environmental impacts from that historical use. Ultimately, the applicant found low levels of contamination, none above regulatory criteria, but just above detection limits. We did, after our first public hearing, take a step back to evaluate whether this was the correct program for us moving forward. However, after further thought, we elected to continue to move forward because the applicant did meet the criteria for designation, continues to meet the criteria for designation, and the statute does not include a timing component. So looking at just the four corners of the statute, there is no time limit on seeking the designation. However, here, the applicant did encounter a redevelopment complication based on a perception of contamination. And that's why we're continuing to bring this application forward to you today. And some of the questions that were brought up during the public comment section with respect to property values, I have not reviewed the study that was presented today. However, I would like to add that Florida's Brownfield redevelopment program differs from those in other states and the federal program in that we have a two-tiered approach where a local government can create a Florida Brownfield area that acts as an economic development district. Looking at just Orange County, for example, Orange County has designated brownfield areas that are in the hundreds of acres, including the Holden Heights Rock and the Pine Hills Urban Center Rock. And these are brownfield areas that include many, many, many properties, including residential properties, some where there may not have been any history that could have led to discovery of contamination. However, those areas were designated based on the perceived contamination prong. So the approach in Florida differs from those in other states where those studies may have come from. And beyond the differences between those other state programs and Florida's state program, often the focus on property values associated with brownfield sites looks at the property pre-development when the contamination is first identified, comparing that to the property value post-development when the property has been redeveloped and the property has a clean seal of approval from the regulatory body. So often we do see property values do increase as a result of redevelopment and cleanup of a brownfield site. However, I don't want to speculate about the impact of that here today, especially considering that we are looking at a designated brownfield area targeted on a single property at the request of the property owner following a targeted assessment that identified no environmental impacts above regulatory criteria. And I'd also like to add that the property value question and discussion of crime, those are not criteria under the statute for designation. So just to reiterate, we're here today to consider the 5 criteria for designation as enumerated in the statute, as well as the notice requirements that were complied with here. And therefore, we would respectfully request approval based on satisfaction of the criteria for designation. I'd like to reserve any time to respond to any additional questions. Thank you.
And would you say your last name one more time for me?
Brummond, B-R-U-M-U-N-D.
Brummond. Okay, if you will stand by for a moment, let me go back to staff. Okay, I want to, staff, do you concur that the application meets the statutory criteria?
Yes, we do. We conferred with the county attorney's office, and they agree as well. So.
Okay, and I believe it was Ms. Campilia that made a statement that this project has resulted in a decrease in approximately $2 million in tax revenue to the county. Can you confirm that or not?
I would not have the answer to that.
Unless I heard her. Is that what you said, Ms. Campilia?
It is not, Mayor.
Okay, if you would just come to the mic. I'm just trying to understand what you said.
I was referring to the fact that the community was told by the applicant and that property values increase rather than decrease when there's a brownfield. So I presented to you a study that was done by the EPA that specifically states the opposite, and I referenced their specific language in that study. There has been no study done. We have not had the opportunity because we just got the answers to our questions last month. And that's why we are asking for time to be able to do such a study.
The 2 million that you referenced when you were speaking, what was that in reference to?
I'm sorry, sir, I could not hear your question.
You referenced the 2 million. You've made a statement reference something about $2 million in your commentary, and I'm just trying to understand what was that in reference to?
It was in reference to this it was in reference to this particular study from the EPA, and it was giving the conclusion that based on the study and the properties that they researched, there was a 2.2 million lost property tax revenue to the jurisdiction.
And is that relevant to this project specifically, or?
The only answer I can give you to that question is that because we just found out from the applicant, even though we asked back in 22, we were just told last month that properties increase when brownfields are designated. We have conflicting information. And so we need time to determine. I make a living defending licensees such as appraisers. And I am of the position that I need the time to get experts to give us that information.
Okay, I hear you. I'm not sure that's relevant right now, but thank you. You clarified.
Mr. Mayor, it's relevant because I invested a lot in that community, as have my neighbors. Yes. And if our property values are going to be reduced by this designation, it's extremely relevant. We're also a marginalized community, and it would be sad to reduce our tax base when we need services. And I thank you.
That's not the piece that I'm referencing. I'm talking about the 2.2 million you referenced from some analysis or study that was done. That's not specific to this project.
Absolutely not, sir. We have not had the opportunity to do a specific.
That's what I'm saying.
I see.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. To the staff, what kind of community engagement that we have? What did you all do to give notice for the various meetings that were held? And what kind of participation did we see?
Florida statute requires that we put it in the newspaper, which we did, and announce it at a BCC meeting and also notice the property. We also, in 2022, we mailed letters to some residents that were just right on the border of the project. And we had that public hearing, and we heard on that date that folks weren't happy with that we didn't send enough letters out, which we're not required to send letters out at all, but we did send some out. But for the first public hearing, we expanded it significantly. So I think the first public hearing, we sent it to I believe 35 addresses. For the second one, we sent it to 163. So we were trying to reach more people with the second public hearing. I don't have the list of how many attended, but I believe it was between 25 and 30 people were at this public hearing that we had recently. So,
okay.
And it was roughly it was maybe about 20 people at the first one that we did, and maybe between 20 and 30 at the second one. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Commissioner Wilson.
So the applicant, I apologize, I don't recall your name, but you made a comment, there were complications due to contamination, and EPD sort of related that there were soil studies, but what specifically does that mean, that you had complications due to contamination?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So the brownfield, the statute defines brownfield as real property where redevelopment or reuse is complicated by actual or perceived environmental contamination. So we always look at
First, whether the property had a historical use that could give rise to the presence of contamination. In this case, a citrus grove, so that's where we speak of the perception of contamination, the perceived contamination. And then our redevelopment complication comes into play when the applicant had to take a step back and consider what the risk to development, not only to the construction workers, the project itself, future residents, and even project lenders would be by developing an old citrus grove site. So the applicant conducted what's called a limited soil assessment to assess soil in the area of the former citrus grove for contaminants, including arsenic, pesticides, and common fertilizers. As a result of that assessment, only one soil boring came back with a level of arsenic above detect levels, but below the regulatory criteria for residential use. So that's the redevelopment complication we're speaking of. That was a cost incurred by the developer based on that perceived contamination as a result of the historical use.
Okay, so I guess that phrase or the verbiage in that phrase is a specific citation to statutory guidelines, right? In
Yes,
order
ma'am.
to be able to qualify. I think it's just I think a bit of a head scratcher for me and for some of the residents, presumably, because I know that the concept of brownfield, great idea, right? You don't want these parcels to go undeveloped, and we want to make sure that we're using our land to the highest and best value. I think the concern is that usually that's incentives so that people do become attracted to the site and do go in and invest in the site. But in this case, it's sort of a flip, right? You've gone in, invested in it, it's a fully developed site. And so sort of walk us through now, when you look at the spirit of the intent for the brownfield, which is to incentivize that development, what would motivate, or how does that live up to the spirit of it, that it feels a little bit like an after-the-fact application?
Yes, yeah, I can understand that. However, in this case, we did bring the application at pre-development time. We initially submitted it then we took that break in order to reevaluate whether it was a good decision to move forward based on the initial public comments. So that's why we're coming back now to just finish the process that we started based on what happened when we first started development.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes, Mr. Drummond, I guess I'm still a little bit confused. So what is the benefit to the developer, the builder, to at this point? What do you receive from the state, or what actually happens if you receive this designation?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So I look at it, there are some direct and indirect benefits here to the applicant. Directly, the applicant is eligible for a refund on sales taxes paid on construction materials by being located within designated brownfield area. And this would be available to any affordable housing developer within any of the county's designated brownfield areas, including our large Holden Heights rock, just located to the north of the property. Indirectly, looking into the future, this designation is durable. It remains in FDEP's records, so any future property owner, if the property is sold, if the property is redeveloped, if another portion of the property is redeveloped, subject to approval by the county through the typical development channels, that developer would be able to access additional brownfield incentives if there's an expanded investigation, additional contamination is found, or even if the state lowers the criteria, or the regulatory criteria for a residential use, which is always possible. The state can promulgate new rules to lower the standard from 2.1 milligrams per kilogram of arsenic to something lower based on data from EPA and risk-based corrective action standards. So that would be more of the indirect. So looking at it, the developer does stand to receive a financial incentive from the state in the form of that sales tax refund, but this designation would have benefits into the future for future property owners.
And did you expend any funds to remediate any of the impacts of the brownfield area?
The only funds expended were on the professional time and the environmental consultant's time to conduct the soil assessment and generate the report and do the lab analysis. I don't have the exact number, but I believe it was in the range of about $10,000. That worked.
All right, thank you. No more questions, Mayor.
All right. This is for staff. The process that we're going through now, is it uncommon to have the project essentially fully completed and then to come back to request the county's designation as a brownfield project so that the applicant is able to make application to the state for the determination to get the rebate that the attorney has proffered?
Whether it's common or not throughout the state, I don't know. I mean, I think traditionally, people tend to look at a site, the site might be contaminated, and they seek brownfield status to help them find the funding to help clean up the site. But we have had, this will be the third one in our county that has proceeded in this fashion, and it's fully legal, you know, under the statute for them to proceed this way. So this is the third project. We had the Brixton, we had Wellington, and now
So
Durham.
it sounds like the argument, at least that the residents are making, is twofold. One, affordable housing units may devalue the property. Two, the designation as a brownfield may devalue the property values as well. So they're making, I think, two assertions here. However, one, the affordable housing units have been built. They're there. Okay. The only thing that is remaining that is of question is the designation as a brownfield, which is the action that we're kind of making some determination of today. And the residents, I believe, if I'm interpreting everything that they're saying, they are concerned about that designation that, as the attorney said, carries forward on the property into the future. And if their properties, or if there's an appraisal done for the area, they're concerned that the proximity to this brownfield will devalue the potential sales price of their property, correct? The value of their property.
Is that a question?
Yeah, that's a question. That's kind of how I think I'm understanding the totality of what has been said today.
That is the concern that we've been, that's been brought to us, is they're concerned about it being called a brownfield and how that will affect their property values.
Okay, and so to the county, the next question is to the county attorney's office. Okay. What staff has said today is that statutorily, they believe that the application is consistent with Florida law and process, because we've done this, I think I heard her say 3 times, this is the 3rd time. Is that accurate? Is it consistent with law is what I'm asking?
Yes, so generally speaking, the criteria that are laid out in 376 have been, considered by EPD and their expertise together. So generally speaking, yes, and then the conversations between EPD and the county attorney's office. If you have more specific questions, we have Desmond Morrell, I think, in the audience, who worked through the application with EPD to determine whether or not the interpretations of what's in the law and the opinions of EPD staff in concert worked together to support the recommendation for approval.
So the follow-up question then is, there's no dispute of this project meeting the criteria on the law to be designated a brownfield?
So the criteria has been evaluated by staff and is brought to you. The form in which the recommendation is made by law is required to be a resolution. So EPD staff has brought forward a resolution that says that they're making a recommendation that it's consistent with those 5 criteria. The adoption of the resolution by the board is what will ultimately make the finding that it meets the criteria and that it becomes a brownfield designated area.
Okay. And at this point, I don't know that we've heard anything to justify making a determination otherwise.
I have some.
Yes, I believe when Jane did her presentation, she walked through the 5 criteria. We can put them back up for everybody's recollection if necessary, but it's those 5 criteria. The resolution is making a statement that you find as the Board of County Commissioners that those 5 criteria have been satisfied.
Okay, the property has been redeveloped. The redevelopment provides affordable housing. The development meets Orange County Comprehensive Plan and is a permittable use. The project was properly noticed.
I disagree with
Okay, I hear kind of in the backdrop, Commissioner Uribe is disagreeing with that. That's contrary to what I asked the staff if it had been properly noticed. And the applicant has demonstrated financial resources to complete the redevelopment. Well, the redevelopment is essentially complete. So out of the 5, I hear Commissioner Uribe asserting that she has some concern about number 4. And we can have that conversation, Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Wilson.
Sorry, I know this is your district, so I want to hand it to you, but I just really quickly want a clarification because so to that list, the checklist is part of the summary, right? But if you go back to page 12 or slide 12 that has the statute, it actually says neighbors and nearby residents are noticed before the statute's requirements and provided opportunities to comment, which is a little different than the notice.
I think
right? So
Ready?
that was it. You knew where I was going.
I think when Jane went through the PowerPoint presentation, so more specifically, the statute that's up on the screen right now has very specific what is called public hearing requirements in order to effectuate notice. So similar to what you guys typically call a community meeting, the notice requirement is added by law. And so there needs to be a public hearing. It's called a public hearing, but think of it as a community meeting. Right. It has a notice requirement. The property needs to be posted. It needs to occur after 5 o'clock. It needs to be within a certain vicinity of the actual Brownfield area. And that meeting needs to be announced at a Board of County Commissioners meeting before it occurs. So when Jane did her PowerPoint presentation, she walked through how that was accomplished. And then the second public hearing is today, in which it was noticed as part of the board's agenda. And so that's what's required by 376.80. It's kind of summarized there, and then it also was summarized on the checklist. Jane also talked about the extra steps that they took. And so, that's what's been presented here today. But I believe it's the calculation of the county attorney's office that the black letter law of the requirements in 376.80 have been satisfied.
I gotcha. I totally understand. I think where I'm stuck is, of course, listening to the residents and wondering if the sticking point for us, right, go back to where we were, sorry. You had it on the right one? On the right slide, yeah.
You want that one?
Nope, the other one.
The other one.
Was that there are definitely the opportunities to comment. I think I understand it may be above and beyond the black letter law, but I also think that it does provide a fair conversation where we have pre-existing and historic residential areas. I think this is a different area than most Brownfield requests, most Brownfield designations, and I think it does potentially above and beyond the statute. I know your dog's bringing us much joy in the front of the room, by the way. So, and I hope I'm articulating that correctly. I understand that we may have satisfied, but my comfort level really sticks with that, whether or not those comments were heard or processed through by the resident.
We also established a box account, and we provided the link to the residents, and we put any information that we have been collecting or reporting out in the box account, and we've gotten very few questions or comments since the public meetings.
Can I
So-
say something now, Mayor?
Okay, so I'm done, sorry, just had a question.
Okay.
Because-
Were you finished? What you were saying? Okay, all right, I'll go to Commissioner Uribe.
Okay, so first and foremost, if you look back, the first meeting was held May 18th of 2022, 2 years prior to the quote-unquote second public meeting. And you know what's very disturbing is they did do a test, they did find some contamination, they didn't fix it. They went forward and built on it, and they didn't fix it. So they didn't do anything. They finished building everything, and now they want the tax credit for what they've spent in tax. That's one thing that's very upsetting. There were a lot, I was there at the May meeting in 2022. There were a lot of questions asked. 2 years later, I mean, the community actually forgot about it, with all honesty. 2 years later, those questions still weren't answered. So there was more comments. And one of the things that really, at that time, the land, can you show the map of the area?
This one or
That
one?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, the one where their project is and where they're trying to get their designation.
that one?
Here. So if you notice, if you're looking at it, to the right, that is the city of Edgewood. These are single-family upscale homes. So I asked the city of Edgewood, their city administrator and the mayor, if they had gotten any notice. Because one thing that I'm born and raised here, all of that was where the orange groves were. So it wasn't just the lot that they built their apartments. It's beyond that and past that. And the city had not received notice, the mayor had not received notice, and it directly affected the homes immediately behind this lot. And so when you think about 2 years go by, the community actually doesn't think it's moving forward. We actually had a lot of new people come, very, very confused, to the meeting in this year. But there was no proper information given. It's like the same comments were asked, and there was no answer. And it is proven when you look at everything below this property are single-family homes, and everything behind it are single-family homes. It is proven after the fact, and they did not clean the land. They just did a test, found out there is some arsenic, and built anyways. But it does reduce the value of people's residential homes. It does. You get a Brownfield designation right next to you, it's not going to help your property. It does not help your property. But that lack of proper information, and even at that meeting, I've been at both meetings, to try to tell the community, oh no, it's going to help your value. No, it doesn't help your value of your home, having a Brownfield designation 2 lots over from your home, or right behind your home, or right next to your home. But the biggest, I know that there's some legal things that make them qualify, but the communication and the actual proper communication, and even the city of Edgewood saying, we didn't know about this, and they abut next to the property, is where I had some significant issues. And had there been proper, and it's 2 years, first meeting, second meeting, 2 years and 1 month, there was no time to even prepare to find out the effect to the residential areas. And so that's where I'm not saying no, I'm not saying yes, but what I do think is this community, including the city of Edgewood, deserve to be properly noticed, deserve the time to get this information and see how it affects them, because it's an after the fact. They're not doing anything to clean the land, they're just coming to get money back. The gain is just financial. It's not to improve the property at all. And so, and that property, mind you, sat R2 for 50 years. So it could have been developed for 50 years into apartments. So it wasn't like it was a long lost property that had nothing going on. It was designated R2, just nobody ever bought it. Because we had to do, if you guys look at the access from OBT, they had to do some wetland credits, because it did affect it. We did get a conservation area on it, which would be Brownfield designated. And also, we've actually had some storm drainage issue, because one of the agreements on this application was that it would connect to OBT, but in fact, it is connected to the residential lift station, which has caused more pressure and activity on the residential folks that live there. So my desire is that we are all on the same page, and that all interested parties connected are at the table. Now, if they don't choose to participate is one thing, but their lack of getting that information is what does not sit well with me, because we should have an open dialogue, and it should not be 2 years after the fact. So all I wanted to ask for, and I know this was noticed, so we actually noticed it, so we had to have a public hearing, but what I've asked is a continuance to allow the residents to get the information, allow the city that touches the property to also be noticed so that they're aware and that those neighbors are aware of those implications, and to really find out what that data is. I ask you guys to allow this community to have a continuance to get these answers, and to also notify the city and the city administrator that lies behind this property the proper notice on what this designation is and how will it impact most of them, their major asset, their homes.
Can I
All right.
address a few?
Yes, you can. You've been involved in the process, so you may know whether notice was given or not.
Well, one thing I would like to say is, whenever there's a transaction, a real estate transaction, there tends to be some sort of environmental analysis. A lot of times it involves soil sampling. Many times, if with the levels that were in this one, nobody would even know about it because they aren't at a level that triggers any regulatory action. 62777 of Florida Administrative Code sets actionable levels. So if you get a soil sample that exceeds their cleanup standards, you have to clean up the site. But these were so low that it didn't trigger that. So there could be sales of land any day of the week that would have similar levels that we would never hear about because it's not triggering any action under state, cleanup targets. The other thing is, as far as the noticing goes, I have the map of where we sent the letters. So those houses that are over on the east side of the property that are in Edgewood, they did get the notice letters from us. The picture on the left is, for the most part, like almost where we sent the notice letters for this last meeting. I don't know if y'all can see it on here, but it would be this. That was the area, and I take responsibility for the area that we noticed because honestly we weren't required to mail the letters, so we just thought we would pick kind of all the homes right around it, and I think I have it upside down here.
And those homes that you're referencing, you're saying they're in the city limits of Edgewood?
These right here are in Edgewood. So,
and they received a notice, is that what you're saying?
Yes, their addresses got the letter that we sent out. So, and I didn't realize that the mayor lived right there, the mayor of Edgewood. We could have sent it to him.
Does he live in that area?
Yeah. Not there. He's actually up somewhere up in this area.
Okay, so he lives outside the area that.
He lives outside the area that we
notice.
noticed, yes.
Okay.
So,
I do have a follow-up question for the attorney.
And then I had one more statement, I hope you don't mind, but the Brownfields program, the focus of the Brownfields program is to reinvigorate areas that are maybe economically challenged. Individual Brownfield sites or areas, this is definitely, I understand the concerns that the residents have, and because it was never considered a site that they thought was contaminated. But, unfortunately, that's probably an issue with the statute. But as far as a resolution goes, the statute tells us to review the application. If they meet the 5 criteria, then we're supposed to put forward a resolution. And whether it's an economic benefit or not, isn't part of that application. But that is a focus of the actual regulations. That's what EPA hopes for. That's what Florida hopes for. That's what we hope for. And honestly, it's hard to get affordable housing sometimes cited, and this is giving an incentive to build affordable housing. So,
Can I ask the attorney
Okay.
a question? He said that it costs $10,000 to do the study. How much tax credit are you getting back by doing this brownfield and essentially affecting the residents' value in their homes?
Thank you, Commissioner. So the sales tax refund incentive available here, which would be available to any project within a designated brownfield area that provides affordable housing, the applicant paid about $300,000 in sales taxes on construction materials. And that would be, those sales taxes would be eligible for a refund through the sales tax refund program with the Department of Revenue.
So your $10,000 test would now result in a $300,000 return.
Yes, but I would also add that any affordable housing development within the Holden Heights Rock may also receive that same incentive without even having a reason to suspect contamination or do any initial soil assessment to evaluate the presence of contamination. So here, this property is similarly situated to any other property within a designated brownfield area within Orange County, which numbers well over the hundreds. I don't want to draw that a similarity between these two projects where this project actually had a redevelopment complication, actually had perceived contamination, and is going after this incentive created by the legislature when a development located several blocks further north could also seek the same incentive.
Okay. Like I said, this does affect the residential area. There wasn't enough information provided. You took 2 years to come back and you didn't answer the questions. I think this community at the least is due those proper answers, because I was there at these meetings, and when we left that meeting, there was huge dissatisfaction, there was confusion. The residents were more lost than they were the 2 prior years before, and this community deserves that right, and that's what I'm asking. I'm asking to give that continuance so that you could properly, Mr. Brummerd, give that information to this community, because you will be affecting their asset, their homes. So I am asking the board to give the continuance to find out the full implication. There's residents here who are willing to do the research and to allow the mayor and the city of Edgewood to properly know what's going on next to their property, because it would affect the city. And also, the city's also developing more housing areas, and I don't know how that'll affect them. So,
Is that a motion?
yeah, I would like a motion for continuance. I'm not looking to deny it. I'm just looking to properly give this community the information they deserve. And let's do it in a much more...
Second,
I have-
Bonilla.
Thank you. And in a much more closer time frame than 25 months to get that information.
Okay.
Mayor, we will need a date.
Okay. So if, in terms of proper motion, okay, customarily what we do is we say that if there's any unreadiness and there's a continuance, we say that it should occur a date certain at a time. And that is the motion at this point is not proper.
Do a meeting on the 22nd, basically in the next 25 days, 27 days. August 27th at 2 p.m.
Commissioner, I certainly would
Second.
look to both you and the applicant regarding availability, the ability to coordinate a community meeting.
That would mean we would do a community meeting very swiftly and quickly, Mr. Brummer.
Respectfully, we would object to a continuance here for a few reasons. First, the applicant has established they've satisfied the criteria for designation and the statutory processes have been complied with here. By delaying this board's action on the resolution, that does not do anything to establish the criteria having met or not being met. Although I agree that communication with the community is essential, I don't think conditioning approval or conditioning this process moving forward on additional community input meetings I don't think this process is the appropriate time or place for that. I will go back to the developer, to the applicant, and mention and discuss that the community would like to be involved and discuss the goings-ons of the development going forward. However, we respectfully object to the request for continuance. And beyond that, our second reason, the applicant
by continuing the item too long, the applicant could in fact not be able to access those incentives any longer, which would be similar to a denial of the request. However, we think that the criteria have been firmly established, and we believe that the board should take action sooner than later on this item.
So you guys waited 25 months, but 28 days is too long?
What's the deadline you have for your application for the incentive?
The application is currently with the Department of Revenue right now. I'm not aware of the deadline, but we're working to just get the application done, or get the resolution in as soon as possible to complete the application process.
So the application has been submitted?
Correct.
The state can't move forward unless there's a resolution by this body?
Correct.
And that's the reason for your objection?
That is one of the reasons. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
Okay, we do have a motion to continue to, was it?
August 27th.
August 27th at 2 p.m.
Yes.
And Commissioner Bonilla, you were the seconder on the
Second,
motion?
yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. And August 27th, this will come back before the Board of County Commission. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that's action. All right, with that, we're going to move forward then on our agenda to the next item. And by the way, to the clerk, I think the action was unanimous. I didn't hear any nays. Okay. All right, we'll move to E5 at this time. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Alberto Vargas, our manager of the Planning Division, is going to come forward and frame this item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. This is the Rural Area and Rural Boundary Charter Amendment public hearing. There are 4 different segments to this public hearing. I'll start just giving you the highlights of what recently took place during the work session last month. I will then move forward to describe the rural boundary area and depict it in a map format for your review. I will go over the highlights of the 8 different sections of the ordinance, and I will close the public hearing with the requested action. Mr. Mayor, you remember last month where the board discussed the Charter Review Committee recommendations and agreed to move forward with drafting the ordinance to submit to referendum the proposed charter amendment that establishes the rural boundary and the rural area. And there were very specific directions that you gave staff during that work session. And the first one was that you recognized the CRC, the Charter Review Committee's definition of the rural area with one modification. And that particular modification had to do with the exclusion of the expansion of the urban service area related to Boggy Creek and the Boggy Creek corridor. So that was the 6th exemption that was added to the definition of the rural boundary. Then we moved on to receiving a direction from the board directing staff to wait until after the November 5th vote to transmit any related rural area comp plan amendment, whether it's text or map, related to the comprehensive plan, as well as the land development code related to this particular action. So that would happen after the November 5th vote. And the board also directed us last month to advertise the draft ordinance for the public hearing, which is taking place today. The rural area consists of all unincorporated Orange County lands that are located outside the following areas. And I'm going to build up the map that would allow you to take a look at the actual boundary of the rural area. This is highlighted in red is the existing urban service area, and lands outside that particular line is what it's described to be part of this definition of the rural area. Also lands that are outside the joint planning agreements or interlocal agreements are also part of this definition. Lands that are outside the growth centers, and they're highlighted at this time, 3 of them on the screen. And lands outside the Innovation Way overlay, highlighted in yellow. Lands that are outside Horizon West Villages, recently highlighted. And the Boggy Creek expansion area at the center bottom of the screen is exemption number 6, which defines the area as such with and highlighted in green with this particular map. This area, the rural area, represents approximately 53%, 54% of the overall county area. So that gives you a general definition of what that rural area is, just over 345,500 acres of land. In terms of the ordinance itself for the charter amendment, Article 7 in the charter in section 701 authorizes the board to propose amendments to the charter subject to a referendum in any primary general or special election. The referendum is also called for the November 5th to determine whether or not the rural area, rural boundary charter amendment is approved by the voters. The notice of the referendum will be published as required by Florida statutes and as directed by you, the Board of County Commissioners, to staff. Mailers were sent to property owners within the boundary area for the purpose of today's meeting, and to give notification of this referendum as well. On the screen at this particular time, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, is the actual ordinance title, which provides a descriptive summary of the purpose of the ordinance. Section 1 is the charter amendment. And in Article 5 of the charter creates this new section 506, which pretty much describes textually the definition of the rural area and rural boundary as previously depicted in the map that I just presented to you. Subsection B under the same section 1, subsection B1 is the legal effect of the rural area, which basically identifies the fact that any ordinance amending Orange County comprehensive plans that increases the allowable densities or intensities within the rural area for any portion within the boundary that you just saw highlighted in green would require a majority plus 1 vote in the affirmative of the entire BCC membership as it is structured today. Just as an example of today's membership of the board, it would require 5 votes out of the 7 members, not the majority of the members that would be present during any particular public hearing. Subsection B2 identifies that any removal of properties or lands within the rural area by ordinance would be approved by an effective vote of the same majority plus 1 vote of the entire membership of the board. Subsection C identifies the charter amendment and when it would be effective, and it would be upon the date of canvassing board certification of the approval of the votes of the electors of Orange County. Subsection 2 calls for the referendum, and it is identified to be in the general elections of November 5th of 2024. Subsection 3 of the ordinance itself identifies that the notices sent for the referendum purposes would be pursuant to Florida statutes, and that it would require the publication that shall occur The first would be the 5th week, and the second would be the 3rd week prior to the November 5th election date. Subsection 4 identifies the ballot itself, as the voters will be able to read it. It basically summarizes the description of the proposed charter amendment, and that is what's inside the box right there. Subsection 5 confirms that the same ballot and the language within that box that we just saw would be translated in Spanish. Section number 6 authorizes the Board of County Commissioners authorize the Comptroller to direct and disburse the funds necessary to pay for the expenses related to the referendum itself. Subsection 7 is severability, which ensures that the entire ordinance does not become void due to the invalidity of a single part of the ordinance. And finally, subsection 8 identifies the effective date of the ordinance, which is pursuant to general law and only if and when approved by the majority of the voters voting on the referendum of November 5th. So that is the entirety of what is in the ordinance itself. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, and I will close this public hearing with the requested action, which is approval of the ordinance submitting to referendum a proposed amendment to the Charter of Orange County, Florida, providing for the establishment of the rural boundary and rural area. With that, I'm going to stand by for any questions you may have.
All right, stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item? Because this is an administrative item, this was brought forward by the Board of County Commissioners, so there's no applicant per se. But do we have, how many is that?
84 speaker cards,
Okay.
Mayor.
So we're going to get 1 minute to each person, but I suspect that just by virtue of the fact that I see the sea of red that's out there, many of you are going to come to the same conclusion. So because of that, you certainly have the opportunity to cede time to someone else who may be speaking who are like-minded to you. Otherwise, you can have your minute of time as well. We do have some other business, so we have to move through this as efficiently as we possibly can this afternoon. But with the 84, we'll start that process, and you can call them in the order in which you have them.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. One or two other items. I do have a number of speakers that are already dedicating time. So when I call your name out, if you could raise your hand and identify yourself so that we can count you towards dedicating time to whoever you wanted to do that. So we will start with Senator-elect Carlos Guillermo Smith, to be followed by Stephen Holzman and Steve Leary.
Okay, are all those who were called present at this time? All right, congratulations to Senator-elect Carlos Guillermo Smith. Welcome, sir. And you up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. As incoming state senator-elect for Senate District 17, that includes most of Orange County east of I-4 and all of Orange County east of the urban service area. I'm here today to encourage you to please support the rural boundary and annexation charter amendments. We know that voters deserve a say on this issue. They deserve the right to weigh in on future growth. They deserve the right to change the county charter, and they deserve a vote on this underlying issue. Look, we're here today. You already know why we're here. We're here, unfortunately, because Tallahassee blocked the ability of the CRC to actually be able to propose this charter amendment and do so directly without a vote from the BCC. We know that the reason that happened, it was mega developers who went up to Tallahassee, lobbied lawmakers, and actually asked a state senator that does not represent this area to introduce language on an unrelated bill to carve out and block the citizens from being able to do this. I know our time is limited. Respectfully, Mr. Mayor, if I could have just a few more moments
you can complete it.
to talk about the needs of our constituents here. Look, I unequivocally support the underlying issue, the issue of protecting our rural boundary, the issue of making sure that we actually include some of the annexation language as well, which we know can, unfortunately, if not passed, be a way to get around the rural boundary. The reason I support the underlying charter amendments is because we know that a vote for the rural boundary is a vote for smart growth. It's a vote for fiscal responsibility, for our environment, for quality of life. It's a vote for more livable, walkable communities in Orange County, which of course is a shared goal for all of our constituents, whether they be Republicans, whether they be Democratic voters, whether they be no party. This is something that they support, and they deserve a right to be able to weigh in on the issue. I know you've heard from a lot of other elected leaders as well who may not agree, but I think ultimately what's important to remember is that these folks are not anti-development. They are pro-development of high-density, affordable, attainable housing in the urban core. They're about building up, not building out. Urban sprawl and overdevelopment outside the urban core is cheap for developers.
Senator, I'm going to ask you to try to wrap it up. Giving you great deference because of your position.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I ask you to wrap it up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, to wrap it up, they deserve a vote, and we know that ultimately the most important home rule is the home rule of our residents to have a say on their communities, their neighborhoods, and their homes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And for the balance of this public hearing, we do not allow the clapping, making of noise, or other things, and so I ask you to refrain from doing that. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker, and so follow the rules. You're going to have 1 minute. Because of the position of the senator-elect, I gave him time to complete his thoughts. But the rest of you, you're going to have 1 minute. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. I'm Stephen Holzman, 3515 Exeter Court in District 3. I grew up on Cimarron Boulevard in an apartment complex playing Sim City. I am here to talk about the rural boundary. They set you up with a city. It is a nice, clean box. You cannot expand that box. You've got to build your city in the limits of the game. And it's pretty fun. You start out with small, low zoning, and then, sorry. SimCity 2000. It's a really awesome city simulator game. I grew up on, can't recommend it enough. Maybe we would have better cities if everybody grew up playing that game. I don't know. But anyways, instead of just constantly expanding the map, you've got to upzone, and your city gets cooler. The buildings get taller instead of your city getting wider. Trains start to make sense. That was my favorite part. In fact, when I was probably 5 or 6, my strategy was to just max out on loans and go mono trains. No economy, only trains. Explains a lot. So I'm in support. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Hi, Steve Leary, 753 West Comstock Avenue, Winter Park, Florida. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you again for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you for your service to the community. I will be brief. I know we have 82 people behind me, or 81 if I did my math properly. I have friends on both sides of this issue, but I've been very clear. I support the rural boundary, and I think we need to get this on the initiative on the ballot and let the voters have their say. Again, I will be very brief and end this right now. Thank you very much again for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next 5, Diana Schmook, Robert Stein, Dana Hutchinson, Gerald Loyola, and Emer Roy.
Good afternoon, and
afternoon.
thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today to the council and to the folks that came today. I don't think that we could really talk about the annexation until we talk about putting the amendment on the ballot to for the rural boundary. I'm for it, and that's about all I have to say. Keep rural rural. My name's Diana Schmuck. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Robert Stein.
Mayor.
Good afternoon.
My name is Robert Stein, 4707 Mesa Verde Drive, St. Cloud, Florida, 34769. Very briefly, this action is titled wrong. This has nothing to do about rural boundaries. This is about the right to vote. And how much are we going to allow mega developers and other corporations to decide whether or not we get to have our vote? I ask you to let the people vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Dana Hutchinson, 19246 Lansdowne, Orlando, 32833. I'm here to ask you to vote in favor of both of the rural boundary charter amendments. My family moved to Florida 6 years ago, and we live in Wedgefield in East Orange County. I've attended many of the Vision 2050 town halls. Restricting urban sprawl is an important goal of this new comprehensive plan. However, developers, lobbyists, and even some elected officials are still pushing for irresponsible growth into our rural areas. We're not fooled by promises of parks and education centers. These things do not mitigate the damage done by this unchecked urban sprawl, nor are they worth higher taxes and insurance rates. Protected rural areas, smart growth, and reliable public transportation are what we need. Orange County citizens have the right to choose what is best for our county. Please put the rural boundary amendments on the ballot and let the people decide. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Gerald Loyola, 4813 Coachman's Drive, 32812, District 3. I'm here to ask the commissioners to also vote yes on putting the rural boundary to the ballot. I would like to point out to the commissioners, given that they were supporting bolstering transit with the transit sales tax a few months ago, that establishing a rural boundary can also help with transit specifically. Large cities that have robust transit have density, and that's something that we can build with the creation of a rural boundary. It propagates local businesses to build and then developers to build within the area and not have corporations building outside of this box per se, and allowing us to continue to build where it's needed the most. It's no longer going to be a conscious choice for people to take transit if we build up the urban core. It's going to be the most convenient one. So again, I urge you guys to put this on the ballot and let people choose what they want to do with the rural boundary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next speaker, please.
Hello, Ema Roy, 2337 Albion Avenue, zip code 32833. I'm here to talk in favor of both being able to vote on putting it on the ballot and also restricting the annexation. When we moved here in 2016 from the West Coast, the first week we were in Avalon Park, somebody was skiing on the side of the road on the water. There was waves. You know, Hurricane Ian, we had water right up to our back door. I had a kid worried about, do we need to go to the roof? The front of the house had boats. The back of the house had boats. The next 4 months, driving down the 520, every time I stopped at my favorite picnic stop, the water was on top of the picnic table. So anybody who tells us that, you know, it doesn't affect Wedgefield, whatever, I caught my bullshit-ometer is broken, honestly. Thank you today for standing up for citizens as opposed to corporations and big banks and big money. Eat the rich.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Frank Lucasio, followed by Carl Speak. Christiana Oyanga. And then I have Robert Banks with Beverly Holloway Rivera. Are you here? All right, thank you. You're dedicating your time. As well as Paul Colton. Paul Colton. All right, so Mr. Banks, you'll have a total of 4 minutes.
Thank you very much for having me here. I appreciate the fact that you folks have to ride the fence. That's a hard act to do sometimes. And all of you folks here for showing up and the ones who couldn't show up who are working today. My name is Frank Locascio, P.O. Box 720081, Orlando, Florida, 32872. I am here not to oppose your proposed law. I'm here to explain why part of it should be lopped off. But before I do that, I want to explain who I am. I'm a landowner out there, a vacant landowner. I'm also a landowner in Winter Park, where I have properties. I have 25 tenants, and my tenants are formerly homeless American veterans. So I do a little bit of both. So I care about people at the same time, and I think some of our commissioners may know me, that I sometimes show up to hearings for things or talk to them about stopping progression of development. So I'm pro-development and against development, depends on where it is. Well, I tried to build, we see that large, where it says rural area to the right over there? That block over there is just east of Bithlow, just east of Bithlow.
How much time does he have, by the way?
He has 1 minute.
I requested 5.
Okay.
I did not
Unless someone
I
gave
wrote
you
5
their
minutes
time.
on the card.
No, you can't determine how much time you're going to get, sir. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, you're out of time.
All these people here are pretty much for it. I'm just got one little question. I'm not trying to stop the project.
We understand where you are. If there's something that you want to submit, that you want to add or change,
I just wanted you to lop off part of that so we could do the more veterans that are homeless. Thank you.
You can leave that with us. Thank you very much. All right, next speaker.
Yes, my name is Carl Speaks. I've been out in East Orange County for over 50 years. And it was a nice, quiet place. But in the last 20 years, we've got so many people that's moving in out there. We don't have the roads or anything to get us out of there if we have to get out of there. It's roadblocks in the morning, roadblocks in the afternoon, and we just need the boundary until we can get stuff straightened out. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christiana Uniga, and 1558 Cordon Street, 32828. I'm here today as a member of the Orange County Sustainability Advisory Board, serving in the capacity of environmental protection, natural resource management, and urban tree canopy management. On behalf of the Sustainability Advisory Board, as a unanimous decision, I have the following statement to read to the Commission. The Sustainability Advisory Board, as part of our mission and vision to ensure continuous improvement to sustain the quality of life throughout Orange County, supports the approval of the Rural Boundary Amendment for the November ballot. It aligns with a smart growth strategy that will preserve and protect natural resources, native species, and wildlife habitats, which provide value and benefits to both people and the planet, consistent with the policies of sustainable and resilient development within the county's comprehensive plan. Thank you for the opportunity to share our comments today.
Thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker. And you can call the next, who's on deck.
Right. On deck is Nelson Betancourt, followed by Emily Stewart, James Mead, and Michelle Peters.
All right, you're recognized, sir.
My name's Robert Banks, 3817 Shawn Circle. I've been a resident of Orange County now for the second time for over 24 years. I am a native Floridian. I am the great-grandson of the first Bumby in Orange County. I'm the grandson of the second Bumby in Orange County. My great-grandfather's in Plot A and my grandfather's in Plot B at the Greenwood Cemetery. My family goes back to the 1800s. okay? I am a graduate of the University of Florida. I've been before this commission on numerous occasions, and I have shared my expertise as an animal scientist and as an agriculturalist. I'm here to support my neighbors. I'm here to support this necessity for this rural boundary vote. I've been attending these meetings now for, 10, 15 years. And I ask that you as a commission listen to the community members that are here. I've been doing this so long, I'm in an orange shirt. A lot of my neighbors are in red shirts. I bought this shirt a long time ago. And previously, in other talks, I have presented information from National Farm Bureau regarding the cost of community services. Yeah, I hope you commissioners realize that previous commissions heard me speak that cost of community services were for rural, agricultural, vacant, and industrial properties. They generate more revenue for counties than do urban development. That's a fact. It's indisputable. Folks, take that, heed that advice. Know that if we continue to pave over our land, our water comes from underneath that earth. It's a Florida aquifer, folks. We can't keep paving over the land for the sake of big development. It's unnecessary. It's not fair to the people that have, like many of my neighbors, purchased their properties based on a comprehensive land use plan that was made by former commissioners of this county that stated that anything east of the econ would be one domestic unit per 10 acres. Why is that such a difficult thing to do? That would, in essence, produce multi-million-dollar homes for people that want to live rurally and yet produce more community service funds than what they require. I ask that you consider this. I'm sure you're leaning that way. I'm hopeful that you're leaning that way. It's important that you hear those of us that are part of this community. There are many people that have been here for many, many years, and then there's newer people. I've met some new recruits, so to speak. Large land developments, folks, we can keep building and building and building, but in the end, we're going to need water, we're going to need fire, we need schools, we need police, we need all of those things that, quite frankly, we're not getting. I live in East Orange County. I have been at community meetings prior, pointed out to some of the county workers the need for folks to get out there and clean out the storm drains in East Orange County. They're full of debris, they're full of plants growing, that you wonder why we get all this flooding. A couple of years ago during Ian, I was basically on an island in East Orange County. There was water all around me. Folks, please hear the voice of the people, support the rural boundary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Nelson Betancourt, 5350 East Scaly Street, Orlando, Florida, 32812. We must let citizens vote on the question in the November elections whether to have a rural boundary or not, regardless of any legal threats or scary tactics from excessively influenced politicians by big money private interests. Urban sprawl is obsolete. Look at the damage it has done to the Everglades and how it has slowly been suffocating our county, case in point, Wedgefield, Split Oak Forest. Orange County is on the rack from development on the west side and ongoing threat in the rural east side of the county, and in the middle, the tourist industry sucking out tourist development tax dollars, leaving a $22 billion hole in our budget to fund our transportation, water, and infrastructure needs. The fate of Orange County is tied to the fate of the land. A saying in Spanish makes it clear, el futuro se construye en el campo. The future is built in the countryside. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Emily Stewart. I appreciate those commissioners who are not on their cell phones. I want to say that I do not support annexation. I know that that's the next topic, but in that, I also want to say that these expansive things are not being done with any thought to the environment or our aquifers. We are the headwaters of the Everglades, and we continue to pave over the land that is so very valuable to the ecosystem that we live in. If we continue to sprawl out, we will not have the services that we need. As a disabled person, I struggle to get around Orange County because there is not public transit that is useful and usable. We need to actually focus on the things that matter to our citizens, and continued development outside of the boundaries does not do that. Please put this on the ballot so that people can vote on it, and don't allow the mega intense development that we heard this morning to continue.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Gary Peters on behalf of my wife, Michelle. I think she donated her time. We're at 2801 Hortree Court, Zellwood. I'm clear on the other end of the county. We are for the rural boundary. We moved out there for the nice, quiet country life. The particular area that I'm concerned with is directly up behind my home. It's about 130 acres, directly across from the fairgrounds of the Sweet Corn Festival. If anybody's aware of that, that's the world-famous Zellwood sweet corn. But anyhow, we are for the rural boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Mayor and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is James Mead. I reside at 5361 Young Pine Road. I'll get this out as quickly as possible. My concern is with the current urban settlements, specifically Christmas, Florida, and the zonings there. There are different zonings like, commercial. There's some commercial zone. I own a commercial property in Christmas, and that the establishment of this rural boundary won't eliminate those particular zonings. My family also has been here for over 100 years. I'm an 8th generation Floridian, and I'd like to make sure that those current zonings that are in urban settlements are excluded from this bill or this ordinance, or at least addressed in this ordinance. They're either grandfathered or in some way addressed in the ordinance.
All right, thank you very much for your comments, and we'll come back and address that when everyone has spoken. All right, next speaker, please.
Is really the issue.
Next speaker is John Maniscalco, followed by Isabel Sam, Norma Linden, Dan Washburn, and Kathy Sheeran.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Codell, how are you? I represent the Whippoorwill Heart Community Association as president. Some 400 residents there. All 400 oppose any further annexation. The Narcoossee corridor has turned into an absolute nightmare. We now have turbidity in Lake Whippoorwill that we have not had. I've been out there 40 years, and it went from a crystal clear lake that would compete with any lake in Montana to something that is now polluted, and we don't know how to get it back because the development on the west side of that lake is pouring pollutants in. I strongly support, as all of my residents do, that we continue with rural community boundaries and no further annexation. It has been a total nightmare. And everybody in this room that lives in a rural settlement loves living in the rural settlement, or they wouldn't be here. We love our neighborhood, and that's evidenced by the fact that people die before they move out. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Isabel Sam. I live at 4818 Native Dancer Lane, Orlando, Florida, 32826. I want to tell you a story. When you go to a big county fair, sometimes they will raffle off a bull. And the person who gets the weight guess that is closest to the actual weight of the bull will win the bull, and he'll take him home. But what's most interesting about it is that when you actually take the numbers that every single person guesses is the weight of the bull, and you average it out, that weight is normally only 1 to 2 pounds off. The people are correct when they all work together. So I ask today that you go ahead and just put this up for a vote. I think the people need to just have a voice in this. It feels like diplomacy has completely broken down in this case. None of us want to be here anymore. We're all sick of each other. So let's get rid of this, okay? Let's end it, and let's trust the people. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Norma Linden. I live on 882 South Econ-Olahatchee Trail, Orlando 32825. I'm here because of all the same. For rural boundaries. I live in this house for 32 years now on an acre. And now I received a notice last week that they want to change RCE to make 3 or 4 houses in 1 acre. So this disturbs me because I love my wildlife and my trees. And next to me, they cleared all the trees, live oaks and everything to build a house, which creates more heat. And my birds, I haven't seen a wild animal in a long time, and it breaks my heart. And I'm the one that's concerned about them, and I have native plants, and it's wild there, and I love it. And the traffic is horrendous on south of Lake Underhill, especially when school starts. It starts from Deerwood to Lake Underhill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dan Washburn. I live at 17138 Pickett's Cove Road in Orlando. I'm president of Pickett's Cove Homeowners Association, which is a small community off of Highway 419 on the east side of Orange County on pristine Lake Pickett. I'm also the chairman of the Lake Pickett Advisory Board. We've been fighting high-density development for close to a decade now. We all know that with more density comes more impact, more people, more traffic, more crime, more noise, more light pollution, and more stormwater runoff. We are particularly concerned about the impact to Lake Pickett, where the residents have been paying hundreds of thousands of dollars through an MSTU to maintain the pristine nature of the lake. As more of the drainage basin gets covered with homes and asphalt, Lake Pickett's flooding events have become more severe. During Tropical Storm Faye, Lake Pickett rose to unseen levels with more residents' yards underwater and nearly flooding some of the homes. Please give the people of Orange County a fighting chance against the deep-pocketed developers and vote to put the rural boundary amendment on the ballot.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Sheeran, 2450 Williams Road, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. Sustainable growth is critical in maintaining and improving the quality of life for every resident of Orange County, and this amendment is the first step in that process. The mayors of the cities in Orange County who wrote to Mayor Demings opposing this to be placed on the ballot seem to believe developers need to build what they want, where they want, when they want, to address the affordable, attainable housing situation. This is misguided. In rural areas, the development that's occurring is not attainable nor affordable. There's no public transit, no commerce, no employment centers, appropriate roads, and infrastructure. Nothing is within walking distance. Developing one-bedroom apartment units for $2,500 a month isn't affordable. This isn't attainable for well over 50% of our residents. I hope you consider the wants and needs of your constituents and vote yes to put this and the annexation amendment on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers.
Next group of speakers start with Charlie Hollingsworth, Bobby Beagles, Paul Owens, Val Mobley, and Cheryl Code.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlie Hollingsworth. I am at 6962 Lake Ola Drive in Tangerine. You all received my personal email this morning, so I'll make it short. I'm here to represent Tangerine as well, and the Tangerine Improvement Society, as well as the Claricona Improvement Society. Please support the rural boundary and allow the voters a vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bobby Beagles.
Overhead camera. Can you turn this on? Yes. Endangered species. I live in East Orange County. Bobby Beagles, 21302 Fort Christmas Road, Christmas, Florida. Have been a resident of Orange County since 1942. Almost as long as you, Jerry. I support the rural boundary for one reason. If you don't support it, I'm going to be out of the cattle business. My grandson, who already is in the cattle business, will be out of the cattle business. Yes, I own land. My mom and dad bought it because we was running out of West Orange County with growth and moved to East Orange County. If you really look at it, y'all need to make the decision. Put it on the ballot and let us make up our mind for those who's running for re-election won't be held accountable. It's very simple to say, yes, I support the rural boundary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
And I'll leave that picture with y'all because some of you don't know what a panther is.
You gotta love him. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Paul Owens, President of 1000 Friends of Florida, 3029 Westchester Avenue in Orlando. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization promoting planning for environmentally and fiscally sustainable communities throughout our state. The Rural Boundary Amendment aligns well with the guiding principles behind the county's Vision 2050 plan, especially number 6, preserve open space farmland in critical environmental areas, and number 7, direct development toward existing communities. Preserving more natural land in Orange County will maintain the ecosystem services associated with those areas. Directing development toward existing communities will enhance the quality of life. But it'll also reduce the cost of public services, which are more efficient when provided in urban areas than when stretched to accommodate urban sprawl. Commissioners, voters deserve the opportunity to adopt a policy with this many benefits. Please vote in favor.
Thank you very much. You see, that minute goes really quickly, right? Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Coates, 21745 Fort Christmas Road, Christmas, Florida, 32709. Thanks for having us. I am for the rural boundary. I was born and raised here. East Orange County is all we have left. We have to protect our rural community, our agriculture, our wildlife is so important to us. We have to stop what these developers want to do so we don't lose our conservation any more than what we already have. We will be mowed down if we don't get this on the ballot, and I hope we can have the vote for what we want to have out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker.
I'm Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, Orlando, Florida, 32804. And I'm here today to represent the League of Women Voters of Orange County. That's an 800-member organization in Orange County who are nonpartisan, politically active, And we empower voters, that's our mission, and we defend democracy. We don't endorse candidates, but we take positions on issues, and this is an issue. We appreciate the work that our Charter Review Committee did on behalf of the citizens of Orange County. They represent the essence of home rule. By stripping our CRC of the authority to put the rural boundary issue on the ballot, the powers that be in Tallahassee would deny local citizens our ability to define our own future. The League of Women Voters asks you to please stand up for home rule today. Your constituents deserve the right to decide if a rural boundary is right for Orange County or not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Next group of speakers start with Hal Coates, Kim Dinkins, John Stone, Mark Mansfield, and Rainey Hildebrand. Is Kim Hines here as well? Kim Hines? All right. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Hal Coates, 21745 Fort Christmas Road, 32709. I want to make it perfectly clear. I would like to have this agenda put on the ballot, let the people vote. I'm against annexation of the city of Orlando coming out to Christmas and annexing the land. I'm against the county commissioners, the mayor, that you would fold up and support mega builders, just some filthy rich people, and not listen to your constituents. We are standing in front of you telling you we are sick and tired of this, but you just keep letting this go on and on. The people need to vote on this. This is the most important thing that's happened in Orange County in 30 or 40 years. This is the big event. Let's establish a rural boundary. Let's let the people vote. I beg you to listen to the people. The physiological stress, the mental anguish that you guys are subjecting me to is phenomenal.
All right, thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you too. All right, next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Demings, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kim Dinkins. I'm the Policy and Planning Director for 1,000 Friends of Florida. As our President Paul mentioned, we advocate for building better communities and saving special places throughout Florida. The initiative before you would serve both of these goals by setting a reasonably higher standard for land use amendments that convert properties from rural to urban uses. We've promoted similar policies for more than a decade, and communities across the state have implemented them to protect their rural areas and direct growth to urban areas with the infrastructure to support it. In a recent study conducted by us and the UF Center for Landscape Conservation Planning, we found that Orange County stands to lose more than 180 square miles of undeveloped land by 2070, much of this to urban sprawl, including almost 90% of the current farmland in the county. However, by utilizing planning tools such as this, along with others that directly protect rural land, the acreage loss could be significantly reduced while still providing ample opportunity for economic and population growth. We commend the CRC and stakeholders for bringing the amendment forward and urge you to place it on the ballot.
All right, thank you. Record speed there. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is John Stone. My wife and I live at 4807 Brown Road in Christmas, Florida, in Commissioner Bonilla's district, and I'd like to thank her for outstanding service to our families on Brown Road. I'm here to say that my wife and I support the assignment of the rural area. I'd also like to add that in the people who live there, many of us have some acreage. We have 34 acres, and while we don't want to see commercial development, I also understand this would require that I have to come back before you instead of the department if we want to build an extra house on our 33 acres for a family member. So I want you to keep an open mind about there's rural development for a family and there's rural development for commercial development, and that as I understand it, we're going to have to come to you for our development of a house for a granddaughter or a son. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Mansfield. I reside at 16362 Sand Hill Road in Winter Garden, and I'm in support of the rural boundary amendment for the charter, and would like to see it appear on the November ballot to let the voters of Orange County decide. Sustainable growth is critical in maintaining and improving the quality of life for every resident of Orange County, and this amendment is a good first step in that process. So please support putting this amendment on the ballot. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Joe, you forgot the time.
Sorry, Mayor.
All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rachel Hildebrand, and is Kim Hines here? All right, is Pat Lindsay here?
She's in the other room.
Okay, and Scott Bradley? Scott? All right, so you'll have a total of 3 minutes.
We're good?
You're good, 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. I could.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just go.
Let's go.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hildebrand, and I live at 4651 Chuliota Road, Orlando, Florida. I'm here today to speak on the behalf of the Lake Pickett Community Association and my own concerns. I want to thank many of you today here for your hard work on getting the rural boundary and annexation initiatives this far. I know it's been a lot, so why let the pressure of 10 people stop all your hard work, especially when you have a room full of people here and over 2,000 ballot signatures saying otherwise. These two initiatives should be the easiest things to say yes to, since they are sustainable, smart, use existing language, and protect the people who live here and who have to live here with the decisions of people who don't. Developers seeking to capitalize on Florida's resources and lack regulations span from Canada, Turkey, and my favorite, North Carolina, none of which are as close as the towns people drove here from today to show you that this is important. I don't know, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Google it. I risk my job and livelihood every time I come down here to fight for what's right, and that's not cool. Why are you siding with the people who aren't part of this community? Why do you make it seem like you don't have our backs or the best interest of the ecological future of the state every time we have these hearings? We've trusted your word for far too long, and we've seen where it's gotten us. We need more. We need protection. I'm tired of seeing old friends forced to move due to overdevelopment and family farms and mature forests being sold and developed left and right. It scares me knowing my fate and others lie in the hands of 7 people here today. We aren't a bunch of crazy tree huggers. We're just hardworking people trying to make ends meet and tired of watching it get harder for us to live out here, but easier for people like you, people like the lobbyists, the lawyers, the politicians, and the developers who seem not to struggle. And I'm here not knowing how much I can live out here, and I only moved out 4 years ago, and I've been down here every year since I moved out there. So don't let all the hard work that y'all put into go into vain just because of 10 people that signed a letter, and I don't see all of them here today. So at least give the amendments a chance, see what happens, and let the people vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Madison Lambert, and is Barbara Frizz. Madison? All right. She'll be followed by Sharon Horton, Juan Garcia, and Amber Umberger. So is Barbara Fries here? Paul Fries? And Pam Colton? Okay. 2, 1, 2, 3. All right. Well, I got 3.
Are they seating time?
Yeah, there's people that are giving time, Mayor.
Okay.
So I have a total of 3 minutes for you.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Hello, my name is Madison Lambert. My address is 16939 Corner Bay Court. I've lived close to the rural boundary on the east side for 25 years, and as an adult, I still choose to live there because I feel it's hallowed ground. And I think if you went out there, you'd agree with me. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today to help emphasize the success of a rural boundary that has been delivered to other counties. I wanted to play this video for you. It talks directly to the rural boundary success in holding up against legal challenges, as well as, most importantly, to the benefit of a rural boundary that it provides to the county.
So that's a little bit about Seminole County, a little bit about the rural boundary. Again, I guarantee that 56.5% would be 75% today if we voted on it. This has become sacrosanct in Seminole County, the protection of the rural boundary. And I think you've seen that we have gone to federal and state court and won every time to protect that. I'll also tell you, though, that it's important not just for the quality of life and keeping that rural distinction. People that will never see it in Altamont Springs or Sanford still love the idea that it's there, that it's protected, that it's safe, just like they do the same thing with Wekiva. It's important. And things like that, as I will talk to you about, I mean, that is the meaning of life. That's the quality of life. But on a practical side, let's be honest, it saves us millions of dollars in infrastructure, saves us millions of dollars in things that we don't have to do when you talk about urban sprawl. Urban sprawl is the biggest problem as far as infrastructure costs that we all have, Orange and Seminole County. So we're very proud that we took that stand. I also wanted to tell you, I saw that you had the Florida Association of Counties legislative priorities. If you want to ask me anything about that, I am president of the Florida Association of Counties. The whole reason I was able to bring it up and get support was because citizens initiative wanted a referendum on placing on the ballot increased ad valorem taxes for a land conservation plan this past November. All the numbers said that it would pass. But we were also looking at next year doing a sales tax. And I don't have to tell you, you put two things on the ballot, both of them increasing taxes, eventually, or one is continuation, you've got a problem. So I suggested an alternative. If conservation land is important, and it is, and it should be a valuable asset to the community, because remember, everybody says, oh, you're taking property off of the tax rolls. No, you're not. You are taking it off, but
all right.
Land around it becomes more valuable. So
we'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Horton. I live at 923 Guy Road, Orlando 32828. The last little bit that's being squeezed out in Sunflower Trail. We fought for years to try and keep us agriculture. We have our cattle, our animals. As Lee Constantine states, rural area is necessary. We have kids in 4-H that are raising their animals to make themselves, bring themselves into a better life in the future. We need you to give the rights back to the American people, the citizens of the county, to vote for this amendment, this rural expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee staff. Thank you. My name is Juan Garcia. I'm a current resident of Lake Whippoorwill, 11864 Kirby Smith Road, and we moved in like around I would say like 4 years ago to the southeast side of the lake, and my whole family is there. And I'm opposed to any further annexation of the city to there, and I'm in favor of the rural settlement. We moved into that side because of the rural settlement, so let's keep it as it is, as a rural settlement area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Amber Hamburger, to be followed by Sarah Bolin, and is Pat Lindsay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Awesome. My name is Amber Hamburger, and I'm a resident of 620 Kittredge Drive in 32805, Commissioner Scott's district. I'm so sad he's not here today for this vote. I am here as a citizen and as a member of Orlando YIMBY, which is a volunteer nonpartisan organization that fights for affordable, sustainable, and attainable housing. As much as we support abundant housing, we are very pro-housing and in many ways pro-development. We are very anti-sprawl, and so we are in support of this measure. More broadly than that, I just want to thank the Commission very much for picking up this issue. After the state's preemption of the CRC, many of us were terrified for this ballot amendment and so worried that it would be completely scratched. And so I just want to thank all of you for being willing to take this on, for being willing to allow us to give this comment, and for hopefully your vote in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
So for Sarah Bolin is Pat Lindsay, all right, Tommy Denton, or Beverly Holloway Rivera. All right, I have, so I have just one other dedicating time. So it'll be a total of 2 minutes.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, ma'am.
Just waiting on them to start the video.
We did 15 meetings in that committee. The first 9 of them, we banged out the initial language. We came in February thinking, hey, we got it. Winter Garden, Ed back there, he informed us, and others, Ocoee, Apopka, they all came and talked to us about what we had done wrong. We went back for 6 more meetings. This is for the people watching at home, too. We did 6 more meetings, and we fixed it. And I think we did our dangest to make the rural boundary defined to be only the rural boundary and exclude all the agreements that the county has done over the years with all the cities. So I think that is my intention when Kelly had put this forward last year, almost a year ago, and we started working on this. My main thing was Vision 2050 has a vision that how we shall grow. And we've done this before 20 years ago and we didn't grow that way. This is the second attempt of how shall we grow with the Vision 2050. And if we don't get this right, it's over. So I saw this attempt of a rural boundary to be very important to push through, because if we are going to be successful with Vision 20, if the BCC wants to be, and this is directly to them, if they want to be successful with Vision 2050, they need tools. We did the fiscal, thank you. We also need the Vision 2050, the rural boundary. The rural boundary gives them the tool set to say to cities like the city of Orlando, which is going crazy right now, and annexing on the east side, ability to say, no, we are going to retain the land use over that land of the rural boundary. We know cities supposedly have to grow, but that means also up. An example would be the city of Winter Park. I grew up in Winter Park. They do piecemeal annexations. They do annex. An acre here, a quarter acre there. It's very selective.
All right, thank you.
Just like
Thank you
for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for letting us ask to put this on the ballot. Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Tom Denton. I've lived at 16625 Burl Road for the last 20 years, and I've recently missed a wonderful orange grove that I could drive by and smell the orange blossoms. It's gone forever. I support strongly for this to be put on the ballot box. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is John Lena. And dedicating time is Kathleen Charles, Amy Lambert, and Susan Collins. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name's John Lina, L-I-N-A. I live at 3651 Oriskany Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32820. I'm the chairman for Save Orange County. And I want to thank the commissioners for all the hard work that they're doing up here. hardly anybody ever pats anybody on the back nowadays, but I wish Commissioner Bonilla was here for this, but I'm here today to voice my support for the rural boundary. With that being said, I'd like to give you a brief break from all the speeches, repetitive in some nature, and do a little song and dance for you, Mayor, especially for you. You may remember this video. It's the perspective of the rural area that we're trying to protect, and if you vote in favor of the placing this on the ballot. So go ahead and hit that. These are some of the views of the rural area. Almost heaven, East Orange County, rural boundary, Econ River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the streams, blowing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. East Orange County, rural mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Farmer's lady, no stranger to pristine rivers. Dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Wildlife corridors, teardrops in my eyes. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. East Orange County, rural mama, take me home. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thought you'd like that.
All right, let's keep going. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jim Hester. Is he in this room? All right, there's Pamela Seibel, Bill Lutz. All right, thank you. And Sid. Sid? All right, thank you. You'll have a total of 4 minutes, sir.
My name is Jimmy Hester. I'm here for my kids, a fourth-generation farm located east of the Econ in rural East Orange County at 15055 Lake Pickett Road. The first time I spoke at one of these meetings was 10 years ago when I found out my Orange County representative was breaking the promise that was made to the residents east of the Econ. Our community was furious, and for the first time, I learned what canvassing and super voters was. Instead of me getting my kids ready for soccer on Saturday morning, we went canvassing in Ted's backyard. Most of us from our community growing up here know folks and businesses all over Orange County, which was key when our community spread the word of the broken promise. Save East Orlando was created, and this broken promise united folks from every race, religion, and political background. Soon residents from all over Orange County started reaching out with similar struggles, and a database of thousands of Orange County residents was built. Save East Orlando became Save Orange County, countywide. This database enabled communication to keep Orange County residents informed, engaged, and resulting in packed out town hall meetings and community meetings. Please do not let someone who does not live here influence today's decision. Today we ask you to be our voice, trust your CRC, protect my agricultural property rights, keep the promise, and vote yes for the world boundary. We will play This Is Our Hometown.
For sale sign on a big old rusty tractor. You can't miss it, it's the first thing that you see. Just up the road, a pale blue water tower. I love Jenny, painted in bright green. Hey, that's my Uncle Phil there by the courthouse. He'll be lowering the flag when the sun goes down. And this is my town. Yeah, this is my town. Hey, where I was born, where I was raised, where I keep all my yesterdays. Where I ran off 'cause I got mad and it came to blows with my old man. When I came back, settled down, is where they put me in the ground. This is my town. Yeah, this is my town. My town. There ain't much going on here since they closed the mill. That whistle still blows every day at noon. A bunch of us still go down to the diner. I wonder if that interstate's still coming through. Come Sunday morning service at the Church of Christ, there ain't an empty seat to be found. And this is my town. Yeah, this is my town. Where I was born, where I was raised, where I keep all my yesterdays. Where I ran off 'cause I got mad and it came to blows with my old man. Where I came back and settled down, where they put me.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Liz Connor, followed by Eugene Staccato, Samuel Rivera. All right, you're dedicating a minute. And then Jack West and Jim Irwin.
My name is Liz Connor, and I live at 2744 South Tanner Road. This is the second time we've been here in a couple months. My family has lived in Orange County, in East Orange County, for over 35 years. I'm 31 years old. We've been doing this since I was 15. So I please, with everything I have, ask you to support the rural boundary. Please, we've been doing this. I also urge you to not let big developers, people who don't live here, again, I don't mean to belabor the point, but people do not live here, influence and take away what we have. I also am an educator. I work with students every single day. A lot of the students I work with want to become public servants like you. So I urge you, please, please, set a good example for them. Let them know, and when I tell them that you can make a difference in your world, you can fight, you can change the difference and be the difference, that's you guys up here. Please, please put it on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I thought we heard from Mr. Staccato a few moments ago.
It took most of my speech away, thank goodness, right? Let me first say that I'm a member of the CRC 2024, and I speak on my own behalf, and representing what I've learned and had privilege based on your votes to be on that commission. I appreciated that. Let me first clear up a few false statements that some of the people are talking about. We have a former commissioner out in the west side who's been saying things about like annexations and how we're going to preempt stuff. We on the commission fully understand the Florida statutes and how that works, and nothing changes with these votes today. Your land is what you have today, and it is tomorrow the same. So that clears that up. Public notice was one of the issues. Phil Diamond, who's not here today, our great comptroller, his staff did a wonderful job putting out the notices. We really tried to find radio stations, everything to try to get the notice out. This was democracy in action, and we tried. The municipalities, in fact, our chair, Homer Hartage, your appointee, Mayor, He did a great job. First thing he did was send out letters to all the municipalities saying, hey, we have the CRC, it's in action, be aware, keep aware. So we did our best to try to get the word out with the limited budget that we had. You know, we already know the history of it, of how we worked on for a year. What floored me, well, one of the things was the words went from 30 words to about 120 words in the rural boundary. And what happened was during that time we got hit with a preemption. Unfortunately, that preemption was by that Senator Ignaliossi. Unfortunately, Senator Linda Stewart had questioned that on the floor. It was pointed out that it was directed towards us in Orange County, another preemption. And when the final vote was taken, unfortunately, Linda did go with the majority. Only did Senator Geraldine Thompson vote against that action. And we thank her. So please, let's move on. I want a life again.
All right.
I'm done.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker.
My name is Jim Irwin. I live at 116 Fernwood Street in Orlando. Strike a blow for home rule. Fight back. I love that. Put this historic amendment on the ballot. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Jack West, followed by Pam Capers, Matthew Grold, Shire? I'm sorry, I'm Groghol. Okay, thank you. And you have Lee Parisi. Is Lee Parisi here? Okay, Pam Capers, Matthew, and then followed by Kelly Semran. So go ahead, ma'am.
Sorry, it's a delay.
Okay, yeah, we'll move with who we have.
My name is Pam Capers. I live at 5401 Rex Drive. That's in the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement over on the west side of Orange County. I've been thinking all day about what to come here and tell you that you haven't already heard 5 million times. So what they said. Please vote for this. I do want to take a moment, though, to say thank you. Thank you for taking this up when the Citizens Review Commission couldn't. And thank you for having the patience to let all of these people express their opinions. It is a valuable part of our democratic process, and I thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Last call for Lee Patrizi to donate a minute. Okay. I'm sorry. There you go. All right. Thank you so much. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, Commissioners, Mayor. Once again, today, my name is Matthew Groholski. My address is 1701 Lee Road, Winter Park, 32789. I'm here today representing both the Sunrise Movement Orlando, but also the Orange County Soil and Water Conservation District. If you don't know, we are an elected body, actually, by all voters of Orange County. We represent all of Orange County when it comes to advising the county and state on soil and water issues. I'm here today because a few months ago, I was at the Florida Supreme Court, and we had a hearing for a ballot initiative that was put on to the ballot from voters. The Florida Supreme Court almost ruled to not have it on the ballot. And today I am sitting here again talking about another ballot initiative, another proposal through the CRC, though, to let voters decide. Ultimately, this is a matter of democracy. And that is something that is insane, that we're debating democracy and letting people decide their own decisions when it comes to land use. Now, Another problem that I really was thinking of the whole time when I heard that a letter from certain mayors in the county came through was the fact that the letter is about the unaffordability of the boundary. If we pass the boundary, all of our properties will become unaffordable. Well, the same mayors saying that are the mayors that refuse to build affordable housing in their own backyards. How can you be, yes, my backyard, except when it is in your own backyard? So I'm here today to just tell you, please pass the boundary, let the voters decide, and hell, every single voter, every single resident of Orange County sees this vote. They know that if you vote against putting this on the ballot, that you're not letting them decide. And hell, maybe they'll vote you out next county commission election.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kelly Semran. I have some dedication cards. Susan Morris, thank you. James McKnight. Bev Russell. Jeannie McKnight. And Jennifer Lane. All right, you'll have a total of 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kelly Summert. I reside at 3111 Amalfi Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32820. I am the Vice Chair of Save Orange County. I'm also the citizen initiator of the rural boundary from July 2023. We got to this point of a rural boundary coming from the people with a story that goes something like this. 1990s, the people of East Orange County were asked to compromise on development coming across the river. We had some diseased orange groves. The development that was going to go in there was 1 home per 1 acre, and that was what we were going to see coming in east of the Econ. When my husband and I bought into that community, we didn't know that the community had already compromised with that. We were surprised when we saw some of the cow pastures going up for the Lake Pickett text amendments that were asking for, on average at the time, 12 homes per acre. We worked and we worked and we worked. You guys, we went to BCC meetings, DRC meetings, RAC meetings. Every C meeting that the community could go to, we went to. And we had to educate ourselves from the grassroots level up. We dedicated so many hours to this that we actually have a generation now where those of us who didn't have children but had children at the time, those kids are now taking care of the new kids that have been born to those that didn't have children at the time. So we got this development that came in. We got it down to 6 homes on average per acre, and that was supposed to be a win for the community, 2,000 homes in the Econ River Basin. It wasn't good enough for the community, so I sued the county with a group of other people. We won in court. The county was found as violating its comprehensive land use plan that Governor Scott made a political decision to overturn. But we had the legal outcome. The legal outcome was this was urban sprawl. So we kept on. We kept coming here, and you see there are red shirts. We're here all the time. We made friends on the west side, people coming here saying the same thing, same issues. And so I put in for a rural boundary to look something like Alachua or Seminole County. And the CRC, they did a fine job of a lot of research, a lot of hours, a lot of meetings. And we got a senator who doesn't live here, who was lobbied by Tavistock and Suburban Land Reserve, Deseret Ranch, to add 1 sentence to a bipartisan bill that impeded our ability to amend our county constitution to fix our needs. They left the window open for the Board of County Commissioners to pick it up. And the people we came in here, I don't know if you remember, Mayor, he said, just be patient, let the CRC finish the process. But we were having a panic attack because we were like, this is a decade of work that we have done to get this here. But we were patient, and we went to the CRC meeting and we rode that process out. And the CRC, those members who you appointed to represent all of us, made a recommendation to put the rural boundary on the ballot. But that wasn't just all that they recommended. They had reference in there pertaining to annexation, and that the laws of the land transfer. The rural boundary transfers if annexed. This rural boundary, we have to have both. The developers made this an even heavier lift for the community because we can't just come at you and ask for a rural boundary. We have to ask for the enforcement tool with the annexation as well. So the people not only have to overcome mega development, deep pockets of developers, But now we're expected to get 2 charter amendments on to honor the work of a decade of a community that came together despite political ideology, despite income level, gender, race, religion. It doesn't matter. Look at this room. We have been here. We have been united for more than a decade, and we remain here. And we are asking for the right to vote. The mayors that are around Orange County that submitted a petition and a signature. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't remember any affordable homes being built in Sustany. Not one. I don't remember one single affordable home being built in the Grove. I don't remember any of the proposals coming forward to build homes in the rural service area as making the mark of attainable or affordable. This does not impact the housing market in a negative way. To the contrary, it focuses on the housing supply that we need in the urban core. If we are committed to Vision 2050, which so many of us in this room are, from Save Orange County to Sunrise Movement to YIMBY, Sierra Club, League of Women Voters, all of us participated in Vision 2050. And we believe in it, and we're still working at it to make it good. But it's meaningless if we can't get a boundary to enforce it. Because the fact of the matter is that every time that a privately led text amendment is initiated, it is harder and harder for the people to win. We will never get a mass transit system that works if we do not stop the sprawl. We will never get away from Carlando. We've got a tourism industry that's booming. How amazing would it be to get them on a mass transit system that works and send their economic footprint throughout this entire county? But we will never get there with a failing mass transit system. We will never get there with the city of Orlando annexing our rural land that we are using to conserve our money, to get the biggest return on investment for all of our tax dollars. It makes no sense to build roads to nowhere. We got a $22 billion deficit in our infrastructure needs. Where we need to focus is in our urban core. We need to guarantee the quality of life remains as best we can make it in Orlando, Orange County, while respecting our rural communities and our agricultural sector. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Janet Brewer, and dedicating time is David Siegel. No? Samuel Rivera. Right, one. Deborah Bradley. And David Siegel. Janet Brewer. Right, following Janet Brewer is Mike Bustillos, Raymond Bonilla, Ramon Bonilla, Kenya Richardman.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mayor, commissioners, Commissioner Bonilla, my commissioner. My name is Janet Brewer. My address is 4707 Lazy H Lane, Christmas, Florida, 32709. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the mayor and the commissioners for helping us move forward the way we feel and know is the right way for us. I have a video I'd like for everyone to watch, and I'm going to ask you to roll the CRC hard work video.
Achieve. What I find most incredible is the consequential nature of all 8 amendments that will appear on the charter. I had a great pleasure of speaking with Phil Diamond the other day, and I said, Phil, can you remember a charter review commission that passed 8 charter amendments?
There never has been one.
Never has been one. So it's not just the number, but when I read through them again, I'm like, oh yeah, we did that. Now, that's right, and we did that too, and we did that too. So I just want to thank everyone up here, and Mr. Chair, you have my utmost respect, and I look forward to seeing you again in 4 years.
Thank you. Member Grimmer.
Been some 40 years or so that I got elected to this board, back when we had the first Charter Study Commission. And I can tell you, this is the hardest working board that I've served on. And hopefully they double our salary next year. And I want to thank the chairman and also thank the mayor for putting me on the board, and I'll shoot him tomorrow about it. You won't see me in the next one, that's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. It was an honor. Humbled by this opportunity. It's just been a wonderful thing. I think back, I moved to Orange County at 10 years old back in 1992. So yes, if you do the math, that means I'll be 42 this year. And in those 32 years or so, of that goal, of that ideal of listening to citizens and trying to bring their ideas forward and trying to make sure that those ideas have a voice. And so in whatever way I have had that opportunity to voice that here with all of you, it's just been a humbling experience, and I'm truly thankful for it. I have to thank, of course, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero for this incredible honor. I'm very thankful for the folks out in East Orange County where I live as well, who've always come forward and made their opinions heard. It's just been a truly wonderful experience. This experience has been some of the most education I've gotten, really. There's nothing quite like serving in a board like this to teach you about how our government actually works and the intricate workings of it. And I'm very thankful to all of you and your guidance and leadership and mentorship through this process. So thank you all so much for this opportunity. And a big shout out again to Mr. Vose. I think I've learned a lot from you in this process as well. So thank you.
I am for the rural boundary. I am for preserving the area I've lived in for almost 50 years on Lazy H Lane. And I hope you all will help us. Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ramon Pereira Bonilla. I live at 1647 East Colonial Drive. I'm here representing the Democratic Environmental Caucus of Orange County and speaking in favor of the rural boundary. I won't spend my time today talking on the environmental or economic impacts of this boundary because so many people have already done such an amazing job of doing that, and I'm sure they'll continue to do so. Today, I want to speak to each of you directly on your legacies. Regardless of whether or not you let us have the option to establish this rural boundary today, the issues surrounding it will not go away, and so your votes will never be forgotten. Your vote certainly won't be forgotten by the countless rural Orange County residents who have shown up here day after day after day and will only come back in greater numbers and even more organized when their lands continue to flood and their way of life continue to be stripped from them. Your vote certainly won't be forgotten by young people like myself who have lived in other great cities but have chosen to come back to this amazing place. When our urban core decays as a result of their irresponsible sprawl, when our $22 billion infrastructure deficit balloons beyond control, we will not forget how each and every one of you voted here today. Commissioners, please, I beg of you, allow your legacies to be remembered as one of democratic devotion to the will of the people, and in the face of immense corporate pressure, one of bold, compassionate leadership.
All right,
thank you for your service. Thank you for listening.
All right, next.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Kenya Richmond, and I reside at 6856 Waterville Lane, Orlando, Florida, zip code 32822. I am a member of Sunrise Movement, and we advocate for sustainable, smart development. I'm here to ask you to support the rural boundary as well as the Annexation Charter Amendment. My generation is the next workforce of Orange County, and it is already hard for us to find livable wage jobs and apartments we can afford in Orange County. Building suburban homes in the rural community does not solve our housing crisis. It only makes it worse. We need to concentrate our growth and development in the urban core. We will never be able to get away from a car-dependent culture by building roads to nowhere in order to accommodate developers' profit gains. Please give my generation and all others after me the opportunity to vote on the rural boundary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Mike Bustillos, 101 Lake Ave. Thank you for having me. I'm here from Orlando Yimby. That is, yes, in my backyard. We are advocates for affordable, abundant housing. People often hear that as develop everywhere, but we are passionate about sustainable housing. The suburbs are not sustainable. They don't raise enough tax revenue to pay for their own infrastructure maintenance. They're costly to reach with transit. They require more cars, more highways, more lanes, more pollution, etc. They aren't accessible to low-income families or people that can't drive, and they are devastating to the local ecology. The state ecology is an interconnected system, and we are an integral part of that. We have to be serious about stopping suburban sprawl and preserving Florida's wildlife. The future of human flourishing is not in the suburbs, it's in sustainable, walkable neighborhoods. So despite being a housing advocate, I want to encourage the committee to approve this rural boundary referendum to be on the ballot in November. I want to make it costly and arduous to destroy our environment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
Next speaker is Lori Forrester, followed by Kurt Ardeman, Suzanne Arnold, and then Tom Norrit. Okay. For Mr. Norrit, is John Collins here? All right, so you'll be dedicating your minute to him.
All right.
Kurt Ardeman.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Commissioners. Kurt Ardeman with the Fishback Dominic Law Firm, 1947 Lee Road, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. You may have gotten a letter from, I think, 10 of the 11 cities, either signed by the mayors or their council with respect to this. I happen to represent Winter Garden and Ocoee here today. And with respect to the process, there are concerns with this process. There is a proper mechanism that can be used, and that's the Comprehensive Planning Act and the county's process. But the concerns with this process are as follows. Under the Community Planning Act, and it's a statutory provision, 163.3167 sub 8, use of the initiative or referendum process for any local comprehensive plan or map amendment is prohibited. Establishing a rural area which locks in a specific intensity and density by a referendum or initiative process is in fact a comprehensive plan amendment. The loss of could I have just a couple more minutes, Mayor, since I've got two cities?
Did he have any time ceded to him?
Two separate entities, Winter Garden and Ocoee.
No, we got the letter.
This is different than the letter, Mayor.
Okay, so
give me 30 seconds and I'll be finished.
All right.
Thank you so
Are they
much.
here to dedicate their time? Because we're making sure everybody else is dedicating their time.
Ed Williams is here.
Ed's here.
Okay, great.
Okay, Ed, you filled out a card. Who's given time? Oh, okay, okay, all right. So if he doesn't have additional time, we're going to enforce the rule. We do have that's something should have been worked out. We do have the letter from the cities that you referenced. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Bottom line is we request a continuance and to meet with the county, to meet with the various cities to find the proper process to pursue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Suzanne Arnold. I live at 13306 South Lake Mary Jane Road, Orlando, Florida, 32832. I am the Communications Chairperson for the Lake Mary Jane Alliance, and I thank you for receiving all of our emails from our residents this weekend. The Lake Mary Jane Alliance formed in 2005 when we were able to preserve 465 acres with the Green Place program. We kept going from there and started learning more about the county, the procedures, things like that. We attended all the How Shall We Grow meetings in 2006, 2007, which was all supposed to be based on smart growth, growing up, not growing out, preserving. The whole thing turned into the Innovation Way program and the plan development, but it's changed drastically from the original intentions, and we've had to attend hundreds and hundreds of meetings since then. So we fully agree that at a minimum there should be a supermajority required for any change in zoning or land use for rural lands. The lands that are east of the The lands to the east are part of the Florida Wildlife Corridor, which we think is very significant. We ask you to save these critical lands, and we're excited to see you put this on the ballot.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. Next speaker.
Tom Norrit and John Collins and Teddy Mill.
Thank you.
Okay, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. My name is Tom Narrett, N-A-R-U-T, 14620 Joe Sayre Drive, Orlando, Florida. Kind of interesting today, right? We hear the terms that we've all heard thrown around, NIMBY, YIMBY, and wow, we are all here together, right? Singing the song, waving the flag, waving the signs. You got to like it. In any case, clearly an issue that everybody wants to see on the ballot. I don't think there's a question about that. Drawn back to whatever I had 2 minutes ago, what exactly was that when that gentleman stepped up here? I say that because look at Seminole County, Alachua, Pinellas, Sarasota. Apparently they're breaking the laws that this gentleman seems to think that are in place. So I think there's some good work at those other 4 counties that you might want to put your law firm on. There's probably a lot of good business there. That's ludicrous. In any case, as mayor, you have received letters from other mayors, right? 10 voices coming from outside Orange County. You've heard people come up and say that time and time again. These are voices outside of Orange County. They're attempting to direct what Orange County should do with our own governance. Personally, I find that laughable and insulting. I hope you do the same. This agreement already protects the rights of those cities, as well as all landowners within the county. It does not preclude any landowner or any city from annexing non-JPA planned initiatives. Let's call those knee-jerk annexations, right? A JPA is planned. If it's not planned and we just whip it up because we are in the mood, or a landowner is in the mood because of regulations that are less lax, that's a knee-jerk annexation. The rural boundary simply requires, we all know knee-jerk annexations are unplanned and cause the most disruption to Orange County, while designed growth plans against our well-designed growth plans and strategies. The rural boundary simply requires some basic additional effort that helps our Orange County government better work with annexing cities to encourage zoning that works for both entities within those knee-jerk annexations. So simple, much like if it were a JPA from the beginning that had already been planned around. So I ask that you all allow the cities to run their operations, and we in Orange County run ours. Ours involves putting the rural boundary on the ballot for the people to vote. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Franklin, followed by Margie Holt, followed by Jamison Paul.
How many speakers do we have?
There's 3 speakers and a few dedications. So William Charles, are you here? All right, James. No, James Franklin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, and citizens.
Good afternoon.
I appreciate the opportunity to present the opportunity for you to hear us and deliberate on this item of getting the rural boundaries onto the actual ballot in November. I want to take 1 minute to show a short video where Commissioner Wilson does an outstanding job.
That allows a higher level of scrutiny by this board should somebody want to take it out of that rural designation. All it does is it gives those residents out there the additional layer of procedural protection for their own property rights in that designation. If we continue to sprawl out, we will have nothing left. That we have got to protect not just the rural boundary, but our grazing lands, our ag lands, our natural resources. So those things right now are a hot topic, but not just on the outside, on the inside of that urban boundary, because people understand that as we send money and resources out, they're paying for that. So it's fascinating for me to see YIMBY the Yes in My Backyard people wholly supporting this. But the reason why is that they understand that we will not be sustainable going into the future without it. I will
All
tell
right.
you, I'm very
Thank
supportive
you.
of the municipal ballot, letting the
Thank
voters.
you.
All right. All right. We'll move to the next speaker.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jameson Paul. I have properties in District 3, District 5 and District 3. As a fourth-generation Floridian, I kind of understand the premise of the rural boundary. However, I'm torn between, I got one side of my family are builders and developers, and the other side is in agriculture. Myself, I am one of the 2 ranchers in Orange County that raise buffalo for a living. That's one of the things I do. I'm a little concerned on the amendment as it does introduce a lot of restrictions and infringe on rights of the citizens of Orange County. As a wise man told me, the devil is always in the details, and no good deed ever goes unpunished. So with that, I encourage everybody to read the amendment and make sure we understand it. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi there. Yes, somebody donated their time for me. I believe I have 2 minutes.
Is that right, Joe?
I'm Marjorie Holt.
Yeah, well, Lee Patrizzi dedicated her time to somebody else, and Bobby Beagles already spoke.
Oh,
So
so
All
I'm
right.
down to one.
Down to one.
Okay, well, very good. I am Marge Holt with the Sierra Club, P.O. Box 941692, Maitland, Florida. I live here in District 5 at 8502 Elveron Avenue, Orlando, Florida. And on behalf of the Sierra Club Central Florida Group, I respectfully request the Board of County Commissioners vote today to adopt the Rural Boundary Charter Amendment. Your approval of this local ballot initiative will provide voters the opportunity on November the 4th to protect the county's valuable natural resources and rural agricultural lands. I'm also a representative for the Sierra Club Central Florida Group to the Florida Everglades. We are a very pivotal area when it comes in terms of natural water flow. We send water to the north out past Jacksonville and water to the south. Our agricultural lands provide for flooding and water quality and air quality. So I look to your leadership to move this forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments.
No more speaker cards, Mayor.
All right. Given that, I'll double check. Anybody else from the public who wish to be heard, who is eligible to speak at this time? Okay. Unfortunately, you spoke already, so you're not eligible to speak. So thank you all for all of those who came to speak. I'm going to close the public hearing at this time. And we're going to go to, before we ask for a motion on this, my screen went dark for a moment, and when I kicked it back on, it wiped them out. But I do know Commissioner Moore was first to indicate a desire to speak, so I'm going to call on you. Commissioner Moore.
Yes, thank you. I had a question for Alberto Vargas. I asked this last time, but I just want to hear the answer again, and for the benefit of some of the folks listening to us. We've been working very hard on Vision 2050, and I know we did a lot of work in some of the rural areas. Can you just speak to how different the rural boundaries, policies being in the charter is different from what we've been trying to do in the comprehensive plan through Vision 2050?
So, Commissioner, the rural sector, which is one of the 6 sectors within Vision 2050, pretty much, and consistent with the work session on the 18th of June, identifies the boundary of the rural area pretty consistently. There may be some acreage that are not part of the JPAs or interlocal agreements that are in place that are not part of the rural sector itself. The rural sector, has its own structure to it. We have heard the voice of the residents of the rural area. We have heard your direction about keeping minimum impact in terms of growth within the rural sector itself. Only 2% of the projected 500,000 new residents in Orange County for the next 25, 26 years is in the structure of the rural sector itself. However, the difference is the fundamental nature of what the rural boundary, a rural area is doing, which is creating a process for any change that may be directed towards comprehensive plan amendments, which will happen after the vote, which raises any or changes any particular densities or intensities within the rural area, as well as a majority plus one of the vote of the Board of County Commissioners in order to change the boundary or any particular property within the boundary, meaning extending the urban service area within that general area. So those two general procedures are different than what is in Vision 2050 right now.
Okay, so one more time, what are the two? So it's the majority plus one, and then you said there were a couple of.
You can maybe put the language back up.
Sure.
There you go.
So these two subsections within the ordinance itself, which basically says that in subsection B1, it says that the ordinance amending, any ordinance that amends the comprehensive plan to increase the allowable densities or intensities within the rural area or a portion thereof may only be approved by an affirmative vote of no less than the majority plus one. And then B2, which says that any ordinance to remove lands from the rural area may only be done by that same vote.
Okay. But the boundaries are generally similar, and we were trying to, in essence, with Vision 2050, we were trying to protect the rural boundaries anyway. And so that's it. Just these two things is what you see is different.
Yes, ma'am. The majority of the place typologies or place types within the rural sector are pretty much consistent as the framework presents it. Rural settlements stay rural settlements. Agricultural densities and intensities stay pretty much the same as currently in place.
Okay. Mayor, I had one more question. It was for legal.
All right.
So Jeff, having heard what he just said there, do you feel confident that we won't run afoul of any of state law with these two changes?
No, I don't believe we're run afoul of any state law. I think the CRC did a thorough job of vetting this particular amendment. And as you know, the mayor indicated that the county attorney's office needed to vet it separately. We've done that. We think it parallels state law and is consistent with the case law that has been decided by the courts.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, is there a motion?
So move, Bonilla. Second,
All
Wilson.
right. Moved by Commissioner Bonilla, second by Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you all. We've still got work to do here. So if you must leave to the commissioners, let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back. We have a lot of work still left to do. So please leave quietly. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of July the 30th, 2024. We're in the late afternoon, early evening portion of the meeting at this time. We're going to go to the second to the final thing that we'll be doing this afternoon. Given the development of the ensuing storm that may or may not impact Florida, at the conclusion of this next item, A2, for a work session, I have asked the Deputy County Administrator and Director of Public Safety, Danny Banks, to give the board an update on our preparation related to the potential storm. But before we get to that point, I'm going to now call on Ms. Tanya Wilson, the Director of our Planning, Environmental, and Development Services Department, to make a presentation regarding a proposed voluntary municipal annexation charter amendment. Today, there's no action being specifically requested. However, at the conclusion of the presentation, we want to give clarifying direction to staff in preparation for potential next phase. And so with that, Ms. Wilson, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, and good evening to you, Mr. Mayor, and to the commissioners. I am Tanya Wilson, so for the record, Tanya Wilson, PEDS Director. This is indeed work session 2 for the proposed charter amendment for voluntary annexation. You'll recall that back on July 9th, staff shared work session 1. For today's overview, we'll provide a recap just for the benefit of the public of what was discussed at that meeting. We'll also share the draft ordinance that's been prepared for review. We'll look at the voluntary annexation process that we currently have in place here in Orange County, and then talk about the next steps, what it will take to get us to the finish line. The question is probably asked, why are we here? How did we get here? So just as a matter of recapping, you'll recall that Commissioner Bonilla drafted a report back on May 21st to outline some concerns with the county's voluntary annexation process. And we clipped this excerpt from the report that really encapsulates the challenge that's been faced. So seeking to enhance local control over the annexation processes to ensure that there's better alignment with the county's long-term planning and community needs. So as clearly stated in that report, there are several challenges that were observed in the annexation process. And this objective is really seeking to provide better structure and framework for voluntary annexations. At that workshop, we also looked at the state criteria for annexation. The criteria depending on involuntary annexation, voluntary versus enclaves. We looked at the definition of involuntary annexation from state statutes in Chapter 171, understanding that those are really annexations that are initiated by a municipality versus the voluntary annexations that are initiated by a private property owner, different than the enclave annexations, typically no bigger than 110 acres and requires an interlocal agreement between the municipality and the county. For the purposes of this work session and this discussion, just a reminder that we're focusing solely on the voluntary annexation process. We also looked at the criteria outlined in state statutes. Chapter 171 is clear that annexations must be contiguous, must be compact, and must not create any new enclaves. Also took a look at the approach. How has the county managed growth over the years? We took a look at how the JPAs have functioned as growth management tools over the years, and then also at the preservation districts. We shared in the last workshop on July 9th that the joint planning areas, we currently have 4 in place. Those are agreements that clearly delineate where annexations can occur. We understood that we have 4 JPAs currently in place. We also took a look at the preservation districts. We have 8 currently in place. We took a very deep dive in looking at 6 counties that have encountered similar charter amendments with respect to growth management. We found that 6 of those 4 counties were met with challenges. We did highlight some of the similarities that we saw in Palm Beach and Seminole counties in restricting a special protection area and having provisions related to comprehensive plans. There are certainly many lessons learned from those that have gone before us. We take our cues from those that have met litigation, those that had exercises. We understood that we're pursuing separate ordinances or putting language for voluntary annexations within comprehensive plans, we saw that those were met with litigation, and litigation that was oftentimes not upheld. What was very clear to us is that any charter amendment that refers to voluntary annexations must be based on the vote of the electorates. And that was very clear in the legal proceedings, and we take our cues from that. The process that we're pursuing certainly must be based on the voters' response, and we're following that course based on those lessons learned. We also had our attorney, Andrew Mai, share some of the legal aspects. Anything that we're doing, we certainly want to ensure that it's legally sufficient. Based on the response that Mr. Mai shared in that July 9th meeting, we were clear that the state statutes give us the authority to be able to create that framework for voluntary annexation. We're also clear that the process for voluntary annexation must be tucked within our charter, and that's what we're pursuing based on this evening's discussion. And any definition or process or provision certainly must be consistent with state statutes as outlined in Chapter 171. This is where we left off. The Commission will recall back on July 9th, there was a very long list of questions. Staff wanted to be clear in terms of the direction that we were following in crafting that ordinance. So we've turned these questions into directives, as this was our guiding post in crafting that ordinance. So I'm just going to recap those questions for the benefit of the public and for the Commission. The question was asked, is there a desire to move forward with an annexation charter amendment? And we heard a unanimous yes. Would we require then that there's a public hearing process for voluntary annexations? Or should that be limited? Should it be countywide, or should it be limited to just the rural area? Should it be based on a supermajority vote? And what we heard from that, yes, use my clicker. I hear Misty saying use your clicker. What we heard from that was a resounding yes. There should be a public hearing process for all voluntary annexations. And it certainly should not just be limited to the rural area, and it should require a supermajority vote. Should the board require interlocal agreements for voluntary annexations? And again, we heard yes on that question. Should annexations be prohibited in the rural area? And we heard no, it shouldn't be prohibited, but when annexations are considered in the rural area, those must still be consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan should govern in those rural areas. Should we consider exempting the JPAs? The joint planning area, we heard yes. The county still desires to honor those agreements. Should the county's comprehensive plan govern the annexed lands? Requests for land use change should be approved by a supermajority vote of the board, and we heard yes. There is a requirement that the comprehensive plan still govern for those annexed lands, and that the supermajority vote would be required for a decision of the board. And then lastly, and very importantly, there's a desire then, should we establish an appeals process for aggrieved parties, those that have objections or concerns with the decisions of the Board of County Commissioners? Is there now an avenue and an opportunity for those aggrieved parties to voice their concerns on the record? And we heard a yes for that topic. So taking our cues from that, I'm going to have our attorney, Andrew Mai, walk the board through just the sections of the draft ordinance as proposed for your review. Andrew.
Okay, Andrew Mai, Assistant County Attorney. So I'm going to walk you through the ordinance, the draft ordinance. And so we have 8 sections that are listed right there that I will go through in depth. Section 1 relates to the charter amendment. It provides in 4 parts. It deals with the joint planning area agreements, the process for review, how land use is governed within the rural area, and it provides for an effective date. The exclusive method of voluntary annexation is inapplicable for municipalities that have a joint planning area agreement with the county. And the sections related in B and C, which relate to the additional requirements to annex, do not apply. So what does that mean? That exempts cities and counties that have JPAs, including Apopka, Oakland, Ocoee, Winter Garden, and other cities that later enter into JPAs from the requirements that I'm going to explain in B and C in a moment. This will encourage municipalities to enter into JPAs with the county. So If you don't have a JPA, then we have a process for your review in Part B. It requires board approval of voluntary annexations. It gives criteria for board review. It provides a process for noticing both the city to the county and the county to the residents. And it gives a definition of parties affected, which is consistent with state statute. It provides that any voluntary annexation must be approved by a affirmative vote of not less than a majority plus one of the entire membership, and that the approval or denial shall be the sole absolute discretion of the board. The board shall hear annexation requests following the first public hearing by the municipality. This is above and beyond what Florida statutes currently provides and is the reason for the charter amendment. It provides for the supermajority requirement. And the intent is to have the county commission's hearing between the first and second reading of the municipality. And we'll go into that later. So some of the factors that are listed, well, all the factors that are listed, is the board may consider consistency with the county's comprehensive plan, infrastructure impacts, whether the property is compact and contiguous, does it result in an enclave, has an ILA been discussed or executed, and whether the property is located within or outside the urban service area. And this gives the board the opportunity to decide whether these factors are met. And if you notice, the yellow are above and beyond Florida statutes, current requirements for annexation. The white are consistent with Florida statutes. So then let's go into the notice provisions. The annexing municipality is to provide notice to the county 10 days prior to the first scheduled city public hearing. And this is consistent with Florida statutes. Also, Palm Beach has adopted it. And then the notice to the citizens is 14 days prior to the Board of County Commissioners' public hearing, and the cost of that notice would be paid by the initiating individual or group. And the notice is right now provided within a 600-foot radius, and that is consistent with current county practice. So anybody that wants to appeal a decision of the Board of County Commissioner, and it must be a party affected, and it can be appealed to the circuit court within 30 days of that public hearing. And party affected, we adopted the definition in Florida statutes to be consistent with Florida statutes in accordance with the case law. Okay, here's part C. This is, a different part. We're dealing now, shifting gears a little bit to talk about how land use will be governed within the rural area. And the intent is to protect and preserve the county's natural systems and agricultural lands. The comprehensive plan and land development regulations of Orange County shall exclusively govern the development of lands lying within the rural area. So this provides that county regulations apply in the rural areas. Goes above and beyond Florida statutes. Similar provisions can be found in Sarasota, Seminole, and Alachua County Charter. And just to point out, rural area is what you just discussed before, so you're aware that that's a separate referendum. So, like I said, even if the county regulations govern in the rural area, even if they're subsequently annexed or otherwise added to a municipality, and the municipality would remain the permitting agency and be responsible to ensure compliance with the county's land development regulations. So we're not taking that power away from them. And as you saw at the last hearing, here is the rural area, so I won't stay on this too long. And effective date becomes effective upon the date of the canvassing board certification of approval by a vote of the electors of Orange County. And so those are the, I've gone over most of the sections, but we also have, let me go to this. This is the actual language that we are going to put on the ballot. And this language differs from what was originally provided in the ordinance, and because we missed the deadline to add a tweak, but we also provided it separately. But this will be the actual language that will be in your in the ordinance when we provide it at the next hearing if this is approved. And the language reads, amend the county charter to establish a process for voluntary municipal annexation and provide that the comprehensive plan and land development regulations of Orange County exclusively govern within the rural area when lands are subsequently annexed into a municipality, with Orange County having the authority to approve or deny voluntary annexations by an affirmative vote of not less than majority plus one vote of the entire county commission. All right, so then the final four sections are self-explanatory. We have a Spanish translation. We have a payment of referendum expenses authorizing us to pay for those referendum expenses. We have a severability provision and an effective date. And we're going to give this back to Tanya now.
Thank you, Andrew. So Andrew just covered the draft ordinance. For the benefit of the commission and the public, I'll share the process as it exists today and then do a comparison with the process as it would be should you choose to adopt the ordinance and move forward. So currently, if there's a voluntary annexation that is being considered by a private property owner, that municipality would transmit that document and the information over to the county, would be given a 10-day notice. We have a notice of annexation memo that's circulated amongst our planning staff. There's a review that's done. And the review is to determine that the criteria has been met based on State Statutes 171. So we look to ensure that the area is contiguous, that it's compact, and that no new enclave is being created. Once staff has rendered an opinion, we would issue a recommendation of either approval if we believe that it's consistent with state statutes, or render an opinion of objection if we feel that it is not consistent. So that's how it exists today. It would go back to the municipality, who would then have their final public hearing. So that's currently. Under the proposed process, this would be somewhat different. So it starts out the same, where the municipality would transmit that document, that annexation application, over to Orange County staff for review. We would receive that notice of annexation memo. Staff would do the internal circulation amongst our reviewers, but this is where it shifts and it gets different. Staff would then give its recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. There's a 14-day noticing criteria that's just been built in, where members of the public would have an opportunity to attend that public hearing, be able to weigh in on the conversation. There's a noticing that's sent out within a 600 feet radius of the subject annexation area. There would be deliberations amongst the commissioners at that public hearing. The commissioners then would render commissioners would render a final opinion of approval or denial. If an approval is rendered, then that item is transmitted back to the city, who then moves forward with a final public hearing. If a decision of denial is rendered, then the application dies. It does not move forward. So very different in terms of the processes from what you have currently versus what's being proposed. We wanted to mention on the record as well, communication has been transmitted through our county administrator's office to keep our municipalities informed of this proposed initiative. Thus far, we've received letters of objection from Winter Garden and Ocoee, Orlando, Windermere, and as recent as last Friday, there was a joint letter that was sent with signatures received from 10 of the municipalities in objection to this proposed initiative. Now, looking at the next steps, what would it take to get us to the finish line? So we've already completed work session 1, we're on work session 2. The desire from staff is to get clear instructions from the Board of County Commissioners this evening in order to finalize that ordinance with the intent to return on August 13th for public hearing when that ordinance would be heard for adoption. Moving swiftly forward, we recognize our deadline with the supervisor of elections is August 27th. So we would then quickly turn that document around and get that information over to the supervisor of elections, with the final destination being having that ballot ready for the November 5th election. And that concludes staff's presentation if the board has any questions at this time.
All right, we're going to start with Commissioner Bonilla.
I thought we were going to do public comment.
Not on this, we're not voting.
Oh, that's what.
Mayor, there was a public comment period that was intended to go with this item.
Okay. That's not in my notes, but. All right, so we'll open it up for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'll start reading the names as the last time. Proceed to the podium. You'll have 1 minute unless there's a dedication of time. Starting out with Diana Schmook, Emer Roy, Robert Banks, and Gary Peters. You'll have 1 minute. State your name and address for the record, please.
Robert Banks, 3817 Shawn Circle, Orlando, Florida, 32826. Folks, here I am again. And I'm not going to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning this time. But I ask that you consider putting this amendment and this ballot up for a vote. Hear our vote. Let us vote. Let us decide. We're the citizens of Orange County. Allow us to be involved in this process. I question why 10 cities within Orange County are against allowing the people of Orange County to vote. And I just encourage you to listen and hear the concerns of the people. Put it on the ballot. Let us help you decide. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Emer Roy, 2337 Albion Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32833. Where we are in Wedgefield, we're sandwiched between the development that's owned by the cattle people that was formerly a Choctaw Nation, AIS was their name. I feel like the real reason that annexation is important is because they're going to encroach again. Never mind 2050. I hope we get past 2025. The real colonizers these days are wealth. There's wealth and there's greedy developers. And I don't think they're going to be stopped unless you get this really tight. We're not going to stop, obviously. You saw us all today. As a citizen of Orange County, I want my young adults to have somewhere to live. And that's only going to be possible if the urban area is properly built up. Certainly where I am, there's mansions being built where there's no drainage for water. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. That time goes quick.
Free Palestine.
All right, who's next? And by the way, this is just public comment. You will not be able to cede time to someone else. So if you want to speak, you have to speak. Okay?
So Gary Peters, Michelle Peters, Emily Stewart, Dan Washburn, followed by Dan Washburn is James Mead, Cheryl Coates.
Hello, again. My name is Dan Washburn. I live at 17138 Pickett's Cove Road, Orlando, Florida. Basically, we've gone through all the hard work and heavy lifting to get the rural amendment on the ballot, and without the annexation, the city of Orlando can come in the back door and annex all the property all the way up to the area I'm living in. So we need to get this done and on the ballot. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Yes, I'm Cheryl Coates, 21745 Fort Christmas Road, Christmas, Florida, 328-709. I am for the annex on the ballot for the people to vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other?
Yes, Ms. Mayor. Val Mobley. Hal Coates. Melissa Clark. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity. My name is Hal Coates, 21745 Fort Christmas Road, Christmas, Florida, 32709. I cannot see a reason why the county would let a city take any of the property out of the county's budget. It just doesn't make sense. We just went through this arduous process of getting the rural boundary on the ballot. We really need this just to make sure that the people of Orange County can vote. That I think it's going to, the people are going to vote for it really big time. That it doesn't let them have an opportunity to kind of sideswipe the process. You know, the land has been in Orange County forever, and now the city wants to annex it because of like 10, 12 developers. I just think you, as the mayor and commissioner, would really like be giving up this, and you'll never get it back. And you'll lose that source of income. And it's going to have a negative impact on Orange County. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Coates. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Demings and fellow
Good evening.
commissioners. My name is Melissa Clark. I am an assistant city attorney for the city of Orlando. Address is 400 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32802. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The city of Orlando wishes to note in the public record for this item that our mayor and the mayors and city attorneys representing several other Orange County municipalities last week in a letter sent to you on Thursday, July 25th, objecting to the current wording of the proposed rural boundary charter amendment and the proposed voluntary annexation charter amendment. As stated in last week's letter, which I would like to submit into the record for this agenda item, the city objects to the proposed charter amendment because we believe it's contrary to Florida's constitutional right to local home rule decision-making, and we believe it unlawfully infringes on citizens' rights to choose their local government. We look forward to working with you on these issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your presence today. All right, next speaker.
Next five are James Franklin, Jimmy Hester, Bill Lutz, Pamela Seibel, and Eugene Staccato. Right. So there's no donation of time if you're not speaking. That's, oh, he's done. Right. Okay. So James Franklin, Jimmy Hester. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Jimmy Hester, 15055 Lake Pickup Road, Orlando, East Orange County. Just want to thank you guys for what you just took a promise to a rural boundary that you'll let our community vote on. So I'm asking you guys to put some teeth in this thing. Okay, without this annexation, it's like we just talked about getting married, but we're not going to get a certificate. So it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's follow this through. Let's get the annexation language where it needs to be. And that's going to help protect my property rights, the farm I want to pass down to my kids in East Orange County. And it's going to protect Orange County. Like, why would we want to give a municipality our land? Like, rural land makes the county money. We're giving you money, and we're not getting any services. So it's just a no-brainer. Let's continue the process. I know you guys have been working hard on this. The community's been working hard on this, and we greatly appreciate your effort. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker. Is it Ms. Sabel?
Yes, Ms. Seibel.
My name is Pamela Seibel, 16011 Old Cheney Highway, Orlando, Florida, 32833 in a rural settlement. First, thank you so very much for all your dedication and the exciting vote that we just had. But what was startling to me is I just saw on Spectrum that a recent new development that used to be Orange County is looking to put in a new fire station. But they realized that the cost is $7 to $11 million. So when we look at these things on when land is annexed, who's paying for this? Is it the municipality? Who's paying for the schools? Who's paying for the roads? Do we get a refund when they annex us? I don't think so. So being in the rural area, we appreciate your vote today for the rural boundary. But it's more than that. We know there's a shortage of water. And you know what? OUC is just got annexed, and they're digging deeper into the aquifer. We need to protect us. We need to protect the people in Orange County. Thank you.
Okay, Eugene Staccato, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm a commissioner of CRC, 331 Roswell Avenue. We spent 7 months of our first in sustainability dealing with the annexation section, and I feel pretty well that we have done that well. The following period of the second part after the commission, we actually didn't spend that much time. We tweaked a few statutory issues on that. So I think it's good. The thing, additionally, the city's all exempt based on what we just did in the other vote. The only city that doesn't really have a JPA at this point is the city of Orlando, which just seems to go out rove and annex what they want after we've done work as a county and put infrastructure in. What I'm showing you here is a concern. Last night at the Sunshine meeting with Commissioner Bonilla and Uribe, there's a section that's in pink. It's a loophole for the joint planning area. What it sounds like right now, you totally exempted the cities if they have a JPA. That's only a small percentage of the total area. So that's a concern. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, Mayor. Next group of 5 is Matthew Grolski, Jack West, Kelly Simran, Susan Morris, Jennifer Lane.
Hello, Matthew Grolski, 1701 Lee Road, Winter Park, 32789. I'm without the jacket for this one because it's way too late, y'all. Y'all have heard me way too much today. It's almost my bedtime, it feels. But I just want to say that as a movement, Sunrise Movement supports this proposal to be placed onto the ballot. And I'll keep it short and sweet, but the city, Tavistock, and other entities, it's clear what they're trying to do here, especially towards Eastern Orange County, specifically when it comes to annexation. So I'm just asking for your support to put this on the ballot. Please, thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Jack West, Kelly Simran.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for your vote on the rural boundary. Wow. Thank you. We got one more. We got one more charter amendment to get it through to make it be the holistic vision of what the CRC represented, which is this annexation portion of it. as my neighbor down the road, Jimmy Hester, said, this is the teeth to this legislation that would be put into place. It's pretty clear what's happening. We know that the city's plan is to further annex in the east. Vision 2050 means nothing if we can't stop the annexation. If the rules of the land don't transfer with the annexation, then the rural boundary doesn't do much for any of us. Vision 2050 doesn't do much for any of us if the city is preempting our ability to plan for unincorporated land, and that is what is occurring. So just like how the county doesn't like to be, the cities are complaining that they don't want to be preempted by the county, but the people of Orange County, which includes the cities, were preempted by the state. And we're fighting back, and it includes all the people that live within those cities too. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Lane. I reside at 503 Fitzwilliam Way, 32828. I'm going to begin with a personal story about what happened in my family. When I finished school and had graduated, I had a job lined up as a police dispatcher, but was asked to travel to help my grandmother temporarily. I arranged a delay in my training and traveled to California. I did the right thing, even though it adversely affected me. My grandmother was diagnosed with lung cancer and began treatment. She underwent chemotherapy but chose not to take radiation treatment so she could be present for her brother. He died suddenly, and she became the executrix of his estate. She did the right thing, to the detriment of her own health, taking her last breath within hours of signing the last documents of his estate. I tell you this story to let you know that I recognize that there are consequences to every decision you make here. I spent 18 months as a caregiver for my grandmother and had to forego my job as a dispatcher. I ask that you do the right thing and give the citizens the right to vote.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Next group, Bev Russell. All right, thank you. Sarah Bolin. Scott Bradley. Gerald Loyola. And Kurt Ardman.
So my sister's card and I got switched. She's not here. I'm here with a filled out card. My name is Liz Connor, 2744 South Tanner Road. Again, thank you. As you can tell, my voice is no longer shaky. We're excited. We want to work with you guys on this. The CRC is doing great work. Like my colleagues and residents back there were saying, we need this 1-2 punch, right? Like this is the second part. We need to put teeth in this. 2050 doesn't work if we have these other things or don't have these other things. So I encourage you, please, again, put this on the ballot. Let's do some work, and thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. That Mr. Alderman?
I'm seeing so. A lot of folks are
happy to step up, Mayor, but hopefully that 60 seconds won't come too quickly. Kurt Arderman, Fishback Dominic Law Firm, 1947 Lee Road, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. Please, we respectfully request that you do not do to our cities what the Florida legislature does to our county and to our cities. Do not preempt the authority of our cities. Right now, our cities have the right of voluntary annexation. There's a whole process in place. The county has the right to challenge. The county has the right to work with folks. The Florida Constitution prohibits this amendment as a transfer of municipal authority and function between the county and the city unless the electors of the county vote for this and the electors of each of the cities vote for that. This amendment would deprive our cities who have worked and continue to work with the county in good faith on planning and annexations. And it would remove from a very local city-by-city process to the entire county. We would now have to come in and look at each individual city. So you would be removing the ability of each city and their local residents to properly deal with that matter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Alderman. All right, next speaker.
Last group, Susan Arnold, Norma Linden, Tom Narut, Margie Holt, and Ed Williams.
Good evening, Suzanne Arnold, 13306 South Lake Mary Jane Road, Orlando, Florida, 32832. I'm the communications chairperson for the Lake Mary Jane Alliance, and I will explain this map if I have time, but I want to let you know that we do support this on the ballot. Right now, there are no consequences for annexation. The residents have little to say. We have no voice, even though we abut the city where we are. We used to have interlocal agreements, but we've been asking for years and did not have one put back in place after it expired. We need to find a way to control the growth, especially outside this urban service area. Board, we're asking to make sure that if you are going to be denying someone, we want to make sure that this doesn't mean that you give additional concessions to that landowner if they were to threaten annexation. The map here that we're referring to, I want to make sure that you see, this is the old map for Innovation Way. As soon as it was approved, Innovation Place annexed. Right after that, Starwood annexed. Then Sunbridge bought
All right.
ICP.
Thank
And this
you,
one
ma'am.
down here,
That time goes quickly.
you got it. They all annexed too. Just saying, Camino annexed
We
last
got
week.
it. All right, next speaker.
Good evening, Norma Linden, 882 South Econolohachee Trail, 32825. I also thank you for putting the motion for the rural boundary. Annexation, I don't understand. I live on 882, and across from me is a Orange County Fire Station, which I love them. And then about just over a mile down the road, on the same road, Econ, as long as you cross Kerry Ford, there's another fire station, but that's City of Orlando. And yet the schools are Orange County, and then I go to Narcoossee, up the road to where my son lives, and it's like, how can Orlando City be over there on the east side? Just don't understand. So please put those on the ballot. I don't want anybody coming to my neighbor at my yard and annexing that. I wouldn't like that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Marge Holt, representing the Sierra Club Central Florida Group. P.O. Box 941692, Maitland, Florida 32792. I would like to convey some information that the counties of Sarasota, Alachua, and Seminole have annexation language that gives them some authority. I'm not sure if it's exactly like this, but they have annexation language. I must say, as a stakeholder working on the North Ranch sector plan that's just adjacent to Orange County's land, at the Orange and Seminole line, 100,000 acres owned by a property owner out there that's part of the Sunbridge annexation. This is a very glaring issue in front of us, and I urge you to move it forward. We lose our conservation ordinance, most of our Orange Code, all those protections that we have fought for. Been at this a long time, and it's really disappointing to see us lose and this march eastward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please. How many more speakers do we have?
2 after this, Mayor.
All right.
Ed Williams, 29 East Pine Street, Orlando, working with the City of Winter Garden. The staff proposal exempts the JPA cities. There are 2 of them, not just Orlando. Maitland also does not have a JPA. The reason we are supportive of that proposal is that we have already negotiated density, land use, and intensity in the JPA agreements. That is a joint plan by the city and the county already. So each time something annexes, you don't have to go fight 2 separate public hearings. You already have the mechanism in place that says we can't do whatever the heck we want within the city on those annexations. If you follow through with that, then I think we can live with that kind of proposal. And it says that all the cities aren't doing what some of the cities are doing, and you're not hurting the other all the cities that are doing it right You're only going after the ones that are not following the right procedures. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hold on. And then following Mr. Norrod is Janet Brewer and Paul Colton.
Thank you so much. Good to see you again, and I can't thank you enough for the earlier vote. Appreciate that very much and bearing with us while we went through our motions. So I just wanted a quick, obviously, without the teeth of the annexation, you know, the rural boundary is helpful, but lacks what we really intended. So, but again, to follow up with what the gentleman just said earlier, I please and I encourage you to look up, it's right here, Seminole County, and what they've done with their rural boundary, and basically the statements he made. They are doing exactly what he's saying, aren't allowed or illegal or whatever. So please, Seminole County, do your own research. You don't necessarily need to listen to half-baked stuff coming from this side of the fence. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello again, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you so much for working with us and helping get our rural boundary on the ballot. I am hoping that you'll do the same with the annexation. For all we've been working towards, if we don't get this annexation on the ballot, we won't have a chance to speak and do what we feel is necessary and what needs to be done in our rural areas. Thank you.
Ma'am, could you provide your name and address for the record, please?
Oh, yes, sorry. Janet Brewer, 4707 Lazy H Lane, Christmas 32709.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Greetings, Paul Colton, 2968 South Tanner Road, Orlando, Florida, 32820. On that on that little dirt road just south of Lake Pickett Road and South Tanner. I'd appreciate if you could approve the annex. I stayed here so I could say that. And all those other people that stayed here for the first round, without this annex, it's going to be a waste of time. It sounds like, from what I understand. And it would be really good if we could get the whole thing done in one shot. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
No more speaker cards, Mayor.
All right, then we're going to close the public comment period of time, and let me just lead off by making some statements. I don't want anyone listening, I don't want you all to feel that this is a us against them, that this is the cities versus the county, although it may appear that way, because those of us who sit here on the dais, we are elected to not only represent the individuals in unincorporated Orange County, but represent those individuals within the cities as well. They are part of our constituents. It is unfortunate, however, that the city of Orlando has pushed the envelope and put us in the position that we're in today, and received some support from other municipalities. But that's, quite frankly, the politics sometimes of our community that we have to deal with, and we're dealing with that. My hope is that at the conclusion of this process, we continue to work with our municipalities. Mr. Arterman, who represents several of the cities, made a statement that this appears to be a situation where the county, Orange County, is preempting the cities from their lawful authority. In my humble opinion, it is the converse. The reason why we're here today is because the cities are putting us in a position where they're preempting the county from its authority. And these situations cut both ways. And so while sometimes we as local governments may disagree about how we serve the residents. We should never be disagreeable. We are approaching this with a fair amount of logic. We have legal scholars who have studied the lay of the land here within the state of Florida. Some of the comments that were made that about other counties having ordinances and laws on their books, that's not foreign to us. We're well aware of all of that. This is why we have crafted the process that we are going through now with the ordinance. It's not, there was no new information. I want you to understand that some of you said. We're well aware of all of that. The county attorney is a well-experienced county attorney with a wonderful staff. They have done the research and have clearly indicated to us that we're on solid ground in terms of Florida law. You may have persons of different legal minds, but that's the system that we have in our country where lawyers disagree. They represent their clients, they go into court and they take a position because they're being paid to take a position oftentimes and to represent their clients. The city of Orlando had a representative here today, a lawyer from the city of Orlando, and I take great solace in her final words. And her final words was that we look forward to working together. I want to remind all of us that our friends, our neighbors who may live within the cities or may live within the unincorporated Orange County do have a responsibility that we treat one another with dignity and respect. And so as we move forward in this process, I don't want the media or others to perceive that this is an anti-city or an anti-county. The cities must operate and they need revenues, they have expenses, and they have a methodology about how they will govern and run their respective municipalities. The county has the same burden to understand how we will pay and afford all of what our taxpayers and our residents need as a county. Now, do understand that those who live and own properties within the cities over the various cities, they do pay county taxes. They pay a countywide millage to help us operate the county, which we manage those funds. That is the responsibility of this board to establish budgets, and a portion of our budgets do support those municipalities as well. The municipalities will tell you that their city residents pay county taxes, and they're right. And so we are inextricably tied together because of the taxation system that we have as a society, as a community under the laws of the state of Florida. So with that, I'm going to open it up for comment or questions by members of the board. We're not taking a vote today. This is a work session. And so with that, we'll start with Commissioner Bonilla and then Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. Can we go to slide 6? And I just want to make sure that everyone on the board has received this and has a copy of it with them. So I'll be going through it.
We've received it, but quite frankly, I know you worked late last night. It looked like after midnight, but obviously we haven't been able to digest that. I do receive it, and Commissioner, I think ultimately what happens with that is the recommended edits that you have made will depend on our staff to review those edits to make sure everything is consistent and okay. I don't know that it's necessarily the time for us now to kind of wordsmith the document, but to get to a point where there does not seem to, I did a cursory look at it, does not seem that there's any material differences, but I do think that that requires all of us to understand it, read it, and we do have time to do that before we will be asked to vote on anything.
Okay, well, thank you.
Go
I will
ahead.
continue with my comments. So I sent it to the attorneys as well, so Andrew has, I don't know how much time you've actually had to look at this. But I did talk to Jeff Newton. He explained that the exclusive word does need to stay in the title here. I do want to say that when I took out and land use regulations within the rural areas, I thought it was just, not necessary. But I think we do want to be careful with saying land use regulations. And because later on, you'll see, and I'll get to that in a second, but we'll just stop right there because I'll get to that a little bit later. Now, Section A is very important because the way it's written here, and when we had talked at the last work session, I did mention that the CRC had already worked on language for this. And, and when we were leaving the feedback, that's what was going to be used. But instead, this was used, which is different and has a different meaning than what was used by the CRC. So I just made a couple of edits to change it back to what the meaning was supposed to be. And also, it includes joint planning agreement or interlocal agreement, because sometimes, it might be called something else rather than just a joint planning agreement. So by putting in interlocal agreement, it encompasses anything that might be between the city and the county, but have a different title. Now, the reason why this was a problem the way it was written that you had given to us was because it excluded the entire municipality and any actions that they take. Where we were saying what we meant, what the CRC means is the areas of the JPAs are excluded, not that the municipality is excluded from the processes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I have reviewed it. I reviewed it this morning, and I can address, generally, I think a lot of it's, as the mayor said, is wordsmithing, and I've talked with Jeff about it, and we are comfortable with majority of the changes. I know that you mentioned the exclusive, dropping the word exclusive, but that's pulled directly from Florida Statute 1710444, which actually gives us the authority to adopt this. So,
Yes,
I mean,
explained
I
that
think
word to me, which I just thought that word, yeah.
Putting it in, you're in court, you can tie the two together.
Yes.
So we'd like to retain that. And then related to the distance, we had put in what was standard for the county, which was 600 feet. We had beat that up behind closed doors, whether that was appropriate or not, and that's really at the discretion of the board, whether it's appropriate or not.
Let me just, sorry.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to
you're
get
getting
ahead.
ahead. Yeah, getting ahead. So in section B, there's, and I separate this into paragraphs based on ideas and, separation of ideas. So then I did put it's, so that it's the municipality and was clear about Board of County Commissioners, just that whoever's reading it, it's very clear what board we're talking about, and who whose public hearing it is and stuff. So that's just clarifying, the possessive. And then, now with the 600 feet, and this is like a conversation for the board, right? Like the 30-day prior notice or 14-day prior notice or 600 feet prior notice, 600 feet notice or 1 mile or 2 miles. And I did provide Google Maps there at the end and some images so you can see what 600 really is. So if you go to page 8 of the document I passed out, you see that 600 encompasses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 or 11 houses in one direction. And then in the next one, I go from the Orlando water utility there, and what 600 feet is, which is just wetlands. The next one, you go out a mile, still just wetlands. And then the next one, then you're finally hitting Avalon Park at the 2 mile. So I think that's, a board discussion on like how far we really want that to be. And also how many days, I know the 14-day is typical, but I think it gives, 30 days gives people more time to take time off from work.
And maybe I can explain why we landed on 14 days, because I think we started at 30. But when you have that first hearing of the municipality, look, developers, when they come in to be annexed, or residents, they want to be able to get through the process quickly. So our thought was, well, let's not extend the process by sticking the county meeting between the two hearings of the cities. And if you're able to do that, then they're not getting any more time. They're not going to have to wait another month. But in order to do that, it had to be 14 days instead of 30. Of course, it's at the discretion of the board how much time it is, but it will then add more time to the overall annexation process than what exists today.
Okay. And that's, I'm not saying that's the bad thinking or anything, but, do we have to balance the consideration of the developers and the residents, right? Because the residents would be, when you're trying to give notice to take off from work, I mean, you may not see your mail notice for, I don't know, me, I check my mail every 2 weeks. So but most people probably a couple of days, right? They won't check their mail. And then they have to give, their job 2 weeks notice to take a day off or something. I don't know. Most jobs do have some of those rules. So that's why I was thinking 30 days would give someone plenty of time to take that time off from work.
Like I said, we debated it behind closed doors.
Commissioner, if I may add, apologize, Mayor. We do have, I think as Andrew and Tanya had shared, 14 days is our standard notice for our land use public hearings. That's actually in a comprehensive plan policy. You do get, if you send it too early, that oftentimes has the ability to get lost or stuck with other mail, et cetera. So, too soon, obvious, or too close to the meeting, you're right, they don't have the ability to change plans or otherwise coordinate to be there. Too early sort of has the reverse effect of getting out of sight, out of mind, or having the flyer get lost. So there is perhaps a sweet spot somewhere. And again, the county has historically settled on 14 days.
Yeah, I understood. And then the next part where it was missing the part of the annexing municipality shall enter into an interlocal agreement with the county detailing the provision of essential public services, infrastructure, maintenance, in the future land use. That part was just missing from, that's why I had the checklist. Oh, this doesn't have the green stuff and the green checks. There you go. So it was this draft that we had been given was missing that section, which is, where is it? The third one down. So that's why I added that into the edit here, because that was missing. And then section C, I just took out in the effort to protect and preserve the county's natural systems, agricultural lands. I just thought that was too much. We didn't need to add that. It also then gives, because I feel like it might be then telling the board how they have to make their decision, and someone might be able to argue that in court, and I just thought maybe we just take it out, then, there'd be less for us to be held to or whatever. And then taking out the rural area, because what if that rural area language is based on whether the rural boundary in the rural area charter amendment gets passed.
Correct, yeah.
So if you look at the CRC, they use the language areas designated as rural or protection zones beyond the rural urban service area. That way, if the rural area is, approved, that would cover that, so.
Understood.
Yeah, so that's why I took out the rural area and instead put something that would define it. And then regardless of whether some or all the lands are lying within these areas, I took that from the CRC as well. I took out the except as specified otherwise, because with the way it was written, I didn't even know what that meant or what it was referring to. But then if you look at under the questions for further clarifications, if we're going to allow annexation in the rural area, but then make sure that they have this interlocal agreement. We could say, however, a change in the governance of land use regulations from the county to a municipality may only be approved by an affirmative vote of no less than a majority plus one of the entire membership of the Board of County Commissioners. Furthermore, the annexing municipality must enter into an interlocal agreement with the county
detailing the provision of essential public services, infrastructure maintenance, and future land use. And if you see here, it's based on governance switching hands and takes away any language that says that we're talking about land use regulations. Because it's not about land use regulations, it's about the governance of the land use regulations. So that, we don't possibly step into anything there that we don't want to step into. So those were my edits, and those are the reasons for that. And just want to check with Jeff Newton, because I know we have to, when we notice this, in order to vote on it, there has to be some language, and then if there's anything else, we're still able to wordsmith that at that point too. But I think definitely if we could have some of this discussion out, it just saves some time, and you get the clarification you need as well.
Yeah, with the exceptions, the two exceptions I meant, or with the one exception and that clarification on the distance and the time frame, we don't have a problem with your changes, really.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Jeff?
Yeah, that's correct. And given the fact that the title, what we want to try and get to today is a understanding of what needs to be in the ordinance. And as you just heard Andrew say, the changes that you've talked about are okay from our standpoint, although there's a few things that we're going to put back in that were taken out. And so the next go round, we have to advertise the ordinance. In fact, we have to start out tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock to get an ordinance together that needs to be advertised before the end of this week. And so that's what we intend to do. Now, the title is broad enough such that if we don't get it right, based upon the conversation that took place tonight, we'll still have the ability to edit at that public hearing.
Okay.
All right, I do think we need time to see the actual language. I think our land use experts and attorneys need to take a look at it and make sure that we are getting it right. It's been a long day. I don't think that we want to expend the kind of intellectual capital right now to make sure it's right.
I certainly don't.
So I don't want us doing that to make sure we get it right. But I will compliment Commissioner Bonilla for staying up late and working on this. But at this point, we haven't had, the rest of the board hasn't had the time to really adequately review it and consider it, and we need that time to be able to do that because we've been in board meetings all day since we got here this morning. So with that, Commissioner Moore.
I wish I had stayed up till midnight and actually read the history of counties and cities, but what I do know What I do know is over time, when we go back, counties were very rural, and they weren't meant to have all these particular amenities. Yes, they were going to run the county jail and those sorts of things. And so the idea was that the cities were going to have the sewer systems and all the infrastructure to handle building, and the county was going to be on the rural area. And I think what we're hearing from our citizens is sort of a flip-flopping of this, that all of a sudden we're seeing these cities reaching out into these rural areas, and that it seems opposite to what we saw in the beginning of time, of having these compact downtown areas. Now, I don't particularly like preemptions. I thought I escaped that when I left the school board and came here, but that problem seemed to follow me. Of course, it had nothing to do with me, but this preemption from whatever level of government back and forth, we do need to work together. And so I had a couple of questions for the attorney. We do have it in there with the JPAs that those are exempt on this as well, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I can mainly speak to Apopka, and I did my own little reconnaissance this last couple of weeks and posted a few things and got on a few pages. Maybe I shouldn't have. But what I'm seeing there is that the city had grown just all these different directions. You heard them talk for 5 years. We have 5 economic development nodes, and now folks are furious because the roads aren't widened. We were getting blamed that the roads weren't widened. There are roads, but they're the ones who, developed out into all these different avenues. So what my folks were telling me, because I really cared what they had to say, was we don't mind in that JPA filling in all these things and having more densities and making the city work better. But yeah, we would like to stop it going outside the JPA. They feel like the city, unfortunately, has never said no. They've never said no to any annexations that I've watched in the last 10 years. Nothing. I don't even think there's one vote against it. Yet when I look at the people, they're not happy about it. But I hate the preemption beat. I mean, I don't like when someone preempts me, so I don't really want to take away authority. So I want to ask Mr. Newton, which was brought up by Winter Garden's attorney, the constitutional issues. Can you talk to me about, is it a legal preemption if we do this, and if the vote is to the full voters of the entire county, city and county, are we not asking the city electors how they feel about this?
Yes, we are asking them that. And by the way, the Florida Constitution, Article 8, Section 1G, provides authority for the counties to do exactly what it is that we're doing. So, and the argument that was made by the attorney for the city of Winter Gardens is the same argument that's been made in just about every single one of these cases that are either currently in litigation or have been litigated in the past. And so we structure it such that there will be a referendum, and that referendum will be voted upon by citizens throughout Orange County, including within the municipalities. And we do not believe it's an illegal transfer of power under a separate provision of the Florida Constitution.
And in terms of preemptions, what can you say about, do we legally have the
Yes,
right to take it? I
Article
mean,
8.
I have to say, with some of the annexations I've been dealing with, it did feel like they were taking it from us, and we had absolutely no say. So John and I have been dealing with a couple in Apopka back and forth, and it's been a difficult scenario.
That's what has gotten you to this point today, as the mayor mentioned earlier, is that the county felt as if it's being preempted periodically by the municipalities by the, to coin a phrase, the land grabs that have taken place in the past.
Well, I hope the citizens can help us sort this out, and at the end we can all be friends. But I think what I'm hearing universally is we love our county, and we just want it to grow the right way. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, in some regard, we're taking it to the voters if ultimately that's the decision that the board makes. We're putting the decision with the people, and they will instruct us loudly, one way or the other. If it passes overwhelmingly, well, that's a referendum to say this is the way we want to live in this community, in this metro. If it fails, then they're saying inadvertently, this is what we like. We want our cities to be able to do this. And so we'll know. It will be instructive, I think, for us if we do move forward. I'm supportive at this time of moving forward. I do feel that at times we have been at a disadvantage in trying to manage the growth within the county, that we do have that duality of responsibility to work with our cities to manage the growth. Quite frankly, the infrastructure with the urban sprawl and everything is costly. We heard a great example of that today with Wedgefield and Pluris. That whole community was created because of the work in Brevard County with the Kennedy Space Center and NASA, and they wanted to live halfway between, and that was an island out there essentially by itself that was looked and felt like it was an urban area, but didn't have the urban services to support it. And the consequences of that is the dilemma that we have now, and it's costly to deal with that. But that happened 62 years ago. And here we are today, several boards over, having to deal with the very costly challenge that we have. And we're trying to avoid those types of calamities as a community, for the future. So Commissioner Wilson, final thoughts, and then we still have another item, by the way, that we have to get through. We have an update from our emergency management office and Director Banks. So please,
Mayor, you're going to be thrilled to hear that you really summarized what I wanted to say. So we are so on the same page right now, and I have nothing else to contribute.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So more to follow. Will be another future board meeting where we will deal with the ordinance at that time. Thank you all very much for the presentation. I'm going to ask Mr. Banks to come forward because we pray that we don't have to deal with a natural disaster situation, but we are preparing. There's a storm developing. I thought because we will not have the opportunity to be together, there may be some timely issues. So we're going to listen to Danny giving us an update at this time. With that, Director Banks, you are recognized.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you very much. Commissioners, good to see you all this evening. I apologize for my Class B uniform today. I would have been in a suit, but we were doing a multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional mass casualty exercise today in Orange County. You'd be very proud of a traditional exercise we do every year here. We used our multicultural center. There was a lot of multis in that terminology, but use that as a mass casualty exercise this afternoon. So you see before you, I didn't have the opportunity to present a formal presentation to you, but you see the latest forecast track for the tropical system we see out in the ocean to our east right now. That track, if you're familiar with where it was 24 hours ago, was a little further to the west, so a little bit of good news potentially. It's tracking now a little more to the east. I don't want you to be misled by that picture, though. We are still somewhere around 7 days out from where potentially this storm is going. So although that trend is good, very big possibility it could shift back to the west, could still become more direct. The system itself is not even a tropical storm yet. They expect about a 60% chance over the next few days that it could become a tropical cyclone. A lot of the impact, as you're very familiar with, and how that storm develops will be dictated about its impact over the islands that you see there. So the important question I think for you to consider is what are we doing in Orange County? A lot of people like to refer to me as a glass half empty kind of person. I think that's how we have to operate in emergency response. We have tasked all of our county departments, not just public safety, but all the ones that you know are relevant to our response. We've tasked them all with right now being prepared that if somewhere between 5 and 10 days right now, that you see on that map is a Category 3 or a Category 4 hurricane impacting directly on Orange County, what are we doing now to be prepared for that? And we're certainly ready. You're familiar we're back into our remodeled Emergency Operations Center. A lot of you have gone out there and seen it. We don't really want to use it, but we're excited for the opportunity if we have to. It's a much larger space for us, a lot of new modern technology there that's available for our use if we activate. You're familiar with some of the great work that's been done in our Public Works Department, preparing for our stormwater management. Our fire department, I'll mention them. Already the things that we would be doing in a storm environment, we have already done. We have over 225 assisted living facilities and senior facilities in Orange County. Our fire department has visited every single one of them, make sure they have their emergency plans, their power, and their generator systems available and working. So we've already done that, no matter whether this storm impacts us or not next week. Many different things that we're already planning for. You're familiar with our shelter plans. We talked about that a month or two ago. We have the readiness and availability of multiple shelters in Orange County if we choose to activate them. So all that to say, I can promise you a couple of things that are going to occur. Within the next 7 days, we are going to see much better what that system is going to impact you, or whether that system is going to impact us or not. The second thing I'll promise you is whether it does or not, there will be coming one right behind it. We are now in what we know is our busy time of year. Hurricane season is June 1st to November 1st, but we know our busiest time is right now, the beginning of August through October. So we fully expect to start seeing that continual wave coming off of Africa, coming across the Atlantic Ocean, and we're monitoring it very closely. But we like to say we're not getting prepared, we're staying prepared. We've done a really good job, I think, this year. A lot of that is coming from some of the examples and things we learned from Hurricane Ian. So I think we're well prepared in Orange County. We intend to stay that way, and certainly as we see this potential storm develop over the next week, we'll be keeping you informed about the projected path, any anticipated impacts to Orange County, and following beyond that with exactly what we're doing. So,
any questions for Director Banks? All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
I'm sure this is a really stupid question. Any luck in these hurricanes getting smaller, or are they just going to stay big?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Any luck in these hurricanes getting smaller, or are they going to stay big?
I wish
like I said, this is probably a really stupid question.
I wish I had the magic potion for that, but no.
I guess I'm just being hopeful. Like, please give me some good news.
You know, I wish I could tell you. I'd tell you that, but you know, we were lucky last year to a degree. Didn't get heavily impacted in Orange County. Will we be so lucky this year? Don't know. We've been lucky so far, but
yeah. The only thing is with these big hurricanes, it's like if it gets even close to us, it's a little bit of an impact. So
well, and the one thing, Commissioner, that we have not had in years in Orange County, and you all will certainly remember, 2004 was a heavy wind impact for Orange County with Hurricane Charlie. We have not had the significance of that wind in many years. So, you know, we're a little cautious about what wind could do if we get a heavy storm in Orange County, because we haven't lost the trees like we did in Hurricane Charlie in many years. We certainly had a rain impact a couple years ago, but right now we've got our fingers crossed. We're optimistic.
Thank you.
Mayor, just a quick question.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Danny, thank you for the update. Just curious, when do you guys initiate sandbags? When is that determination done, like on this scope? Because clearly it's 7 days out. It's
Exactly.
a tropical storm, but just for our sake of mind to kind of be observant as we're watching the news, because we don't see you all the time, when's that trajectory of when we start pulling the plug on?
Certainly, Commissioner, great question. And typically we do that about 2 to 3 days before the impact of the storm. There's a reason for that, honestly, and we would have no hesitation in doing it now. Honestly, as human beings, we don't go and take that effort until things get urgent. We've done some more advanced sandbag attempts at distribution previously, and people don't come until the storm is almost in their lap. So we would expect any storm, whether it's this one or certainly over the next couple of months, we'll be activating sandbag distribution sites, usually about 2 to 3 days in advance of the impact.
Great, thank you, Dave.
All right, we have come to the point today where we have concluded all the work that was before the board today, so we stand adjourned.